Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine.
Welcome, YouTube. We are here live, just getting set up for the APEC conference with Tim, our host, Tim Ventura. Tim, why don't you tell us about our first speaker?
Okay, so Jeremy, I'm really excited about today's event. Kishle helped us get in touch with Kavya Vaddadi, and so he is going to be doing the introduction. Kishle is turning 16 in about 10 minutes also, so this is kind of a birthday present for him. So Kavya is an aerospace engineer. She's in India and she's working with a team of professionals that have been basically translating Sanskrit and trying to reverse engineer the ancient Vimana based on that. I believe that her work is focused primarily on the airframe. I could be mistaken there, but they're really looking at the entire thing. And what they're trying to do is basically take ancient technology and see if it holds up, right? Based on modern aerospace engineering.
Yeah, so ancient. They're translating stuff from ancient Sanskrit and trying to reverse engineer a Vimana. That's fascinating.
Yeah. Well, and as I'm sure you know, and Mark and probably everybody here, right? The Vimana is one of those legends that has been around. I mean, I've been hearing about it for 30 something years, and I think we've all heard about like Cinnabar, right? Which is Mercury, and and so I think that there, from a cultural perspective, it's incredibly interesting. But I think in terms of gravity modification, it's interesting to look at these legends and say, is there some grain of truth there? What were these? What motivated, inspired these people thousands of years ago? So.
And also the Vimana descriptions are very descriptive. They talk about numbers that there are probably elements, and there's a lot of components there that we're starting to relate to just recently. So I'm very interested about this upcoming talk. Also, Tim, I wanted to ask you to put a shout out for the anniversary party we're planning on having here at the lab on November 13th. We're going to be sending out an invite for anyone who wants to be here in person.
Oh, okay.
On the Vimana, are they using the Vimana Shastra? Shastra means it's a commentary.
Vimanika Shastra, right? Is that the?
Yeah, Vimanika Shastra. How complete or how extent is the version that they have access to? Because I've read through it, and there were very brief descriptions, like maybe a paragraph on a half a dozen different vehicles was the one that I found, but I'm just curious if they have a more older version from deeper within India, because there are a lot of uncovered or hidden texts in some of the temples, which may, anyway, that's a whole other discussion on ancient aliens, I'm sure. But that's just my general question for later on.
Yeah, I also had the English translation as well, Aiden, and I'm curious if they have an original Sanskrit version that they're.
Yeah, more info, bigger, longer.
Yeah. Also, how does Sanskrit relate to modern Indian? Or
Sanskrit. So you have Hindi and Pali. Sanskrit.
I think we should let Kishle answer that. He's in India.
Fair enough. Oh.
Yes. So let just the Sanskrit, this language has been really old, and both the script, like Hindi script and the Sanskrit script, both are same, the Devanagari script, and these are written the same set of alphabets and the same set of pronunciation. But in Sanskrit is way more complicated than Hindi, and if you have a single word in Sanskrit, that might be you can just explain a whole scenario in a single word. It's really complex at the same time, and really compressed at the same time. And you can use if we converse in Sanskrit in daily life, it might be hard, for even me. So it has been in generations, people when in the ancient times, people they were pandits, the religious teachers, but they also gave them the students education, and they used to teach them in Sanskrit, and they used to preach, and they got whole education in Sanskrit. There was no existential proof of Hindi at that time, and I just think Hindi evolved as an easier version of Sanskrit, so that people might be it would be more convenient for them to converse, and Hindi just was derived from them. Many many English words like geometry. Geometry was derived from gematri. That was a Sanskrit word, and like I guess it has the same meaning.
Okay, so we've got just
Wow.
about 2 minutes, just about 2 minutes left. And and these are things that we can discuss in the Q&A session also after Kavya finishes her presentation.
I think we're just seeing the pre-excitement to this presentation. People
Oh,
have been
yeah.
waiting for this for a long time, especially Aiden. I know he talked about Vimanas in the past.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on the time because we're just about there. So.
Oh yeah, this is going to be great, man. I've a lot of people talking about the ancient alien theories and whether or not ancient civilizations had this technology. Anyone who's read the epic of the Bhagavat Gita, there's lots of stuff in there that lends credibility to these stories of an ancient breakaway civilization and stuff like that. They're again, I'm open-minded. I'm skeptical a lot of the stuff in ancient aliens, but I'm open-minded, and I can't wait to learn from the experts on this.
Well, and Jeremy, hopefully you can share some of that again. Also in the Q&A session afterwards, I would love to hear you share what you've been able to find. Because I know there's information scattered all over the place. So
I like to share something like the most famous book, like the religious book, the Ramayana. It has a really nice reference of like a flying craft. It was named Pushpak, like, and it was shaped like a swan. Like it's just like a theory, and like in the story, the main like the villain of the story used it to like kidnap. Like I can't just get into the religious thing, and like I can't explain the whole story, but it is like really like a really advanced craft.
yeah, well, Kishley, let's put a tack in that. We'll come back to that one later, but we need to go live now. So again, what I will do is I'll mute everybody out, and then okay, I will mute everybody out, and then I will do our intro. So I'm muting all now. Okay, there we go. So it is 12 noon. So in 3, 2, 1, welcome to APEC. It's October 23rd, and I'm your moderator, Tim Ventura. First, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us on this call, along with everyone watching us on YouTube. In today's session, Kavya Vaddadi and associates will discuss reverse engineering of the ancient Vimana. Kevin Day will talk about the Navy UAP encounters and recent UAP expeditions. And Gary Stephenson will be talking about MHD propulsion utilizing superconducting nanowires. We'll also hear updates from Falcon Space and Associates, and we will be finishing off the event with an open discussion and ad hoc presentations by conference attendees. So a couple of quick reminders. You can view conference replays, details, and speaker info on our website at www.altpropulsion.com. Please save your questions for the Q&A session after each presentation. You can raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. You can also type those questions into chat, and we will go through them after each presenter finishes. Just a quick note as well, the APEC one-year anniversary party is coming up on November 13th. Mark Sokol is going to be having a live event in his lab to celebrate that. So please contact him if you're interested in attending, and I'm sure he'll tell us more about that later. Okay, so now it is my distinct pleasure to welcome our special contributor and regular attendee, Kishley Kizu, who will introduce our first guest.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Tim. So today we are going to talk about Vimanas. Vimanas are an intriguing and poorly understood topic that are often associated with gods, wars, and mythology. But today we hope to change that stereotype by presenting the point that these are deeply connected with science and technology, which is encrypted into Vedic text in the form of shlokas. A few weeks ago, Mark Sokol asked me to find people from India who are into the Vimana thing and the physics related to it. So here we are, and today I'd like to introduce Kavya Vaddadi and her team to discuss her project on reverse engineering the Vimana and the technology related to it. So Kavya Vaddadi is an aerospace engineer from Visakhapatnam, India, who has been working to reverse engineer the Marutsaka Viman and produce models, computer simulations, 3D designs, and engineering proofs based on ancient Vedic texts. A 3D printed model of a design has been successfully 3D model successfully tested in the University of California, Irvine. Her work has also been featured on the ancient on History Channel's Ancient Aliens shows involving Dr. Travis Taylor and Giorgio Tsoukalos. For her work on many Vimana unmanned aerial vehicle projects, she has won the Best Team Award in the Aeronautical Society of India's National Olympic Competition. Let's also welcome Dr. Srihari Viji, who holds a doctorate in Sanskrit philosophy and has 22 years experience in teaching Sanskrit in various institutes. He has keen interest in ancient Indian sciences, manuscripts, Natya Shastra, Chandra Shastra, Vyakaran Shastra, classical and Vedic Sanskrit literature, education and real-life applications of it. Finally, let me introduce Kartik Amanchi. Kartik Amanchi is a postgraduate specializing in nanocomposites. He is pivotal in developing the world's first clean technology process for manufacturing nanomaterials on a commercial scale. He conducts workshops, lectures, etc. to attract the student community into decoding Sanskrit verses and scientifically conducting experiments to verify the data. He was a keynote speaker in Vienna Energy Forum 2017 and Global Cleantech Innovation Program 2016 conducted by United Nations Industrial Development Organization and Global Green Nanotechnology Conclave 2015 conducted by CII and many others. Now, let's welcome Kavya to today's event and I'll hand it over to get started. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. So I'm Kavya Vaddadi. I'm going to talk about Vimanas research which we are doing today. So firstly, I'd like to share the PowerPoint presentation. So I hope everybody can see the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so I'm going to discuss advanced ancient space technology, Vimana Shastra. So the contents of this PowerPoint presentation, I'm going to discuss about ancient alien ancestors. So long back, there were visitors to our planet. So I'm going to talk about that, and then introduction to this very advanced text, advanced technology text, Vimana Shastra, and all the Vedic texts introduction, and then different types of Vimanas, what are all the space vehicles the ancient civilizations used, and then the propulsion, like modern technology, we have very less like principles of propulsion, and but ancient ancestors used to have like lots of principles, and I'm going to discuss sources of propulsion, and then the future scope of this research, and then summary and conclusion. So coming to ancient alien ancestors, there are like a lot of archaeology evidences, especially in my country, India. We can see like many old temples. Nobody knows when they built it, and like even when we see the history, the dating of those temples. Also, it is like very old and so perfectly built that even modern machines cannot build it so perfectly. And also, like Puranas means history. There are texts called Puranas. So those the Puranas, the Vedic texts, we call it granthas, and in that there are many recordings of intergalactic travel. There are many stories, means history, about the ancient ancestors, that they used to travel in from one galaxy to other galaxy. So there was intergalactic travel, time travel, also teleportation also, and their ancient alien ancestors and their works, what they have done for the benefit of humanity, they have done, like they have passed on to us lots of Vedic texts, ancient texts in very ancient language. So it has like lot of secret messages, coded because it's a completely coded language. It has multiple forms in it. When we translate it into the technical meaning, we can get the technical meaning out of it, and when we are going to translate it to universe related meanings, then and energies related meanings, then we are going to get some other message from it. So everything is proved, and even invented also in the 21st century. So the formation of earth and life in it, for example, this one, Bhagavad Gita, it is a very, very famous text. Many of us might be knowing it. So when we are going to translate it to the other form, we are going to get the information not about the ancient ancestor story, but about the formation of earth and life in it. So there are like many hidden secret messages in every single text, such a way that it is like coded in multiple forms. We can get many meanings from it, and we can understand the universe around us, the energies around us, and all those. So archaeology evidences I have mentioned, and then there are lots of ancient texts. Even our country ancient texts have like Sanskrit texts have been moved on and now also available in other countries libraries. And even the festivals and the traditional practices in this country, so these are also like completely science, because every single festival is depending upon a particular planetary position. So that energies extraction, the procedure, everything is completely science, like microcosm and macrocosm. So there are many such things. So let me just show something very interesting in our country India. So archaeology sites of ancient alien ancestors. So there is a place called Chhattisgarh. So there we have 10,000-year-old rock paintings depicting aliens and UFOs. So we can see in the first picture over here, UFO shaped object, and at the right side we can see like alien beings coming down onto the earth. So there are many like even archaeology evidences also over here at the left side bottom picture. We can see temple carving showing UFO shaped flying object. So like not only the text, we have many archaeology evidences also, and these are other temples. So this is a jetpack, and here we can see at the left side the flying craft cut section, and inside the people have been shown inside this temple. So there are many such archaeology evidences. So basic introduction I would like to give about Vimana Shastra and Vedic texts. So texts on Vimanas. So Vimana Shastra is not the only text on Vimanas. There are many multiple texts. This is just only a single version by a ancient scientist called Maharshi Bharadwaja. That too, it came in the written form later on. So this is just only single text. Okay, so there are like many texts on Vimanas, and all those texts like dates back to 1500 to 1000 BCE. So this is written in Vedic Sanskrit language, means it is like modern Sanskrit is there, so we can understand, but Vedic Sanskrit is completely like different. It is like complicated, it has multiple meanings, it is like most ancient thing, and it needs lots of effort to understand in the modern English language which we are speaking. So it is like even difficult to even translate, because this is very ancient and has too much of infinite knowledge inside it. So that is the thing. And Gr Josier sir has translated this particular text Vimana Shastra in 1952. But as I told you already previously, that English language it is very good, but when we are translating this very ancient text into English, we are missing some things over there. So I have like worked a lot on this, because being an aeronautical engineer, I have understood lots of technical terms which are missed in this English version of Josier sir. So I have like translated it and kept in my book Reverse Engineering Vedic Vimanas, and many interpretations which I have done. And like say Pandit Subbarai Shastri is the first person to put the complete like Vimana Shastra text in written form. So before that, like it is just oral traditions. Only like the teacher will be there, the students will be there, and it used to pass on from a teacher to the student. But in the written form, the first time Pandit Subbaraj Shastri has revealed in 1866 to 1940. So this we have to note it down. So because before that there are like many ancient texts available, it like 500 1500 2000 BCE. So all those things are there, but in written form Vimana Shastra is like very latest in written form. So research and experiments are done on Vimana Shastra by many great people like Shivkar Bapuji Talpade has flown aircraft 8 years before Wright brothers. So this has been hidden because Talpade has done it during the British rule in in my country India. So what happened is Talpade we have got recently lots of books written by Talpade in Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi, and many such languages he has written. And recently we have translated, our team has translated into Hindi. So that book is available, but still there are lots of works to be done. We are going to translate it into English, and there are like many other things, other books available in other countries. In Germany also it's available even now. So we have to consider the all these things, and we have to like many 8 years before Wright brothers Talpade have flown already, that he have done research on from Vaimanika Shastra only. He has tried to recreate the aircraft. So again Nikola Tesla sir have done like lots of research, and Swami Vivekananda he has met, and then later he has learned Sanskrit, Tesla, and then again he has done lots of experiments. He has taken patents on VTOL aircraft, UFOs, everything, every single thing. Like it is there from Vimana Shastra, Rig Veda also. Hitler in the World War, he has used so many harmful like chemicals. I have written in my book Reverse Engineering Vedic Vimanas, where we found out all those. So I have like a mail. I have got a mail from former NASA scientist. His name is Randall sir. So he has told to me that he has the blueprints of Hitler's anti-gravity vehicle, D Grok and all those. And that in that blueprint the reference is given as Vimanas text, ancient Vimanas text. So we can understand like how it has been like how many things have been referred by Hitler, not only Indian civilization and ancient ancestors. Hitler has referred to many ancient civilizations, and this is one of the things from Vedic texts, the anti-gravity vehicle. So and then there are like more many things, many other things recreated, reinvented materials from this particular text Vimana Shastra, means ancient aeronautics. And there are devices reinvented, darpanas or mirrors reinvented, crystals from Vimana Shastra in the 21st century, and multiple forms of the language. Like I told, every Sanskrit text is like completely coded with lots of infinite information. So recently we have discovered that the complete text Vimana Shastra gives two more meanings, that is about the universe and about the human beings also. So this is like completely vast, like out of the mind, out of the modern technology and science which we have known. So we are still doing lots of research on this like mysterious ancient amazing texts, and so there are many future like research prospects on this. There are still many materials to be recreated and reinvented, and devices also. And like I told you, Vimana Shastra is not the only text on Vimanas. So these are all the different texts. So the names we can read over here: Vimana Chandrika by Narayana Muni, Vyomayana Mantra, Yantra Kalpa, Vyoma Yanarka Prakasha, Keta Yana Pradipika. So all this, everything is every text is there mentioned here on Vimanas, is on Vimanas. And these are the Maharshi Bharadwaja. He is like one of the ancient scientists. We call them as sages. Okay, so they have provided bibliography in this text, Vimana Shastra. So he had consulted 6 treatises by 6 different authors previous to him. This Vimana Shastra and Maharshi Bharadwaja is not the first thing. Before that, there are many other texts also. So we can see there are also commentators, both Deva Lalla, Narayana Shankar, Vishwambara. So these are the commentators also. So this, since this text is completely, like I told, multiple forms are there. For example, first form of the sloka, Sanskrit sloka, will be telling us how the device looks like, or the dimensions of it. Then the second form meaning of the shloka gives us how it works. And then the third meaning, it could give us where we can put it and how to use it in the Vimana. So there are multiple meanings and multiple forms of the text. So, and this is also, they have, the ancient ancestors have given us, provided us completely encyclopedia, types of Vimanas. They have given us which type of Vimana, means the space vehicle, which type of space vehicle we need to use in which yuga. So yuga means particular time period, centuries, like that. So there are 3 types: Mantrika, Tantrika and Kritaka. So the propulsion sources, coming to the propulsion, so their modern technology is very less advanced, very less advanced compared to these ancient amazing space vehicles, intergalactic space vehicles. So actually when we have done research, then we found the 7 sources of power of the Vimana in one of the chapter. So fire, earth, air, sun, moon, water and sky. So, and I'm feeling very bad to say that in modern science and technology, whatever knowledge we are having, for example, moon. Okay, so when we think about moon as the power source of Vimana or any aircraft or spacecraft, then we start digging the moon. That is not the thing. There are some unseen energies going on, for example, the sun and solar energy, right? So there are many things, many amazing things which we are not able to identify in the modern science and technology, and we are spoiling the earth and even the moon also. Now we are starting to dig. So that is not the thing. We have infinite sources of power around us to use for the aircraft, spacecrafts. So, and also this is another amazing thing, description in Vimana Shastra text, that is there are various regions in the space, special energy extraction devices are also mentioned. So that is also there. There are all the special various regions in the space. We can just do research and identify what kind of energy we can extract and with which kind of device. So, and these are all the research future scope which we have done summarized. So we can improve the modern technology. The left side we can see technology in modern days, launch vehicle example. Okay, we can improve that by doing vertical takeoff and the launch vehicle. We in my hand you can see Rukma Vimana. So there are many Vimanas which I have done reverse engineering and done the 3D model. So what we have understood is that we can improve performance based on the knowledge available in these ancient Vedic scriptures. We can try to adapt and use improvements like lower drag, higher lift for the same dimensions and lower weight. And then propellants also, in modern days we use different propellant, but in ancient times, for example, If we use herbs mentioned in these ancient scriptures, we can improve the thrust by modifying compositions of the propellants. So that we can try to do and improve the modern technology. And like I told you, there are like many principles of space flight in the Vedic texts which we can read, but modern technology we use only single one. We use like rocket technology like that, but like modern humans we have lately found gravity waves. So gravity waves are mentioned long back in the text called Surya Siddhanta by these ancient ancestors. So in that planet's magnetic field modification procedure is described, that is the gravity alteration with magnets, electromagnets increasing the sun's magnetic field on a particular aircraft, spacecraft, and decreasing that of earth's magnetic field onto that spacecraft, and then going to the space. Many such like out of the box knowledge things are mentioned in this ancient text, but lately we have found gravity waves, that is like we have found it very late. And such ideas, every such information and knowledge we can take from these ancient scriptures and do research. We can investigate further for results. And here we can see launch vehicle composites, like I told you, by using herbs we can follow the even the manufacturing procedures. Okay, so for example the spacecraft material, when we try to implement these herbs, these magical herbs kind of things, then the automatically the weight will be reduced and the strength will be increased, so that the new composite material will be good. So all these things are there, and even food also has been mentioned in these ancient texts. Like I told you, this energy, solar energy with solar panels. Not only that, like considering all frequencies banned from sun's energy, ancient device sun crystal is there. So it converts into electricity. Our team Sriviti is doing research on all these things. As mentioned in the ancient scripts, there are like several lokas, means regions in the space locations having energy fields, like those energy used by the space vehicles by particular devices, energy extracting devices. So by investigating these devices and regions of energies useful for space vehicles, we can make space travel much easier and efficient. So the summary and conclusion is like the complete ancient text. It is composed in coded language with abundant and infinite knowledge about the complete universe. Like I told you, moon, for example, moon power extraction. So that doesn't mean just go dig the moon. It has like many useful other sources which we cannot see when we investigate all these texts in detail. For example, solar energy, like that. So that is also there are like multiple forms of this text, and that is the reason why sages have created various versions of Vimana Shastra. Like I told you, there are many other versions and terminology. So rediscovering and reinventing from Vimana Shastra, they already there are many materials and devices reinvented from it. So it is great to do research, but we have to focus on how to develop the modern technology and not to harm the nature and universe. And because we have missed to take care of the nature and environment also by focusing on the technology advancement, it affected us a lot, right? So universe gives back us whatever we give it. So ancestors always had used technology which never harmed the nature. Like I told you, herbal propellants and many such things. There are like pollution is not at all there. So we need to develop modern technology by using these ancient texts. At least now we have to refer. So the references which I have taken are Brihad Vimana Shastra by Maharshi Bharadwaja, the ancient text, and then the English translation, and Vimana Shastra rediscovered, and then my books, Reverse Engineering Vedic Vimanas and all, to make this PPT. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. So Kavya, that was your entire presentation? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, actually, I have the models with me. So if you think that there is time, I will be just showing some of the models which I have reverse engineered from Vimana Shastra and recreated.
Oh, absolutely. And if you'd like, we can go into the Q&A session as well now, or if you have some demonstrations that you'd like to do. Also, if your associates would like to present or talk, we'd be happy to have them on, and we can do that in the Q&A session as well.
Yes,
Do you
sure.
want to present? Do you want to present the models that you've created?
Yes,
And then
sir.
we can...
Just I'll tell the names. Okay. So this is Shakuna Vimana, which is like a huge ornithopter. The cut section is there. So these are the energy extraction devices. This is a cut section. A dome will be there on top. But I have modeled it based on the diagrams to show it how it looks inside also. So this is like these wings are like extendable to a infinite length. So this is like a huge wing ornithopter, and this is Rukma Vimana. It has like very advanced propulsion. Also, electromagnets are there at the bottom of this aircraft. So at the top we have sun crystal. It will be extracting energy, lot of energy from the sun. And this is a Sundara Vimana. It is having, we can see over here the like it is like a solid rocket boosters kind of pillar structures. Inside it will be going, and it has like embedded inside, means as I told you, there is no thing like fuel and exhaust kind of thing. It is like something like a rechargeable battery chemicals kind of things. So this is the energy extraction device at the top. And all these vimanas are like multiple they can just transform. For example, this particular vimana, it can go under the water, on the water like a ship, on the road like a car, and also into the air like the airship, and into the space. So this is like multiple transformation will be there. This is a cut section over here. We can see inside generator and all those, and the tail and the propeller. So all the vimanas are like they can just transform. They can you like example, even the propellers also. So propellers also, they can be like embedded inside when the vimana goes to space, something like that. They're completely transformable. So they are multi-purpose vimanas.
Wonderful. So why don't we do this? Why don't we go into the Q&A session then? And we're a little bit ahead of
Sure,
schedule, but
sure, sir.
again, that was a wonderful presentation. Before we do that though, let me put it on gallery view, and everyone please give an enormous hand for
Thank you.
Kavya Vaddadi. And also many thanks to Kishle for introducing her, and happy birthday, Kishle. Okay, so let's go into Q&A session. Again, so to raise your hand in Zoom, it's Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. And who has the first question? We had a pretty intense discussion going before this. So, Robert, go ahead, sir.
Yes. I only made a few notes. In your the PowerPoint, you mentioned research experiments by Telpade. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Tesla and Hitler. I'm just curious what references you have that point to their research or what they have to say about it.
Yes, sir. There are like many for example, Tesla, sir. There are many devices, huge list of devices. Same to same, we can see in Vimana Shastra. There is a chapter called Yantras. So there are those references, and even Hitler, he has followed like ancient texts, Sanskrit also. And I have a person from Randall, his name, sir. So he is from London. So he's a former NASA scientist. and he has a company, Blue Ocean Sciences. So he has contacted me. Even now we are doing research. So there are like references, blueprints, and in the references they have these Vedic texts as a reference. So they have taken that anti-gravity device, and in the Vedic text, when I have done research, sir, there is a yantra called Ganapa yantra. So Ganapati means like removing the obstacles. Okay. So when we have a spacecraft which we wanted to go to space, so what is the main obstacle? Then the gravity. So what this Ganapa yantra does means it will be just removing gravity force, means it will be completely zero gravity force with this particular device. So this particular yantra they have taken as reference. When I saw the pictures also, you can like see in my book, Reverse Engineering Vedic Vimanas. So Ganapa yantra and big clock, those devices look same.
I'd
Wonderful.
like to ask one other question, if that's okay.
Go for it, sir. Go for it.
You also mentioned recreated and reinvented materials, devices, and
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
if
Yes, sir.
darpanas / mirrors from these devices in the 20th century. First, could you define what darpanas is? I couldn't find it in the dictionary, so I imagine it's an Indian word.
I couldn't understand your question, sir. Means, are you asking the list of the recreated devices and materials from Vimana Shastra?
Well, you just mentioned a statement in your slides, and the other statement that you mentioned read recreated and reinvented materials, devices, and darpanas / mirrors from
Yes, sir.
Vimana and Castra in the 20th century. Could you define darpanas, please?
Darpanas. Okay, okay. Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Darpanas means some particular crystal, sir. For example, this Rukma Vimana is there. Rukma Vimana at the top there is sun crystal. So it is used for extracting huge amount of solar power, solar energy from the sun. It is made with a particular crystal. Like modern days we have solar panels, but these ancient sun crystal, it is like completely different. It is like these crystals, all such crystals, some particular crystals, they are already reinvented and prepared in the laboratory from Vaimanika Shastra. Means crystals. Darpanas means crystals.
And the function of the mirrors?
Yes,
What-
sir. Yes, sir. There is a chapter on mirrors in Vaimanika Shastra. So from that they have reinvented and recreated them from Vimana Shastra.
Yeah, and Robert, I should mention also on the conference page, we have all of Kavya's links to her website, and so there's a lot more details there. So you may be able to answer some of these questions a little easier by going to her website. We also have photos of Kavya's work, and then Kavya was featured on Ancient Aliens, and she was in a number of other media sources, and so
and this
all
is
of that
all
is on her.
conference page.
I'm sorry.
This is on the conference page.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's down at the bottom. We always put the links down at the bottom. So,
Okay,
so
I'll
that,
look for it. Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you,
absolutely.
sir.
Let me go to Michael Boyd next. Michael.
Hello. I'm curious about the. I'm interested in cultural violence, and my understanding is you're referring to epics in is it religious text or is it historic text?
Sir, these are like very very ancient texts. Later on, like the human beings have got evil thoughts and they name it as religion or something like that. But these are like completely very very ancient texts, like 1500 to 1000 BC. and like technology is not limited for particular religious people. The technology is for everyone. So these ancient texts give complete information about technology. It has been already, many materials have been recreated and reinvented now in the laboratory. So these are like completely technology texts by the ancient ancestors.
Was
It is
it?
not any religious text.
I'm just curious if it was when we hear about it in our you know culture, our cultural media, it's always associated with war or battles or epic battles, that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
It's not associated with non-violent actions, let's say. It always has a context of violence. And so, and I'm curious about, because I'm curious about that because of in our context, I'm concerned about nuclear war in the world, for example.
Can I say
So I'm
something?
basically curious. As I studied anthropology and the physics both, so I'm curious about is this something to be afraid of, to feel for that would make us afraid?
Can I answer this?
Certainly.
I'll say a line and then you can tell your words, Kishle. So, sir,
Yes.
actually, the human race is like, for example, there are many other species also in many other planets and many other galaxies. So when some other species try to some other beings try to occupy our planet Earth, and since our ancestors have created this place beautifully for our people, so they have passed on this text to protect ourselves. There are defense related slokas, descriptions, devices. There are many such things, but that have to be used only for protecting our human race from other race, other planetary beings when they try to occupy our planet, but not to fight among ourselves. So that thing we have to notice. But in Kali Yuga means now, the mind is not only the nature pollution, even the mind have been polluted. So that is why some wars keep happening. So that is why even this text Vimana Shastra also, it has been hidden. Many researchers found that like it has been hidden by a secret seven unknown men Ashoka something. So that's what the reason they say. So it has to be used only for protecting our human race, means because our ancestors have created this location for us. So that's the thing.
So I'm
Yes.
feeling
So
a little
actually,
Kisle, let me I have a follow up.
yes, sir.
I'm feeling confused about at one point it seems like you're suggesting that it was extraterrestrial origin of this technology, and then in another context you're talking about your ancestors. So I'm curious, are you saying this is a human creation or a creation of some other non-human source?
So this area I did not do research. So since I'm aeronautical engineer, I did not focus much. But there are texts related to aliens in the history, like Puranas, which I mentioned. There are aliens mentioned in the Sanskrit text.
Cool. I'm just thank you for clarifying that. Now, Kisle, you wanted to say something?
Yes.
I
If I could
apologize.
explain this in few words, like technology, we all have that, but in order to not give them to the wrong hands, people might have really put it into stories of gods and wars, so that people get more and more influenced by the historical thing. Because in ancient times, people did not really believe in sciences and facts, but they believed in something like myths or stories, which like people could just like give some fear in their mind, like, oh, if we do this, this will be wrong. So people are taught in this way by connecting this in stories, and so that the technology, like the Vimana technology, it might have been so advanced and you talked about nuclear wars. There are many references like the Brahmastra. Like it was a weapon which could like really vanish the whole earth, like probably like a nuclear weapon. So in order to not let the the weapon or the any technology, it could be both used in a good manner and a bad manner. So in order to make them be in the good hands, they just made like molded out stories to make a fear in people, so that they could be taught about it. So yes, this could be an answer. Probability.
Okay, thank you both for your answers. They're appreciated.
Awesome. Okay, let me go, and Michael, thank you, sir. Let me go to Jeremy Reese next.
Hi, I had some specific questions about Mercury. I have a number of people in the chat saying that underneath about 80% of these ancient temples in India, they found pools of mercury in certain, sacred parts of the temples. And I know there's some mention of mercury in like these ancient Vedic texts, and there's also some interesting stuff related to mercury in the history and literature on anti-gravity research going back to the Nazi Bell and the Nazis' research into this. As we know, the Nazis were big into the Vril and Thule Society and did a lot of sent a lot of scout missions to ancient India to try to collect similar intelligence to what your group is putting together. I was just specifically interested in the mercury and anything you could say more about that and whether that's confirmed that it's been found under these temples. Is that a fact?
Yes, sir. Actually, the temples also, most of the temples we like don't have the access. There are secret doors in most of the temples also, and mercury was used as a fuel by according to some researchers. But like I told you, the word fuel which we are using in modern technology, that is not the thing. They have used it to something like a rechargeable or something like a different kind of propulsion. So the even mercury, NASA for example, they have obviously tried the same thing, but the thing is they did not purify the mercury step by step. We should follow from Vedic texts, or else it will be failed. So for example, mercury ion engine example, the mercury, if we use it by purifying, then it will be giving like very good excellent efficiency. But like we have replaced it with xenon ion engines for example. But that's not the thing. When we follow step by step Vedic text, then obviously we can get success. So even our team Sri Maharshi Vedic Research Institute of Technology, they have worked a lot on this material department. Those people have done lots of research and experiments also in the laboratory, mercury purification process and all those things. So that's what mercury, after purifying, when we use it in the technology, then it will be giving us results. Mercury was obviously used in the ancient technology.
I have a question if you have any knowledge of this, but it just occurred to me if you take the isotopic ratio of mercury extracted straight from cinnabar and compared it with the mercury under those pools, I'm curious if there's any specific isotope of the mercury that would be missing from the mercury in these Indian temples, like if they use these sites to purify mercury and extract a specific isotope of
Sir,
mercury.
yes, sir. Sir, actually, example Rasa Shastra is another text. It is a complete different text, and we have to follow that for the purification of mercury and herbs. If you know that, like there are many herbs used in this particular procedure in order to purify mercury. So this much I know, but in detail, like for example, isotopes and all. Like my area is since my area is aerospace technology, so I'm not much into the materials. But as per my knowledge, like Rasa Shastra, it describes using herbs for the purification of mercury. Means the properties will be changing into better way. So Ayurveda is also another text which describes about herbs mostly. So that also will be the reference.
Kavya Karthik here.
Thank you.
Jeremy, I can answer your question. So the mercury, which isotope you're talking about, because mercury isotopes, radioactivity half-lives, go from 40 days to 440 years, right? If you're really concerned about the mercury poisoning because of the mercury processing that we have done in India for long quite of years, then you could have seen India being polluted by this time, right?
Hmm.
So see, I'm going to present my presentation. There we will clearly tell you how to handle mercury. Okay, so I'm just waiting for the QA session to over. When it's over, I'll start my presentation where I'll just show you how we'll purify mercury. It's technically with XRD, SEM, TEM, PSA, everything. Okay, everything will show you.
Okay, and so Karthik, we can definitely do that. We are actually ahead of schedule, and that's totally okay. So we do have time for you to present that. Let me go through. We have questions from Carl and then Bader. So let me go through those first, and then if you'd like to present on the Mercury, that would be wonderful. And Jeremy, I think that was all of your questions, right? For now.
Yeah, that was it pretty much.
Okay, and again, you mentioned some brilliant stuff before today's session started. I would love to have you mention that again at some point. But
oh yes, so lots of references in the like I was typing in the chat about when the first nuclear detonation occurred at the Trinity test site. Oppenheimer, who was the head of the Manhattan Project physics team that made that happen, quoted from the Bhagavat Gita, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. And there's like, and then there's all this stuff about the ancient land bridge that used to connect Sri Lanka, that you can actually see it from Google Earth. These ancient peoples like built a whole land bridge that used to connect the island of Sri Lanka from the tip of India. And just the fact that we don't know who built those temples or when, and the intricate stonework is like, it's beyond what we could do with modern tooling technology. Almost, it's incredibly intricate if you've seen some of the videos on those temples.
yeah. Well, thank you. Let me go to Carl next, who's been patiently waiting, and then I'll go to Bader after that. Carl, go for it, sir.
Hi, thanks so much for sharing. It was really, really fascinating. To kind of go back to something you were talking about a little before with potentially like where this knowledge, ancient knowledge came from. Is there any sort of discussion about how these ancient sages came to this information? Or should we be thinking about this like incremental technological developments through like an academia? Was meditation involved, or was something, trying to contact entities off-world potentially?
Yes, sir. Means I'm sorry. Like previously they were talking. Is this a doubt question asked to me?
Prior to anybody that maybe has any insights, and if not, then we can just go on.
Yeah, Kavya, I think to kind of reframe Carl's question, I think he was wondering where the innovation developed, right? How did they develop this?
Yes.
And
Okay. Sir, yes, sir. So, like, say, just for example, Maharshi Bharadwaja, we don't have, for example, the temples itself, which we have in our country, India. So, they are very ancient. We don't know who built it, how they built it. So, the same situation and same cases with the sages. We don't know, like, their ancestors and how they got those information and knowledge. But as per our Vedic text, there is an interesting fact that Lord Vishnu means one of the ancient ancestor or energy. So they are ruling several lokas, means several regions, several planets. So means they are also ruling some other planets along with our planet Earth. So they are taking care of some other planets also. And like I told, like we see in the Vedic text also, that ancient ancestors used to live many centuries, not even centuries, even many like many years. Not they like that is like not like in modern days. So the knowledge and we can understand how it would be there. So I think that even exploring like from the within, we can get knowledge. We can contact. There is a text called there is a book called intergalactic with scripture, Vaimanika Shastra, which I have written. So there in that book, that is very very interesting book, and in that they have written how to contact the energies, means how to contact the gods. They means in our English, modern English, we call them as gods, right? So in that book they have written how to contact them, what is the exact particular procedure to contact them from with the mind, and to get the information on Vimana Shastra. For example, means that is like an energies. Even Nikola Tesla, he used to get knowledge from by in a particular state, like that. They used to get knowledge like that. Even every one of us, when we are not having not able to solve any problem, we are going to get like in when we do meditation or something like that, exploring from within, we are going to get the answers. So this I haven't explored this spiritual, like we call it spiritual in modern science and technology, but this is like completely like unseen energies around us, where which we can contact and get the information. I think sages have done such procedure, but I don't even know like how they have understood even this, how to contact the extraterrestrial or the energies from the within. But meditation obviously gives the answers to most of our questions.
I think Karthik Kamanchi can throw some light on that. He may be having some information about this. Karthik, can you help?
Yeah, sure, Madhu. See, logically speaking, okay, let's say I don't believe in meditation. I'm a new age guy. I'm a 21st century person. I don't believe in energy. I don't believe in meditation. I don't believe in God. Very good. Let's understand that in ancient Indian texts, there's something called as yuga. Okay, one yuga. For example, if you take Kali Yuga, that is the period which is running now, is approximately 4,32,000 years. Okay, and then you go to Dwapar Yuga, it is twice of that. And you go to Treta Yuga, it's 3 times of that, and Kruta Yuga, it's 4 times of this. So now, for example, somebody comes and asks, does dinosaur existed millions of years ago? Right? You are able to tell or accept their roaming around the world because of the fossil fuels which we have been using, right? Let me say you don't have fossil fuels. Now, how can you justify that dinosaurs roamed Earth? So, see, after the end of each yuga, according to Indian text, the entire the entire universe is wiped off and a new universe is born. Okay. So now let me tell this in a most logical way. If something didn't exist, if something existed 10 years ago at one place, and suddenly there is an earthquake, the building was destroyed. Now you go back to the place and say that there is no building here. So that does mean that there's no building there 10 years back, right? So what I think is, see, whatever these sages are, I think they are all ancient scientists who has worked a lot, okay, in understanding the concepts, right? And then exploiting the concepts, experimenting the concepts and getting out technically what it is. So they have studied, okay, it's not, I mean, it's again debatable that aliens exist and alien does not exist. Okay, that's altogether it's a separate issue. But then we cannot say since something does not exist doesn't mean something does not exist now, doesn't mean it did not exist previously. Correct? So I think sages are the ancient scientists who has predominantly worked, they have experimented and then they have built it. Right. So I'm going to tell you, right. So when I do my presentation, most of the queries which you're getting right now, they will be answered.
Okay. Well, Karthik, let me do this. Let me go to Badr really quick, and sir, let me do that, and then we will do your presentation. Badr, would you like to go ahead and let me apologize. I know I'm not pronouncing your name right.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's Badr. Okay. Thank you, Kavya, for the presentation. It's really interesting. I'm wondering
sir.
about what happened to the Vimanas. It's like saying all planes on Earth have disappeared suddenly. Is there any remnants of the Vimanas? Do you have any idea about this? And
Yes, sir.
what,
I'm happy
wait a
that
minute,
you. Okay, okay.
what is the last approximate date when the last Vimana existed? Thank you.
Your audio is not clear. Can you repeat that last line,
Yeah.
sir? Sorry.
Yeah. What is the last approximate date when the last Vimana existed?
Okay. Sir, actually, Vimanas have an ability, advanced ability. So there are devices which can make the Vimana appear like the sky. Means not only to the radar, the Vimanas can completely disappear. They are not visible to our eye. So there are many such advanced features in the Vimanas. There are also devices which can mentioned in the Vimana Shastra which can make it possible. So that could be the reason why we cannot see the Vimanas now as an evidence. But there was a news long back that in the Afghanistan cave they found a Vimana. So I couldn't know later on, but one of the foreigner friend, who's my friend, I have inquired him. They said that later on the evidences are removed. So I even don't know, even in the temples also there are underground tunnels are there, and they are locked. They don't open. The government will be locking it. So we don't have access to most of the things. But Vimanas had this ability to disappear. It not only has the ability to disappear, but also, like for example, holograph. Do you know holographic images? So hologram. So what happened is, there are some, when I'm doing my research, there are yantras in the Vimana to make it appear like tiger or snake or whatever the pilot likes to choose. So there are many such things. So that's why I think that is the main reason why we cannot find it.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Actually, so let me go. Actually, we have Jeremy, Reese, and Kishley. Guys, can you hold on until? Can you hold on for just a moment until after Karthik finishes his presentation? That's okay. Okay, Karthik, would you like to present now, sir?
Yeah.
And could I ask you to turn your camera on, if that's okay?
See, that's the problem. There's a power cut here because of heavy thunderstorm. So
okay.
I'm just sitting with 50 minutes of my laptop power. So, and we are in India, it's pitch dark here with no power. Yeah. So hope I'll take you from this, my darkness. I'll throw a little light so that you can see the advancement of ancient people.
Yeah. So does that mean, so you don't want to present then? Oh, there we go. Okay, it's working. My apologies.
No need. Yeah. See, it's okay. I mean, communication gap, it's common. That too in online mode. See, I'm Karthik, and Dr. ABS Sastry, the presentations. This is my father, who has been predominantly working for last couple of years on this Vedic technologies. Okay, so first let me throw a light as to how do we take a meaning for a word of Sanskrit. See, Sanskrit is a language. In that language, each word has 6 meanings. Okay, so in that, the 5 meanings are the normal meanings, but the 6th meaning is called as Oshadi meaning. Oshadi is like medicinal or materialistic meaning. So when you look at all other 5 meanings, they are like spiritual. Okay, so I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show you the results which were comprehended by the technical equipments which are available right now, and then you can see how it is related. So see, what do I mean by Bharat? First of all, if you ask any Indian, why is your India called as Bharat? They say, oh, you don't know, previously, some centuries ago, there was a king named Bharata. He used to rule the world. The name of the king was Bharata. So that's why our land is named as Bharat. Okay. But that is like one meaning of it. But what is the actual meaning of Bharat? See, you have to divide the words. Bha. In Bha, the meaning of Bha in Sanskrit is knowledge, or light, splendor, all those things. And Rata is devoted, delighted. So the meaning of this is the land which is devoted, okay, in knowledge. That is what is called as Bharat. Okay, so this is how we have to interpret the language. So see, for example, you take Oxford Dictionary and you see the word set, S-E-T, that is the largest meaning word in Oxford Dictionary. You have many, meanings for the word set. So you have to have an idea as to when to appropriate use set at what time, right? So, I mean, I know in America, most of the people in US, Europe, and they say, or they say, everything became a synonym for, the ass has become a synonym for many sentences, right? So that's how, I mean, see, one word will have many meanings. So you have to take which word and what meaning is applicable at that context. This is very important when you're doing research. Right? Now see, what do I mean by the word Veda? Veda was originated from Vid Dhatu. Vid means that which educates, knowledge. So Vedas are text which educates you. Very good. Now, how do they educate us? All the people who study Vedas, so we call them as Chaturveda. Chaturvedis, we call them. People who studied all four Vedas are called as Chaturvedis. If you ask them, boss, what does the Vedas give you? They say, Vedas give you spiritual enlightenment. Oh, really? So what do you mean by spiritual enlightenment? So all the people who studied four Vedas at the end of their life, they are becoming gods, demigods, at least quasi-static gods. No. So what is that we are going to achieve? What do you mean by spiritual enhancement? Okay, so spiritual enhancement is kind of like introspection. Now, apart from that, there is something called as materialistic aspect of Vedas. Okay, now this is what we have started working on a couple of years ago. Now see, when you look at Vedas, Vedas are predominantly divided into two. They are Nigama and Agama. So Nigama are the Vedas which have science in it, and Agama are the Vedas which have technology in it. Please bear with me for 2 minutes. I'm going to take you into that. Okay. Now, somebody asks, what does your Veda talks about? What does it talk? It has four Vedas. You have, what does it talk about? So in one sentence, it is given as the Veda has Anodaniyan Mahato Mahiyan. From atom to universe, Vedas explain everything. So please stop this. You're all like telling myths. You're telling something which does not really exist. No, it is that we have to have an eye to look at it. Okay. So now somebody says, if Vedas really have science and technology, then why doesn't we can do that today? Right? If your Vedas really have a Vimana, why can't I do a Vimana right now? That's the question we get. That's true, entirely. But we have to have somebody who can decipher that technology or the words which are used to make an aircraft. For that only we are telling every Vedic word has 6 meanings. The last meaning which is there is called as Oshadi meaning. Now, if you go to a normal Sanskrit scholar and ask, what do you mean by Oshadi? He says it's a medicinal value. No, Oshadi also means material. Okay, so it's also a material meaning. Clear? Now, in Vedas only, the Vedas describe the universe as, matter and energy, stira and astira, moving, non-moving. This is what Vedas has said. Now, Vedas, depending on gnana, that is knowledge, they are classified as samgnana, vignana, and pragnana. Samgnana is like purity, vignana is utility, and pragnana is spirituality. So if you ask any Vedic scholar about Vedas, he can only talk about pragnana part of it, but not the vignana and samgnana part of it, right? So, see, as I said, Vedas, you have like Padartha and Shakti. Vedas has described two things. One is Padartha, the other one is Shakti. So matter and energy. Further, Padartha is divided into two. Stavara, immovable, Jangama, movable. Immovable matter and movable matter. Shakti, okay, here I've only given you two, but there are many Shaktis in it. I just gave you an example of it. Jyotir Brahma, light energy, and Sabda Brahma, sound energy. So these are all the textbooks which are there. Now let's just go to the work done by Sriviti. See, we wanted to see if there is, one second, just hold on. Yeah. Now, if somebody asks me a question, if Vedas have Vimanas, if you have a book called as Vimana Sastra, which talk about different kinds of Vimana, can we do a Vimana? Can we do an aircraft? Okay. Of course, we can do an aircraft, but we have to know the materials used in it, the structures used in it, the propulsion devices, right? The energy devices, everything. For that, initially material is something which is very important. So see, at Sriviti, we have decoded Vaimanika Shastra from Sanskrit into English. And then we started doing research on that. In that, the first thing which we have started doing is the material perspective of the book. Okay. Now see, if you go to any Sanskrit scholar in India and you see this, I've written it because even you can read it in English, right? Mayuragriyo samkasam driste gokshira sannibham apsucha plavate kshiptam etam mayura tuttakam. If you take this sloka to a normal Vedic scholar or a Sanskrit scholar, he tells this sloka gives the greatness of Lord Krishna. Mayuragriva samkasam, okay, the person who is in peacock blue color. Griste gokshira sannibham, who likes something which comes out of gokshira, cow milk. Griste gokshira, that means if you just, the thing which comes out of cow milk, we generally say it as butter, right? So butter, so a person who loves butter. So basically this two lines which are there, you go to any Vedic scholar, he tells that this talks about Lord Krishna and his greatness. But let's see the Oshari meaning of it, the materialistic meaning of this. Apsucha plavate kshiptam etam mayura tuttakam. See, the word mayura tuttakam which is there, mayura tuttakam, this is copper sulfate pentahydrate. Okay. Apsucha plavate kshiptam. That means if you take copper sulfate pentahydrate, you dissolve it in which one? Gokshira sannibham. If you dissolve it in cow milk and you place this in a copper vessel or iron vessel, and then you start griste, you start you just put a mechanical stirrer in it, and then you start doing this. So when you do it, you get something called as copper. Okay, so this two lines which is there in Vimana Shastra talks about extracting copper from copper sulfate pentahydrate. Now, the beauty of this is when we have taken copper sulfate pentahydrate and then we have dissolved it in cow milk and then we have placed it in an iron vessel and then we started stirring it. After 2 to 3 minutes, it's an exothermic reaction. There's a heat coming out. So we have seen the temperature. It is touching somewhere around, 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. So finally, when we get the material out after a few minutes, then we have removed it, we washed it. At the bottom of the vessel, we have seen a powder. So the beauty of this is we have tested the powder and what we got is nano particles of copper. And the size of that, you can see the transmission electron microscope image at the bottom of my screen, which is as small as 10 nanometers to as large as 50 nanometers, very well dispersed particles. You can see the XRD, the crystal size analysis. You can see that it is a pure copper material. Of course, somebody will say XRD does not give you a chemical composition. It just gives you the phase analysis. That's the reason why we have done scanning electron microscopy, which gives you the qualitative analysis of the chemical composition of the material. So when we have seen that, we have seen pure copper peaks, nothing else. This is 99.9% pure copper which we are getting. So from copper sulfate ore, in just 15 minutes of time, we were able to get nano copper, 99.9% nano copper. Okay. See, why we are forced to do the scanning electron microscopy is the limitation of the XRD technique is if anything by weight is less than 5%, XRD cannot pick up the peaks of that material. So that's the reason why we went to do scanning electron microscopy, EDAX technique, where we have confirmed that the material which we got is pure copper from copper sulfate. So this is how the research in Sanskrit has to be carried out. Next, we have taken another sloka from Vaimanika Shastra. Okay, it's an ancient textbook which is available for us, which we have decoded into English. See, Dvadasa Arkancha Anjanika Swayam Shvinka Astakam Tadha Samelya Galayet Samyak Satakaksha Usna Manathe. See, if you ask an Vedic scholar what is the meaning of this, he talks about Anjaneya, Lord Hanuman, who is there. But what is the materialistic meaning of this sloka? Dvadasa. In Sanskrit way, Dvadasa means 12. Dvadasa Arkancha. Arka is copper. Okay. Anjanika is antimony sulfide. Swayam Shvinka. Okay. See, Dvadasa Arkancha, 12 parts of copper. Anjanika Twayam, 3 parts of antimony sulfide. Shvinka Astakam. Shvinka is tin or zinc. Okay. Astakam, 8 parts of it. Tada. After that, Sammelya Galayet. Okay, you take them, you mix them. Samyak Satakaksha. Satakaksha is 100 kaksha. Okay. When you start 100 kaksha, when you start melting it, okay, then you get a material. So that material we have done, that's an alloy of copper, tin, and antimony. These are called as tertiary alloys. Okay, so if any materials engineer is there, he'll understand what I'm talking. These are called as tertiary alloys. Okay, So now what we have done is we have taken this alloy and then we have tested it. Not only we have tested it, we have adopted a Vedic route of making this alloy, and then we have taken a muffled furnace, the same quantity, the same alloy we have used, we have prepared using muffled furnace, the current conventional technique, and then using the previous technique or the ancient technique described in the textbook, we have done it. So these two we have compared them. And you can clearly see that the ancient alloy which we have done is 5 times it has better corrosion resistance than the similar alloy made in conventional technique. Okay, so the Vedic alloy which we have done is 90 times lower corrosion rate in comparison to commercial pure copper, and 17 to 16 times lower corrosion rate than commercial alloy 1 and 2. Okay, so this is the work conducted by IIT Chennai. This is the project we have done with the Defense of Government of India, Defense Department of Government of India. It's a funded project. So we have developed this alloy which has remarkable properties when compared to its conventional counterpart. Okay. Now you may ask me, what difference is it there? Whether you take copper, whether you take antimony sulfide, whether you take tin or zinc in a commercial, conventional available material, it's the same. So what parameters have changed to get this? When we have done a microstructural analysis, it is completely different when compared to this. Okay. Now, when we take this copper, antimony sulfide, and tin or zinc, what we have done is, before melting them, they have told the purification processes of these materials. How you will purify yourself every day, that you take bath morning and evening, right? Same way, any material which has to go into the process has to be purified. So we have a purification techniques which we have adopted, and that purified material we have used to develop the ancient alloys or Vedic alloys, right? Now, this is another sloka. This I didn't give you in English. You have to excuse me for that. Okay. But then we were basically talking about your tin oxide and zinc oxide. Okay, SnO2 and ZnO2, SnO, ZnO2 combinations we are talking about. This is the work again we have done for defense. You can see the XRD images of tin oxide and XRD of zinc oxide, and also the electron microscopy images of that. If you see, we have got the materials of nano sizes, nano materials. We got nano tin oxide and nano zinc oxide. See, these are the projects which we have done so far for various funding agencies. Now, these, see, not only that, we have taken the materials which we have developed into the practical application. We have taken the nano copper alloy which we have done, and we have used in developing the ship bottom coatings, anti-fouling and anti-corrosion coatings. These are the experiments which we have done. We have taken dark copper which we have developed using the Vedic route. We have coated this, and this is the results which we got. So we are now trying to commercially produce them in a large scale. Now, not only that, since copper has a antibacterial properties, we have taken the nano copper which we have developed and ball milled the nano copper, and we have conducted the antibacterial studies. And our nano copper which we have done using Vedic routes has given a very good antibacterial activity when compared to the ball milled nano copper. So, and the beauty of this nano copper which we have done is it has inactivated the E. coli to 99%. Okay, and we have done with gram positive and gram negative bacteria as well. This is the antibacterial fabric which we are developing for hospital applications using the nano copper which we have developed. We have used the ASTM standards for testing the material. And we have seen that even after 7 washing cycles, the zone of inhibition has reduced from 1.9 centimeters to 0.6. So zone of inhibition is, it's like an area around your body through which your bacteria can enter. So after 7 washes, still there is a zone of inhibition of 0.6 centimeters. Now, these are all the experiments which we have done. I'm not going detail into that. Okay, now somebody is interested in Mercury. Let's talk about that. See, where does this Mercury concept comes? In your mythology, there's something called as Midas touch, right? You have studied about Midas touch. The king who touches anything turns into a gold. So he starts touching his own daughter. He wants to hug his own daughter. The daughter, turns into gold statue. Now, how is it possible? Just by touching anything will become anything. So that means we are talking about a proton conversion, not an electron removal or electron adding. So we're not talking about cations, anions. We are talking about your subnucleons. Nucleons change here, right? So how is that happening without doing high energy experiments? Okay. See, this is the reference where we got about this Mercury. Okay. See, Manatraushade Prabha Vena Vipra Aprahatagatit Yojanam Sahasram Hi Divadhena Vrajam Yaham. So what this sloka tells you is, see, it seems somebody has asked a Brahmin, how are you able to travel this much in a very tender age? You're able to travel the whole world. How is it possible? You're of very small age, you're a very young age guy. So he says, I have the help of mantra and aushadi. Just in half a day, I could travel 1,000 yojanas. 1 yojana is 8 kilometers. So in half a day, this guy can travel 8,000 kilometers. Okay, so if you calculate, he'll be traveling with a speed of light probably. But then, how is it possible? See, he clearly used with the help of mantra and aushadi. So this is what got our attention. So we started taking different Puranas and Itihasas, not only Vaimanika Shastra, every other thing we have started doing it. And then we have we have taken Narada Maharshi, okay? Narada Maharshi has told the purification process of Mercury, and then how do we use this Mercury, okay? So what Narada Maharshi told us, there are 18 steps of purification for Mercury. Anybody who uses Mercury should perform the 18 processes which was told. So what is that 18 processes? You can see it: purification, boiling, rubbing, installation, sublimation, confinement, restraint. So see, the beauty of this is at the 12th stage, 12 steps of purification, if you do, you get something called as anti-gravity material. Okay. And 18 process, if you complete, 18 processes of purification, if you complete, you get something called as amruta. That means if you consume this 18th purified mercury, you will become eternal. Okay. So that's what, when 12th process is completed, see how he has given it in his text. Charanti Rasumbrat Reshitikagnat, that means mercury moves like an earthworm. Okay, when 12th process is completed, this is the sentence he has used in this Purana. So when somebody is using mercury in India, you go to any Ayurvedic doctor, any Rasasastra expert, anybody is using mercury in India, we will not use the unpurified mercury. We will do the purification process for that mercury, and then we are going to use it. Right? So now, excuse me. See, I told you, right? Midas touch. Does it have anything to do with mercury? Of course. If you do 16 processes of mercury. You can see it is called as Dritibhanda. That means you can convert one form of material to another form. Copper to gold, silver to gold, even iron to gold you can convert. Okay, how does this happen? This is something which we are to research upon. But let me tell you one thing, we have achieved until 8th process of purification in our institute, and the mercury which we got is, we say this is a live mercury. You at room temperature, this mercury will be in solid state. At room temperature, the mercury will be in solid state. This is also called as, bandhana. Okay, mercury, we have made it into solid, so it is unmovable now. We have stopped the movement of the mercury. This is what it is. So see, when mercury alone in conjunction with something is solidifies, undergoes, and you do it something called as Agnibadha, okay, it gives you the anti-gravity property. So probably our ancient people have mastered this Agnibadha of mercury, where it became where it gets into anti-gravity property, probably. Now, if you ask me how it happens, as of this time, I don't have extremely no idea, because we have achieved only 8 processes of purification. We have to come to 12th process of purification to know what actually is going to happen. Now you may ask, okay, let me complete this. Anyhow, see, this also, Maharshi Patanjali in his book Loha Shastra has described solidification of mercury in flying in sky, which is called as Akasagamana. So the most books of Rasa Shastra indicates 8 to 18 mercury purification processes. Beyond 18 processes, there are several other intricate purifying processes known to Maharshis, Siddhas, and ascetics, and so on. Hence, 24th process Rudran is one of the lost technology. Now you understand why Lord Shiva is called as Rudra, because Rudra, Lord Shiva, we say, is an eternal God in our culture. The supreme God is Lord Shiva. So the other name for him is Rudran, Rudra. So, excuse me, he's an eternal God. So that means after 24th purification process, you can become eternal like him. But then we don't have that technology. We don't know how we have to do it. You may ask me, why don't we know it? Because we don't have the texts which are there, which gives us that method of purification. That is a lost technology which we have to revive. So once we revive it, at least we do 18 processes, we can, after 12th process, we can get anti-gravity properties. But somewhere we have lost it. So we are trying to get those texts which talks about the other purification techniques also. It's still a research which is going on. So with this, I think I'll make a stop, because I might have given so much of technical information. I'm ready for the Q&A session, Tim, but let me join
Wonderful.
my
Sorry.
mobile. My laptop.
Yeah, I know you're running low. So let's go into Q&A sessions then. And one of the things Mark had said in chat is we might like to have you back also in the future to do kind of a more full run through there. And I'm sure that Madhu also has lots of materials that he could present, but let's go to questions. Again, the way to do those is Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. If you guys have any questions. And I know there was a lot. So I guess that one question would be questions on Mercury. There's Jeremy. Jeremy, go for it, sir.
Yeah, Tim. Vaddadi had. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. Vaddadi had mentioned that herbs were used in the refining process, and I don't recall seeing that step, and I'd like more information on maybe which herbs were used. Just herbs is a very broad term. There's lots of plants that can classify as herbs, and they contain a wide variety of different elements. And I'm curious if there's a specific element that's contained in a specific type of herb that's vital to this construction process that was passed down in these ancient texts.
Yeah, and Kavya, if you can answer that, Kavya, that'd be wonderful. Or Karthik may be able to answer it as well, because he's definitely working on the material science aspect of things. So.
Yes, Jeremy. Tim, let me take this question. Jeremy, the herbs I did not give you because if I go on giving you the list of herbs and the experiments which we have conducted, it's going to be a 2 to 3 hours long session. But let me put you in a very simple sense. We are going to take viable herbs. For example, we were taking, Tamarindus indica, right? We are going to take Indian gooseberry. We are going to get the extract of that, and then we are going to mix that extract with your material which we need to do: copper sulfate, zinc sulfate, aluminium, anything. Iron sulfate. And then we are going to conduct a basic electronegativity concepts. Okay, we are going to do that, and then we are going to get nanomaterials out of it. So I can do the experiment with pure H2O as well, but then the process is not fast enough with pure water. So the herbs are basically acting as a catalyst, and the functional groups in herbs are aiding for the removal of, the negative ions from that, and then we are going to get pure metals out of it. We have done also with, buttermilk. We have done with cow milk. We will have done with buffalo milk. We have done with pure water. We have done with, NaCl solution. We have taken tulasi, right? Ocimum sanctum. We have taken Indian gooseberry. We have taken Azar dicta indica. We have taken Tamarindus indica. So with wide range of herbs we have done, and we have also published international research articles on the materials which we have developed using this technology.
Oh, thank you. That's some good information. Yeah, because I wanted more specifics. She had just mentioned herbs, and I was like, well, that could mean a lot. So yeah, it's good to know. You believe that these are working as a catalyst. There's not something that's being extracted or used for those. The process. But I had another point about the copper nanomaterial that it looks like you were created, because there's some type of nanomaterial or two-dimensional material that's used in these the skin coatings or these Vimanas. And I thought that was interesting that you gave kind of a recipe for that. I'm gonna have to go back and dive deeper into that. Where can people find your website or more information, more of this technical information on the herbs and some of that stuff?
If anybody is interested, they can send an email to us. Kavya has our email, so we can send the technical details of it, papers we have published on that.
Yeah, and again, I believe I have links to all of that up on the website, but but Karthik and Madhu and Kavya, if I've missed any links, let me know. I'm happy to put more up for you, to more materials and research. And again, I think we'd definitely like to have you back on to elaborate more on these in the future. As you've said, you've got easily 2 or 3 hours worth of material, and in chat, people are really, really intrigued by this, and it is, to me, it's really interesting.
Yeah, if there was ever an audience online that will sit through those 2 to 3 hours and absorb every bit of it, this is it. So
yeah. Well, it intrigues me because I'm kind of a history buff too, right? When you take a look at the long term, human history stretches back, tens, hundreds of thousands of years, and we know very little about that. But people weren't just sitting around, and in their own way, they were as innovative back then as we are today. So it's interesting to learn more about these things. So again, we've probably got about 20 minutes left in Q&A session, and it would be option Y or alt Y if if you want to ask a question. And I think one of the big areas is probably Mercury. I think that we've talked about that a lot, as well as purifying Mercury. You mentioned that it was underneath the temples, and then Jeremy suggested, with our isotopes missing, to show that they might have been extracting a particular type. So there are a lot of bits and pieces to this.
Yes, and also that process that he went through, the 18-step process that he went through, it sounds like they were extracting a certain isotope of the mercury, which, there's some, according to the legends, you need red mercury is what the Russians called it, and the Germans called it during World War II. Apparently there's this whole controversy over whether red mercury was a real thing or not. It's widely denoted as like Cold War propaganda by the experts and the official, story of it. But
yeah. Let me go to David Hughes next. David has his hands up.
Oh yeah, there we go. This is very interesting, and when I'm listening to it, I'm reminded of in the 1980s when everyone was on a tear to find out the alchemy behind the varnish for a Stradivarius, and everyone was trying to gather up as many dragonfly wings as they could, and in the end, a few years ago, they find out that he basically, in a sense, just walked down to the Home Depot and picked up what was readily available and was a great master at it. So I started to think that when you're doing the research into how they treated this mercury, is there a possibility that we are limiting their travels to just India? Have we looked into some of the writings from China, for instance, that predated thousands of years, that maybe they had learned from them, and that might be a place where you could find some of the missing links, so to speak?
Yes, David, thank you for that. Yeah, probably this is where I think all the like-minded people have to come forward, form a group, and then work towards achieving it. This is the problem which we have faced, in working is, see, the 24 processes of purification of mercury said some of the herbs are not, or plants which are there, are not available in India. Okay, so probably they might be available in Australia, as you said, China, probably Japan, US, Europe, somewhere. So, we have to work together and then, form a common platform where if we can get that herbs and continue the purification technique, yeah, probably we can achieve your anti-gravity property of a mercury. So I'm not only talking about anti-gravity property of a mercury ion engines. That's okay, fine. But see, maybe there are some medicinal properties which will be enormous benefit to the population at large. We have some diseases where we don't, have a cure for it. So probably when we do this, we can get the medicinal properties as well. So let me take this opportunity to invite all the people who are interested to work on ancient technology. We can form into a, I can say, a band, and then work together so that we can achieve. See, at the end of the day, the purpose of a man is to make the place where he live more sustainable in nature. We have to pass this beautiful earth which we have, the beautiful resources which we have, to the next generations, right? So
Yeah, absolutely. Let me jump in really quick. So Pi in our chat room had asked, he wanted me to ask Kavya when the English translation of her book on the Vimana Shastra would be ready for purchase.
yes, we have already decoded it, and then we are going to officially publish the book in next 2 to 3 months of time. So Tim will keep you posted. So
Okay.
once we have done it, you can just inform the person.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, and he's a regular attendee, so yeah, we'll just let him know. Okay, so let me go to Will Riken next. Will, thank you for waiting, sir. Oh, and I think Will just disappeared. You know what? I think there he is.
Okay, here we are. Yeah, I had to find the audio. The format changed, and I'm not sure what happened. Okay, so what do you consider? You said that your materials are all nanomaterials. What do you consider to be? What size do you consider to be nanomaterials?
Yeah, hello, Will. See, the size which we are talking about, we have different sizes. The average particle size we are talking about is 25 nanometers. So we have the particles ranging from as small as 5 nanometers to as large as 50 nanometers.
Sorry, you just said
So, but
5
majority of the
nanometers?
particles are in 25 nanometers range.
Okay, but you just said 5 nanometers. So you have 5 or 25?
No, it ranges from 5 to 50. So they are like, if I take 30 particles, 20 particles are in 25 nanometers, maybe 2 are in 5 nanometers and 8 are in 40 nanometers. So if I average all those things, so I'm telling you the mean value, the average particle size.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to know. I want to know what your range was. Okay, so you said that you're using herbs as a catalyst. So you didn't explain the process for the catalyst.
I didn't explain the process because
in what way are you using that process?
Yeah, see, that's what. For me to explain the process, it takes, the presentation becomes too technical. So maybe we can have some other day where I can present you the.
For me, I'm just fine. So you can explain it to me.
Yeah. Well, Will, if I could jump in, I think he's worried about time limitations. And then the other thing to keep in mind is, so Karthik is running on battery power, and so that's something I'm keeping in mind is that he apparently there's an outage in his area, and so.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why he's not on video. So he's on battery power. Again, we have 15 minutes left. We'd love to have him back on in the future, but.
Okay, yeah. So I'd like to talk with you later offline about your catalyst.
Sure. I'm looking forward for it.
Yeah, and actually, let me jump in really quick. This is probably a good time to mention. So the APEC 24/7 channel. This is a WhatsApp chat group, and what I'm going to do is paste this. I'm going to paste the link. It's on our website, and I'm going to paste that link into chat as well. I'll put that in there right now. And Carl, would you like to go in terms of questions? There's the chat link for anyone who wants to join our
Jim,
APEC.
is that link for also his papers? Because I don't see any links for his papers.
I believe those are in the links that I put up for Kavya. She sent me links to SRIBT as well as her own stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my apologies. Let me go to Carl next.
Hey, just thank you so much. Karthik, really quickly on the mercury process purification. Does the color of the mercury change at all during that process? Has that ever been mentioned, analogous to red mercury changes? Thank you.
See, as of such, the optical properties change has not been mentioned anywhere in any text. But when we have done the 8 purification process on that, we still see the mercury color has remained the same. So probably when we go further down, but then as such, I mean, see, we logically think there's this person who is applying this anti-gravity mercury to his feet and then he's flying. That's what they said. So literally flying is not we flying. I mean, probably by an aircraft powered by mercury. So as such, there is no specific mention of the change of the color of the mercury.
Thank you very much.
And thank you as well, Carl. Jeremy, would you like to go again, sir?
Yes, I have more questions from our live chat, including a $20 super chat from Esoteric Gold, thank you for that contribution. He wants to know, did our guest ever find where Mercury was radioactive or radioactive metals ever used? And or maybe a sweet substance used in the fuel. That was the word sweet.
Yeah. See, all the mercury purification which we have done, we have checked for radioactivity, and it's not radioactive at all. It was done by Baba Atomic Research Center, which it's a defense organization which deals with radioactive materials and nuclear power plants. So we have given the mercury which we have developed to them, and they have certified that the mercury which we have done, that 8 steps of purification, is entirely non-radioactive. This one. And second thing, yeah, as I told, the mercury attains an anti-gravity property after 18 steps of purification, where we have only achieved 8 steps. So probably when it comes to 18 steps of purification, you see, that's what, when I tell it gets an anti-gravity property, it does not, that doesn't mean if I take this mercury, apply it on the surface of a pen, the pen floats. So probably what they mean is that mercury now is becoming a fuel which can propel an aircraft or a rocket, whatever it is. So that is what they probably mean to say, that mercury is becoming anti-gravity in nature. So probably it became a fuel with maybe the properties of a solid propellant which we are using today.
Thank you. And also I had a question. Michael Perron wants to know, what is the purification process that makes the mercury solid at room temperature?
So he's basically asking a technical know-how. Anyhow, see, there are the specific herbs. Okay, I have given in my presentation that the process which includes is, rubbing the mercury with the herbs, then leaving it at room temperature for a certain time. And then again, take the second herb, you again rub it with that herb, leave it again for a certain time. So this is a process which we do. So the purification predominantly involves the herbs which we use. So as of now, it's a technical know-how and a patented process. So I cannot tell what herbs, but yeah, I can definitely tell that this is what is done.
Oh, so it's proprietary. Okay.
Well, proprietary and also highly technical, right? And so it probably not appropriate for the for this conference with 10 minutes left. But Jeremy, did you have any other questions?
No, that was it, man. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Oh, and then there's Jeremiah Pop. Sir, go for it.
Yeah, I just figured, well, we're on the topic before we run out of time. I wanted to mention a couple of things that are quite relevant, very exciting stuff. First off, nanocopper. Besides its extraordinary usefulness in almost all of this research for everything from Van Derek kind of stuff to the ARV, if you ever happen to get your hands on one of the original copies of McCandlish's ARV drawing, you'll see on the bottom right corner a description of what the plates are made of. And specifically, 15 micron size nano copper spheres were used to coat those surfaces of discs and also to slightly separate those particulates out so that you get this tunneling effect going through the potting agent, which in that case was, we believe, some kind of quartz, likely a quartz containing carbon inclusions, which would act as an electron source. So first thing to know is nanomercury, or excuse me, nanocopper. Nanocopper can drastically increase the surface area on a charge holding plate in a high voltage circuit and give you tremendously amplified effects. The second one I wanted to mention is about the mercury itself in terms of different colors of mercury that we see under different energetic states. Ordinary mercury with nothing special done to it, when you just simply stir it around inside of a vacuum environment, will generate a blue glow, not only against the glass, but also against the atmosphere left inside. It actually generates hundreds to thousands of volts by stirring it at just 100 RPMs or so by hand. And this is fascinating to actually see. I took it in a dark room, small vial full of vacuum mercury, and spun it, and it generated light. I found another paper that's a test on impulsing mercury against a vial, and it turns out that at a very high energy level, when it loses 3 electrons or more, it generates red photons. For some particular reason, the energy band gap jump when the electrons kind of fill back in that gap will produce a red light instead of a blue light. And so we've seen Mercury glow red under high energy impulse conditions, which wouldn't be surprising to think that maybe red Mercury may not in fact be a special element or a special type of Mercury, but could just be Mercury highly ionized, as it does generate these characteristically colored photons.
And it would have
just,
to.
Just before we wanted to go, I wanted to throw those things out there because it is quite valid to what's been presented so far. And if people were wondering, how does this tie into alternative propulsion? This is how.
Yes, high energy. You hit it with high energies and it glows red. That is key stuff, man. That might explain it quite well. And the purification process, because you need super pure mercury to lower the dampening within the substrate.
And now, let me see. I was going to ask if Jeremiah had any questions. It looks like he just muted himself again. So we've got about 7 minutes left. Does anyone else have any questions for Karthik or Kavya? And again, you can raise your hand in chat, or actually, Carl had asked. Let me see. He's curious if there's any notion of the bell inside of the Vimana, vortices of electrified mercury.
Jeremiah?
If you don't mind me answering, yeah, I can tell you that when we tested mercury circulation and crashed mercury into itself, it does release a huge amount of charge. Mercury has a tendency at room temperature as a liquid state to naturally produce a massive quantity of ions. In general, if you're looking at a liquid mercury pool just sitting there on the table, it's mostly ionized and it's constantly shooting electrons back and forth between its various molecules. So it doesn't like to hold on to its valence electrons, and they're highly mobile. So this is one of those interesting things to think about, that if you just simply create turbulence within mercury, you'll get these kinds of voltages. If you control that turbulence in a very specific singular direction, you can extract the electrical differential from it. So there is a big energy production possibility using mercury, if that's what you were asking, Carl. A Mercury vortex would be one way to crash the mercury against itself, or to get an asymmetric acceleration in order to cause these kinds of effects, to specifically about the Mercury vortex engines of Vimana.
Let me go to let me go to Mark really quick, because Mark is holding up a bottle of mercury, and I could tell he's itchy to show it off. Mark, is that a cologne bottle? You don't spray that?
No, it's actually a mercury bottle. This is just 1 pound of it. Jeremiah over there has 22 pounds of mercury.
Maybe.
That's what you told me. I don't know. It's somewhere.
It's a bigger. I think it might be actually more than that. Volumetrically, 3.5 by 7 inches vial. I guess I would calculate.
That's a lot of mercury. Yeah.
It takes 12 pounds to lift it. I keep it in a double confined container, air sealed, because it scares the shit out of me. But it's enough to run an engine.
Yeah. And another thing to mention, Jeremiah, thanks for bringing that up earlier. I was actually gonna.
I know you were going to mention Sony, didn't you?
I was actually going to call him out to say that, because he was the one who discovered that. Very interesting fact. Mercury can glow red, so it's not like a different element or anything. Also, another interesting thing about mercury is it has a lot of free electrons. And if you need to make the hull of the craft negative, to create these effects, then the mercury would go positive. One of the effects of that is possibly turning it into gold. Now, this would be an unwanted side effect. The gold would be a byproduct, and it would be trash. It would be bad mercury. And is there any connection, as a question for Kavya and the other presenter, is there any connection between these Vimana craft and gold? Like, were they handing out gold?
Yes, sir. Actually, there are descriptions of the Vimana manufacturing materials. In the manufacturing materials, there are uses of silver, gold also, and even other texts, not Vimana Shastra, but other texts also mention the procedure how to create gold through mercury by using mercury.
Yes. But basically, mercury is element 80. Mercury is element 80, and gold is 79. So if you were to positively charge it, meaning we're removing electrons, eventually you might turn a proton into electrons or something like that, and
boom, you got gold
Yes,
instead
sir.
of
There
mercury.
are procedures by using again that in those procedures also I think there are herbs also used in that procedure. There are many such descriptions even in our for example, I have mentioned to you that festivals are also signs, sir. So for example, one of the festival there are like many stories as per the tradition, but this is not religion. In the stories what it says is that there are monies, means crystals which can turn anything into gold or anything into silver, like that. There are some particular crystals for that, and there are many such crystals. For Lord Krishna is very famous, so there is a story in his one of the festival, and there are many such stories, sir. They use crystals and herbs also. Through mercury also they create gold. They can make anything into gold.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. So let me go to Harold really quick, and then Kishley, if we have time. We've only got a couple of minutes left. Go ahead, Harold.
Yes, one question I have, is that, is there any mathematical theory, that they have explored the ancient texts and translated to mathematical theory and molecular and atomic orientation on how Mercury, or one material can produce anti-gravity waves? Have any physicists or mathematicians have done it?
Yeah, thank you, Harold, for that question. See, that's what everything which we have in ancient texts is in a very secretive language, as you can see, right? It has taken us a couple of years to decode and get the materialistic meaning of what the text means. So probably somebody might have developed a mathematical interpretation or chemical kinematics. Maybe they would have told, but we don't have the knowledge of, decoding it. That's the biggest problem we have today. So, but as such, you can see that now that we have scientific tools and science has advanced a lot, probably we can run a simulation. If we have that herbs, we can put in the input, we can give the herbs, and then we can see what kind of chemical kinematics is happening first to attain an anti-gravity property. So probably that's what, see, when I say anti-gravity property, please do not take in a literal sense. Probably they are meaning that mercury can be used as a fuel to propel an aircraft or rocket or whatever it is, right? So see, today we are using ADN for solid propellant, ammonium dinitride. So probably when I say ADN, if I say ADN is anti-gravity, that doesn't make sense. I mean, probably what they mean by anti-gravity is they can use it as a fuel to attain the escape velocity, which is probably 11.2 kilometers per second for the Earth gravitational field. So they can attain that escape velocity. So mercury gets converted into a fuel which can attain that much of thrust.
Are you saying a propellant? Can be
Yeah, it might be a propellant.
Okay, thank you. And after listening to this conversation, I regret that in 2016 I gave away a gallon of mercury. Now I have big regrets. Thank you.
And thank you as well, Harold. Okay, so I think we are just about out of time. So let me do this. What I want to do here is I want to put this on gallery view, and we have a couple of people that we need to give an enormous applause to. Let's applaud Kavya Vaddadi, Karthik Amanchi, and of course Madhu Valluri. So all three of you, wonderful presentations and incredible.
Thank you, sir.
Incredible learning and knowledge. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you for staying up so late because it's 2 a.m. your time. And I'd also like to thank Kishley Kisu for doing the introduction as well.
Thank you, Tim. It's a wonderful experience I had sharing knowledge with like-minded people across the globe. So hopefully we'll work together to make this a sustainable place for future generations.
Thank you again. Okay, so oh,
excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, Tim.
Hari, sir.
Yeah, this is Srihari.
Oh, sweetheart. And I think again I will touch base with you. We'll see if we can have all of you back at some point, because I think that we're getting into something that there's a lot more information, and there's really wonderful stuff. But thank you again. Thank all of you. And so actually let me do our intro now for our next guest. Okay. So here we go, and let me bring up the bio. So our next guest, and I believe he is with us in chat here, is Kevin Day. Kevin Day is a retired United States Navy Senior Chief Petty Officer, former ops specialist and Top Gun air intercept controller with more than 20 years experience in strike group air defense, including wartime operations. He's an expert operator of the highly advanced SPY-1 radar system with years of service on board Aegis-equipped ships. He's logged hundreds of air-to-air intercepts of suspect aircraft in both training and wartime operations. So in November 2004, during combat training exercises, it was the Princeton's Combat Information Center that discovered the fleets of anomalous air contacts, and it was Kevin Day who instructed the pilots to change their course and investigate the unidentified radar spot that observed by the Princeton's radar footage. The footage of that encounter is the Tic Tac Incident, and it was released to the public in December 2017. And in September 2019, as you all know, the US Navy acknowledged that 3 of those videos are real unidentified phenomena. Kevin is also the founder of UAP Expeditions. That's a nonprofit group of former military officials, Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, university professors, and scientists, fielding a top-notch group of uber-experienced pros to provide the public service of field testing new UAP-related technologies. Okay, that was a lot to read, but Kevin is really, he is really at the key. He's one of the pinnacle figures. And so now I have to figure out where he is in our list. Okay. And let me see if this is the correct Kevin.
Aloha, Tim. Can you hear me?
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Welcome, sir. Welcome. You look
thank
great.
you.
You look great. So are you on your phone, or did you get your laptop working?
I got my I went down and got my laptop. They called me and said it was done. Come get it.
Thank you so much. I know, and I should mention to the audience, so you were feeling a little ill today and you're having laptop problems as well. So I appreciate your pushing through and sharing with us.
I am too. I'm very happy I didn't cancel on you. I really hate doing that. Just so you know, it's one of my pet peeves. When it happens.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I would say, go ahead, and if you have a PowerPoint to put up, just do the share screen button for that, or
unfortunately I couldn't find it. I think I have a virus on my computer and a bunch of stuff got deleted. Oh, so but I can certainly talk to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll mute myself out and feel free to start anytime.
You bet. 2004 November, we were off the coast of San Diego doing workups. We were just about ready to go on deployment overseas. And oh, by the way, this just happened to be my very last underway on a ship. And it was also the Tic Tacs for my very last air-to-air intercept in the Navy while I was still wearing a uniform. But anyway, it was on or about the 10th of November, 2004. We were off the coast and I started to notice these strange tracks off Catalina. And the reason, Tim, why I say they were strange, because they were appearing in groups of 5 to 10 at a time. And they were at 28,000 feet. When I first saw them, they're at 28,000 feet tracking south at 100 knots. Now, I found out later that these objects had actually descended from low Earth orbit, and they originally went to 80,000 feet, and then they dropped down to 28,000 feet. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, man, I've been sitting behind this radar, Spy-1 radar, for 18 plus years on 3 different Aegis ships. I've never, ever seen anything fly like this. What in the hell is this thing? And we weren't really concerned about it, other than we did take down all of our systems. We ran diagnostics to make sure they were real contacts. And when we brought everything back up in the strike group, we weren't the only ship that had them on radar. They were even stronger than they were before. And we weren't really concerned about it because we all thought maybe, okay, they're real, but they're probably civilian related. They don't even know we're down here. So we'll just monitor them, we'll track them, report them on the data, and just keep an eye on them. Until the morning of November 14th rolls around, we were going to do a major air defense exercise. We were going to launch a bunch of notional good guys off the Nimitz, a bunch of notional bad guys off San Diego, and we were going to make air defense exercise right there in the skies. At which point these contacts, whatever they were going to become a flight safety concern. I didn't want to run into them. So Captain Smith comes down to combat. I said, hey, sir, you know, we've been tracking these objects for several days now, and no one in the strike group has any clue what they are. They're not on the notice to air navigation messages or nothing. I very strongly recommend that we intercept one of them, find out what it is, because if we don't and we hit one of these objects, someone's going to ask you and me, sir, why we were so damn curious about these contacts. He looks at me real sternly and says, you're right, sir, Chief, intercepting VID, visually identified. I was like, hell yeah, that's what I wanted. And the Fast Eagle flight had just launched off the Nimitz. Commander Fravor happened to be airborne. That was just the style of guy he was. He was always the first to launch. One of the best pilots the Navy's ever produced, I have to say. And we took control of the flight, and we drove him up to the closest contact. And as soon as he gets to the merge plot position, Tim, which is basically two vertical objects in the same vertical piece of sky and on the 2D display, they're merged now. He starts screaming on the radio, oh my God, I'm engaged, I'm engaged. And we're all like, what? And we watched on radar this object that he had intercepted went from 28,000 feet down to the surface of the water, surface of the ocean in less than a second. We were stunned. We didn't have words. We all looked at each other like, what in the hell is going on? So he leaves his wingman up high. He goes chasing it down below, and he comes back on the radio. He goes, Charlie, which was our call sign for our ship, we may have a downed aircraft here, because apparently he saw a disturbance in the water. And then in the next moment, he notices little, what he described later as a Tic Tac like candy about as long as his aircraft, 47 feet or so. And it was zigzagging over the top of this disturbance in the water, whatever it was. And all of a sudden, when he got close to it, it turned on him and recognized him again. And he did a couple turns on it, and all of a sudden this thing just disappeared right in front of him. Literally, this is his testimony, and we watched it on radar, and it went 60 miles in less than 2 seconds. And no sonic booms, no nothing. And the weird thing is, Tim, in strike group air defense, we protect ourselves from expected threats. And the way we do that is we put in combat, and this is all unclassified. You can look it up on Wikipedia. We put in combat air patrol stations on the threat sector, so we're already in position to intercept if we have to. And to this day, I don't know how that object knew where that point was in the sky, but whatever that object was, it went to his cap station. Not just close, but exactly on it, the exact Latin long in the exact assigned altitude. And so either it had cracked the code on our data links and went there, or something else was going on and it knew where the cap point was. And so we ended up canceling the air defense exercise because if I was to count all these objects up, they were appearing in groups of 5 to 10 at a time. And over the course of maybe, 8, 9, 10 days, there was like 100 of these objects. And they were definitely a threat to air navigation. So we ended up canceling our air defense exercise, and to this day, they remain unidentified. And so I ended up doing my last tour on a shore duty command over there in San Diego, and I retired. And all this time I'm trying to tell whoever would listen to me, hey guys, we got there's a flight safety risk here. I had real issues with safety of flight. We need to do something about this. And as soon as I described what had happened, I got laughed at, and people I had known for 25 years were literally laughing at me. And I got so frustrated with the Department of Defense and the whole thing, I ended up quitting my defense contracting job and ended up back in Phoenix, where I was living at the time. I live in Southern Oregon now. And I was thinking to myself, okay, what am I going to do? So what I did is I wrote this story in terms of a short story. It's called The Seer. SEE with an apostrophe R, the seer. And I wrote some other stories to go along with it. And I published it in the Library of Congress, just in case, well, for two reasons. One, to get it off my chest. And also just in case this story ever became public, that my little book that I published in February 2009 would now become evidence that this really happened. And I went on with life, and I ended up back in my hometown in Southern Oregon. And I was down at the golf course, and I just reopened the kitchen, and I was carrying out a plate of food, and all of a sudden we were watching the golf tournament, of course, and all of a sudden CNN was on. I was like, who turned on? And then I saw what was on TV, Tim, and I was so shocked. I dropped the plate of fish and chips on the floor, and I yelled out to my brother, I'll be back, Dave, I gotta go. Because it was Commander Fravor, December 17, finally went public. And I knew in that instant my life was about to change. It had to, because I was a key witness. I'd published a book, and I came running home. I call Gary Voorhees. He's now the president of UPA Expeditions. And I said, hey, Gary, we got to back up what this guy's saying, man. We were on the ship and we saw this happen, and we're witnesses to this. So we got to support the man. So that's how we kind of came back together. And UAP Expeditions, as a result over the last several years now, had formed organically. One thing led to another. We had New York University physicists join our team, Dr. Kevin Knuth, Matthew Zydagas, and I'm gonna leave folks out, and I didn't mean to, but we completed our first expedition off SoCal, and I got to tell you, Tim, we recorded 660 hours of data, video data, and we are running it on 4 separate computers, and they're going through it pixel by pixel by pixel by pixel to figure out what this data is. Because our mission statement is UAP is real first, UAP is findable, and we've proven that a couple of times now, and also that UAP is knowable. We can figure out what this stuff is, and we've got some pretty heavy-duty scientists trying to crack the code on this stuff right now.
Yeah, and Kevin, I noticed there's some background.
Go ahead, yeah, jump in.
Some background noise.
Yep. Yeah, hold on. Let me.
That's okay. I just want to make sure everything was okay on your end.
Oh yeah, the 2-year-old woke up from his nap.
Oh, okay.
Right, of course, right when his babysitter walked up. So I got to wait for him to come back in. Anyway, go ahead. Is it bugging you? I can solve it.
Oh no, that's okay. I just wasn't sure if you had to. I wasn't sure. Do you need a moment to? I mean,
I'm fine.
Oh,
as long
okay.
as it's not bugging you. No, I'm used to it.
Yeah. Well, no, I was going to say, yeah, definitely go ahead. And yeah, I mean, this is exciting. And this is stuff in our conference, right? And again, we on average, I mean, we have maybe 50 attendees in the conference itself every week. And then we have a couple of hundred live stream. And then we have several thousand people that watch this in replay every 2 weeks, right? So we have a pretty massive audience. We're reaching over 120,000 subscribers.
This actually is starting to bug me. Can I be right back? I got.
Oh, sure thing.
Hold on just a sec, please.
Okay, and so yeah, I'll mute Kevin out there for just one moment, and he's handling that. Yeah, and as I was saying, I'll put this on gallery view. I would say that, it looks like Kevin is back. Okay, and Kevin, you're still mute. I muted you, sir, but go for it.
Okay, I'm up now.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Oh no, it's okay. Well, yeah. So you were telling us. So when you saw the video on CNN, you dropped the fish and chips, and you realized that things were going to change because you were now like an expert witness, I guess.
Yeah. And yeah, so I went rushing back home, and one thing led to another, and here we are today. And UAP Expeditions has got some more missions coming up, and I still want to be the guy that makes this identification. What are these objects? I mean, truly, I don't think they were. And I have to say, when it was this happening, none of us were thinking in terms of hostilities. These things never displayed any type of hostile intentions towards. Quite the opposite, in fact. it was like they were almost being friendly and waving to us and just saying hi. Never felt threatened by them at all. The only concern I had was safety of flight, and I think that's still a concern. And you know, since over the last 10 years or so, there in fact has been some near misses with these objects in the Navy, and that's just the ones that we know about. Maybe there's been others that haven't been made public. So my warning proved true, and I think there's some folks in DoD now that wish they would have listened to me, not laughed me out of the business. I mean, it broke my heart, man. I got to tell you, it broke my heart.
Well, now, if it's okay to ask, could you tell us a little bit about UAP Expeditions? Because so that's a company that you've just recently formed, and you're actually, yeah, if I understand things correctly, you're field testing new technology. You're trying to identify and basically capture more info about UAPs. And then you're also basically doing work off the coast of California, like kind of the Catalina Island area.
Yeah, Catalina is definitely the hot spot. And our website is UAP Expedition, no S, UAPexpedition.org. We are soon will be a federally licensed nonprofit. None of us are getting paid. We're doing this because we want to figure out what it is. And we're getting our technologies from people that are sharing it with us, and so we can go test it out and record data on these objects, whatever they are. And I just got to ask, Tim, what do you think they are? I mean, is it us? Is it them? What? I don't really have a good, I mean, I want the data to tell me what they are. I mean,
yeah.
Otherwise I'm just guessing, you know?
Well, and you mentioned that you're actually picking up some data from UAP Expeditions also.
Oh yeah. We recorded like 660 hours of data on our last expedition out to SoCal, and the team out in New York University is going through that data pixel by pixel, and they are going to write academic papers when they're done. We definitely recorded some very anomalous data that's irrefutable. I mean, an eyewitness is just that. I mean, people can recant it and say it didn't happen and all that, but it's kind of hard to do with data. We got hard data now, and we intend to share it. We tend to make it public, academic papers. And if we can figure out what it is, we'll divulge that too. If we can't, then we can't.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the reason I asked this, you mentioned a couple of gamma ray, and I know there are things that you can't share.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up. I was, I'm not a scientist myself. I'm a trained Navy watchstander, trained observer, and we had rented a flat house off the beach there, Costa Mesa area, Laguna Beach, and we had all the gear set up, and I was walking by, and Dr. Knuth says, "Hey, Kevin, check this out." He said, "I know you don't know what you're looking at." And I was looking at the scope, and there was 2 spikes on it. And he says, "What you're seeing here is 2 gamma ray bursts, and they happened within a second of each other." And he looked at me and said, "Kevin, do you know the odds of that? They're about greater than 1,000,000 to 1. That should not have happened, but it just did." And that's just one. That was just one notable. There's other things that happened too that I'm not at liberty to talk about right now because the data's. I want to wait for the data before I talk out of school on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, yeah, and I mean, if you have more of the story to share, and again, you don't have your PowerPoint with you, so we're kind of playing things by ear today, or we could go into Q&A session as well. It's entirely up to you.
Well, let's the Q&A may turn into more storytelling, so go ahead and let's do some
okay.
Q&A.
Well, let's do that then. So, okay. Well, but before we go into Q&A though, let me put it on gallery view, and everyone, please put your hands together for Kevin Day. Thank you, guys. And Kevin, I want to thank you again for being with us today, because you're overcoming a few different challenges, and that, it always makes things a little more interesting. But
I like to show up when I say I'm going to.
Yeah, well,
one of the things I like.
Yeah, you were truly a hero to so many people in this conference, people around. I mean, in a number of different ways, right? I mean, by coming forward.
That is so hard to get my head around. I'm just a normal guy. I was up there standing watch and the radar, and this happened. I don't feel like a hero. I I feel like I have to do this. I have to make this identification because there's something real in our skies, and I don't think it's hostile in any way. I really don't. But it might be beneficial to us. It might be useful in some way, right? I mean, I missed the first part of your show, but you guys spent a lot of time talking about some of this stuff. And I think this stuff is directly related.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, let me go to Michael Boyd then for Q&A. Michael, would you like to go, sir? Okay, it looks like Michael might have just, I think Michael disappeared. He might have lost his connection. Let me go to Jeremy Reese. Jeremy?
He's muted.
Hey, there we are. Yep. Hey, I had a good presentation. Hey, Kevin, thank you for joining us. I got a couple questions from the live chat. One guy keeps asking, why was PBS on the Nimitz? Well,
what was the question?
Why was PBS on the Nimitz right after the sighting? Someone must have called the news and reported this to PBS or something, or they were on.
Well, you know, the day after I went back, so I can kind of explain the sequence of what happened here. We canceled the 8X. I was going to write an after action message to basically report to the Navy what had happened. And I didn't know if Captain Smith was going to release it or not, but I was going to try because I was a major message writer for the command. So I go back up to Combat CSE and I want to review the data. I was going to take another look at the radar data and all the communications data that we always record so I could write a proper message. And the technician looks at me and he says, Senior Chief, I don't know how to tell you this, but the data's not here anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean the data's not here? We always record the data. And he said, some guys flew on board and they took all of our radar data and all of our communications data and took off with it. And I mean, that wasn't my situational awareness at the time, but according to them, that's exactly what happened. Apparently it happened on the carrier too. And so I'm not a bit surprised that PBS was on board the ship once word of this got out.
Yeah. Now,
I mean, that's pretty common. I mean, the aircraft carriers get a lot of film crews and stuff visiting them pretty routinely.
So that almost sounds like a Men in Black kind of thing. Did they have any? Did they say who took the data or?
Not a clue.
No.
They said at least one of them was wearing an Air Force uniform. So that's all I could get out of them. Who knows?
OSI or someone special operations or something.
Yeah.
I asked. I had the pleasure of having Theodore T.D. Barnes on my show for an interview about a month and a half ago or so, and I asked him what he thought about these encounters and what the pilots were seeing, and he seems to think that there's not. He couldn't confirm any kind of anti-gravity programs going on out at Area 51, where he was, he's pretty in touch with what goes on there at the base. But he's big on these ECCMs and spoofing technology, and he's 100% confident that everything that you guys are seeing is spoofing technology that you don't know about. That it's this advanced stuff that they've been working on.
And and I'm not going to disagree with him. He could be right about that. My mind is open. I mean, it has to be as a trained, operations specialists in the Navy, we are trained skeptics. They train us to be skeptical. Unless I can prove it on radar or prove it through ECCM, through identification of friend or foe, on message traffic, I don't know what the idea is until I do know. And as of right now, this moment in time, I don't know what these things were. However, the only caveat to that is Commander Fravor saw these things and his wingmen saw these things with their eyeballs. So if that's spoofing technology, it's some pretty damn convincing spoofing technology. I mean, if it creates a real object or even what appears to be a real object, I mean, that's some pretty fancy stuff right there. If we can do that. Wow.
And then it would also create a disturbance in the water as well, right? So you'd have the Tic Tac, you'd have a disturbance in the water, and then
what was that?
Yeah,
the thing went transmedium, so if it was a projected laser or something, it wouldn't be able to go transmedium.
My personal suspicion, this happened and again, I'm going to speculate here if I'm allowed to. November 2004, November, the gray whale migration goes from Catalina down to Guadalupe Island in this, this time of year. And that it's very possible that disturbance in the water may have been whales or dolphins coming up to check this object out. But I just don't know. I'm just guessing on that one. I strongly suspect there's some relationship to the whales though. And when Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLong came out to my house to do the film, as soon as I told him that story, Lou's like, I'm going there. And that's how they ended up at Guadalupe Island. When I told him that's where because if I was to count up every one of these objects over the course of the 10 days, they appeared in groups of 5 to 10 at a time. There was about 100 of these objects. And the curious thing about these is every single, and you remember our ship's moving all over the water. So our radar envelope's moving with us, right? Because it's on the ship. But every one of these objects disappeared in exactly the same Latin long and exactly over Guadalupe Island. That's when they faded from my radar. So for some reason they were going to Guadalupe. Why? I don't know. I have my theories, but that's all they are.
Yeah. What, if it's okay to ask, could I ask what your theories are?
I think they're off-world. I do. And I think they've been here a long time. And I think the reason why we suddenly detected them is because just prior to us getting underway, our strike group had received major upgrades to our radar systems and data link systems. One of the reasons we were out there, we were testing it. And I'm speculating, but I think that new upgrade suddenly allowed us to see something that had been there a long time. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, it's interesting that you say that. And again, I'm the moderator, and I'm certainly not an expert here. But what you just said, I would say that I agree 100% with that. I felt the same way. I've talked to many different people. Everyone has different views. But again, just my own personal belief is it does seem like this is from someplace else. And I have the feeling that they've been here for a very, very long time. And and again, and this, I'm not sure if I can express this well, but I talked to a scientist. This would go back probably about a month or so ago. We were talking about the UAP phenomena, and what she had said was, she said, you have to keep in mind when you're talking about the scales of space and time. She's like, these things don't translate well into our language, So she said it might even be better if you don't think about it in terms of space and time or alien or things like that. Just because the scales change things to such a degree. So that's something I've been trying to keep in mind as well.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Are you sure that it wasn't seagulls?
I'm positive it wasn't seagulls.
Awesome. All right.
It may have been seagull poop, but it wasn't the actual seagull.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead. You're welcome.
Thank you, Jeremy. Let me see. Let me go to Phil Bouchard. Phil, welcome back, sir.
Hey, thanks, and thanks, Kevin. Thanks for this great story. I was wondering, is there like a data from satellites that matches the data from the radars? Do we have like videos of the satellites and things like that, or?
To this day, I don't know where the radar data is, so it's kind of hard to answer that question. But we definitely recorded anomalous data with the pretty high-tech toys that we have available to us. I don't know if that answers your question adequately, but where the actual radar data went, someplace has it. That much I'm pretty convinced of.
The satellites, we don't have any data from the satellites.
I don't. I've heard rumors that I've heard rumors to that effect, but that's all I don't have any proof.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm not active anymore. My security clearance isn't active. I'm a civilian now, and they're not going to tell me, and I'm fine with that.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
they probably have good reasons.
All right, thanks again. I appreciate it.
Because I'll blab about it probably. They're smart. Yeah, okay. They're pretty smart.
Thank you, Phil. So let me go to Michael Boyd next. Michael, this time I have the unmute feature set, so go for it, sir.
Kevin, so my question is, I have a couple questions. One is about Commander Fravor talked about there was one point where the Tic Tac disappeared and then reappeared at the rendezvous point. And my question is that evidence that somehow whatever was operating the Tic Tac could read the commander's mind, or is that evidence of the fact that perhaps the Navy was putting a fast one over on perhaps the Air Force was putting a fast one over on the Navy with some new tech that they had that wasn't released yet?
The reason why I don't think that's true is because of safety. Everything we do in all the militaries is safety comes first always. And I've done countless exercises in my career, and everything we do is briefed and discussed ahead of time. And for one organization to put a test on top of another organization is going to lead to safety issues. I mean, what if Commander Fravor instead had ran into this thing and it was the Air Force's fault? I mean, that's why I don't. I mean, it could be true. I mean, I have an open mind, but I would be shocked. I would be shocked that they had done that. I really would be. But it is possible. It's possible. And it's also another possibility too, is these things were actually living creatures. I haven't ruled that out either. Some sort of living creature. Even an AI-based biological entity of some type.
Okay, the other hypothesis I've heard is that it goes to the relationship to the observations under the water below the Tic Tac that you mentioned in your description earlier. It would seem more likely that there might be another species of life, intelligent life in the waters, and that would be an extraterrestrial origin, wouldn't you think?
I personally think there's some connection with the whales. I mean, but my mind's open on this totally. I mean, I've even heard people speculate that there's, they live in the channel, in the waters between the mainland and Catalina. There's something down on the bottom of the ocean down there. Because this is a real hot spot. People see them all the time down there.
Now, the last question is, I don't know if you've been following recently, there was a bunch of former military people that were retired that were talking about the connection between the UAPs and nuclear weapons facilities. Did you by any chance hear about that?
Oh, I've been following it pretty closely, actually. Again, it's not. I have no personal experience in that regard, but I have to believe those. I have to believe those former military people who say it. I mean, why would they make it up? And that's been being told since the 70s. I mean, it's a pretty consistent story on that one.
So
why? Who knows?
The hypothesis that I'm hearing, that I've heard or I've made, is that this has to do, one of the ideas is that it's not extraterrestrial origin, but folks coming back from the future to warn us about a nuclear war that threatens to extinct humanity. And would you said in your experience with this that you didn't feel threatened in any way by what was going on, that essentially, do you think that there's a chance that these people are looking out for humanity's well-being?
I absolutely do. I absolutely. If it became proven at some point that these things were from the future, it wouldn't shock me greatly. That kind of makes sense to me. I whatever these things are, I think they're monitoring us, and I think they're going to help us. I honestly do. And I mean, if they wanted us dead, we'd been dead, gone a long time ago, right? Or to harm us anyway, they would have done it already, I have to think. So I think the opposite is actually true. I think they're beneficial to humanity. And I think that's going to be proven at some point.
Do you think they might be warning us about nuclear weapons too, is my question.
That's certainly logical, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, why else would they be turning off ICBMs? It's a pretty clear message, right? Hey, turn these, don't kill each other with these. Yeah. You're going to destroy us too. Okay. I mean, if they're actually, if they think about it, if they share the planet with us and they have bases under the ground or under the oceans, an all-out thermonuclear war worldwide is going to take them out too. So maybe they've got concerns about their own spot here on the Earth.
Okay, thank you for your answer to my questions. I appreciate it.
And thank you as well, Michael.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, okay, let me go to David Hughes. David?
Hi, David.
Hi. First, I want to thank you for coming in here and giving us firsthand account, which is incredible.
Thank you, David.
So I have a question. You say that you observed them over a period of days. Did you observe that it was one object that would just stay for a long period of time, or were they coming in and out?
They were on the east coast of Catalina Island. They were descending from low Earth orbit in groups of 5 to 10 at a time. And they initially went to 80,000 feet. And our ballistic missile defense watch standards were seeing this happen. And they would drop, then they would go from 80,000 and they would station down at 28,000 feet. And then they would start tracking south towards us at 100 knots. So they came in the radar envelope, Catalina Island, and they all left my radar over Guadalupe Island. Every one of the objects. And if I counted them all up together over the course of about 10 days, about 100 of these objects. Well, it wasn't just one. But we only intercepted, we only intercepted a couple of them.
So I have another question, because I've seen this video, but we only get maybe a second. And I've noticed that these objects are oscillating. Have you had a chance to see, or maybe see them oscillating over a period of time to see if there's actually a pattern or a reason for it, rather than just being random?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that at all, other than seeing the videos. And that one video from the Nimbus is where it just zorches off. Yeah. But those other two videos that the Navy's come out and said were real, they were off the East Coast, completely different group of people. There's only one video. And oh, by the way, when as an air intercept controller, I take the good guys and vector them into where the bad guys are. And as soon as the air crew accepts an order to intercept, they'll come back and say, flights on, tapes on. It's the commands that they use, which means this thing was being recorded for the duration of the entire intercept. It wasn't just a couple of seconds. So the rest of that video is, this was a snippet out of a much longer video. And the reason why I know that too, because I had received that exact same longer video in my email the very next morning after this happened, in my secret email on the ship. And that's how, when I was at the golf course, when I saw it break on CNN, they showed that video. And that's how I knew it was what I was looking at right away, because I had seen that same video years and years and years ago. But the object that we encountered, there was no oscillation that I'm aware of. That happened on the East Coast.
Okay, well, thank you. Let me go to Gary Stephenson next. Gary?
Thanks, Tim. And thanks, Kevin, for the firsthand account. I wanted to go back to the shrink off, or possible shrink off radiation, the gamma ray bursts that you observed. I'm wondering if you have a feeling for the shape of the waveform that you guys captured, whether the data still exists on the SIPRNet or elsewhere, and what's the timing of that event? I think you mentioned the timing before, but I didn't quite catch it all. Thank you.
I am I'm gonna go ahead and throw him under the bus now, and he's probably gonna get mad at me later, but please feel free to reach out to Dr. Kevin Knuth at New York University, because he has those answers. I just don't have those answers.
Kevin Knuth. Was he on board then, or did he see the data after the event?
No, he joined our company later. Yeah.
Okay. And so, yeah, after this started occurring, presumably. And
Yeah,
do
he
you know
was
what
not on
sensor?
board. He's
Yeah.
a physicist at university physicist.
I see. He was off board. And do you know what sensor suite he was using, or what satellites he was using to capture the shrink or the gamma ray bursts?
No, again, he didn't capture anything. He's reviewing our data.
He just reviewed the data.
The video
Yeah.
data.
Oh, the video data.
He
Okay.
wasn't on board the ship. No, he joined the team much later.
Yeah. So you mentioned the timing. Could you repeat on the timing? When did you see when did he observe these bursts? The gamma ray bursts.
Oh, that was in over the summer off SoCal when we our first expedition in the
In the
spring.
first expedition. Okay.
Yeah, in the spring.
So
of this
it could have then correlated to when these things came down to Leo, or when they first appeared,
Oh,
or would that be too?
No,
bit of a
no,
reach?
Gary, if I could jump in. So Kevin has two different projects. So he mostly talking about the 2004, but he also does UAP expeditions, and that's more recent. And they're doing expeditions out to Catalina, Guadalupe
So this
Island.
wasn't correlated with the 2004. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let me go to Carl next. Carl, go for it, sir.
Hi, thanks, Tim. Hey, Kevin, thanks so much for sharing your account.
My honor.
It's our honor. Thank you so much. One of the parts of the story that I'm really curious about is the behavior of the Tic Tac and how it moves in two capacities. You talk about it dropping from high altitude to the surface of the water. You also talk about it like going down to like 28,000 feet and then going south. Is there any arc to its movement in the long-term, tracking of it? Or is it sticking to vertical movement and then lateral movement?
Great question. What we observed was strictly vertical and lateral movements, no bending turns of any kind. It went from point A to point B as fast as it could without making sonic booms.
Are you familiar with type 2 superconductors? Quantum locking and I won't go into it, never mind. The other question that I have is about the behavior of the Tic Tac above the surface of the water and it darting around. And that's one of those characteristics that just seems wildly strange given what you just described in terms of its ability to maneuver. And the only thought that I had is that maybe it's had difficulty stabilizing in a single location above its target, maybe because it's above the water. Did you get any sensibility of it having difficulty staying in place? Or have you seen it stationary, locked in place, and doesn't really matter, it's just going to stay right there?
I think it can do whatever the hell it wants, from what I saw. I'm not sure I really understand the question.
Well, okay, let's just focus on above the surface of the water. Did you have any sense of why it was darting around, why it was making those odd movements, independent of observation or what it was doing? Did you get any sense of that?
My guess is it was saying hi to something in the water. That's my guess. I don't think the object itself was creating the disturbance. I think when it went there, whatever is living in the water noticed it, and they had a meeting. I don't know. That's a good question, and I don't have the answer.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it to the rest of the group. I really do appreciate you sharing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Let me go to Will. Will?
Okay, is that working?
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, Will.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted, Gary had exactly very similar question to me. So I just wanted to reinforce what Gary had asked you. I understand that you have there's two different parts to this. One is the earlier one, and then the other one is with Dr. Knuth at a later time. So I didn't quite get if the gamma ray burst came, he was able to detect that from the image.
No. I'm not sure why this is so confusing. In 2004, we detected these things on radar, and that's when the event happened. Years later, we went back out to SoCal. This year, this is a long time later, years later, right? And that's when we saw the gamma ray. There was no hint of gamma rays back in 2004.
So I think what Gary was also asking was, were you able to correlate the burst with an actual object, or was it just burst?
That's being worked on right now as we speak. I don't have the answer. Dr. Kevin Knuth and Matthew Zydalgas are the ones to ask that question to.
Do you know what the frequency range or the spectrum of the burst was?
What was that?
Do you know the spectral range for the burst?
No, I don't. I do not.
Do you think he would know that?
Of course they do, yeah.
Yeah, and that's actually, Will, that's something that we can follow up with, because we know, actually Kevin Knuth has spoken on APEC before, and so has Matthew Zydalgas, so we can ask both of them. But okay, let me go back to Jeremy Reese next. And we'll probably do maybe another 10 minutes or so, Kevin, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, well, again,
I'm actually feeling a lot better, so.
Hey, Kevin, I have a couple more questions from the live chat, and I just want to ask my audience if my audio is lowered now. I was a little bit louder than the other guests before. When you say they descended from low Earth orbit, was that the maximum radar detection height, or could they have come from further out than that?
I gotta be careful I don't say anything that's classified. It's possible they came further out from that, leave it that way. In fact, that's what I think. I think they came from space. I really do. I don't think I don't think they're Russian. I don't think they're Chinese. I don't think they're Guatemalan. They're not Australian. They're not Canadian. These things came from somewhere else, in my opinion. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll accept it. It's just my gut instinct.
I don't know if I want to add that next question. Here's the next one. Do you know if some crew members of the Hawkeye had to sign an NDA, or is that just a rumor?
I personally know one of the crew members that was on the flight. He's a member of our company, and he swears that he had to sign an NDA. So I have to believe him. It's not my experience. I never signed an NDA in regard to this 2004 event, but the people had possession of the data claim they had to sign NDAs. So we all have to be real careful what we say.
Right. Yeah. Again,
in terms of NDAs and classifications.
Yep. And I just like TD Barnes didn't share any specifics. He just said he thinks it's ours and it's some kind of spoofing technology, so.
Could be. My mind is open on that.
Yeah,
although if that's true, it's a pretty good spoofer.
It'd be incredibly
good. Remember, you had a human eyeball see these things.
I don't think they're all spoofing. I don't think it explains. It might explain a couple cases, but I don't know if it necessarily describes all of them. So.
I don't either. I don't either. I'm with you on that one. The East Coast events these are just the ones that we know about. It's entirely possible this has happened again and again and again, and no one knows. Hasn't been made public.
Now, Kevin, if I could jump in really quick, one of the things I think that's just kind of in the breaking news aspect of things is it sounds like the government may be opening up a permanent UFO investigation office of some kind, right? That's on one of the bills. Are you aware of that? Have you heard anything about that?
I've heard the same thing. I don't have any details on it. No one's reached out to me. But I've heard the same thing. It's part of the funding bill this year, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, and again, even though you don't like to accept it, I think part of this goes to the hero part, right? Is that I think this has been an issue that's been with us as a culture for like going on a century at this point. And and it's finally being taken seriously. And that's in large part to, yourself and Commander Fravor and the people who were involved in these incidents. So
it is true. I can't deny that. And I don't, from my perspective, I didn't have a choice but to back up what Commander Fravor said. There was no way I was going to sit on my hands and let that fine human being twist in the wind by himself. There was no way I was going to do that. So that's how we all came together to support him and his air crew.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
absolutely.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Let me go back to Michael Boyd, and again, we're starting to run low on time, but Michael, go for it, sir.
Okay, hey Kevin. So I'm curious about you said the radar data was basically taken because of classified, but did you actually see the data before they? And are you allowed to talk about what you saw?
I was in shock when I went to command. I was going to write my message, route it up the chain of command, and see if Captain Smith would release. I was going to do an after action report. And the technician says, sir, I don't know how to tell you this, but the data's missing. But I did save this one little section. And it was a cooperative engagement capability system. And what that does is it fuses all of our different data, radars and everything into one picture. And I saw this object go from 28,000 feet down to the surface of the water in 0.78 seconds. That's what was recorded.
Was that
in less than a second?
Did that integrate the FLIR data, the IR data that was being collected too?
That yeah, it had all of our sensor data infused in it.
And you saw that data?
I saw it. It was primarily radar data. It basically it was recording what I'd seen the day before, exactly what I saw the day before. This object went from 28,000 feet down to the surface in less than a second. No sonic booms.
So we've seen the IR infrared data, but we haven't seen any of the radar data.
Well, other than that several seconds gun camera video. But that's not radar data. That was visual camera system.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So there's still material out there waiting to, presumably, waiting for the public to see it. And maybe if this UFO office, maybe they'll release it at some point. But
maybe it will.
My other question is jamming. I saw there was so I used to work I worked for Hughes Aircraft, Santa Barbara Research Center, making infrared detectors that were used in FLIR 1. And I saw what looked like there was some kind of jamming going on, where there would be like a flash and I could see the fan out of the detector would show up in the image. And so I'm curious, was there any reported instances of jamming by the Tic Tac?
On board the Princeton, our EW electronic warfare watch station did report one case of jamming at one time during the incident. Yes, I'm being jammed.
Thank you. That's my questions. Again, I appreciate your answers.
Yeah. Well, and thank
welcome.
you as well, Michael. And that was an excellent
thanks,
question. Okay, let me go back to Will really quickly, and then Harold, and I think we're running again low on time. So
man, time flies, doesn't it, when you do this?
Well, again, I can't thank you enough for joining us. So let me go back to Will.
Oh, and hey, before I forget, it doesn't have to be the last time. God willing, we can do this again.
Yeah, no, we would love to have you back. Yeah, absolutely love to. Well, yeah, I'll follow up with you after the fact, and
okay.
Yeah. Well, Will, would you like to go again, sir?
Yeah, sure. So Kevin, also I'm ex-military as well, but I also still work in classified programs. One of the things that's been confusing me that several speakers have said, such as you, that some people in the military, active duty, right? They're all active duty. Is that right?
Tim, I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
I'm sorry. Will was asking about. I think Will, could you go again? You were asking about active duty. If these
Yeah,
people are,
so these people that signed the NDA, they're active duty, is that right?
Oh yeah, they're active duty.
Okay,
They were at the time, yeah.
sure.
No
And
longer, but
I work in classified programs off and on, and also former Marine. However, I've never had to sign an NDA for any of the programs I've worked in. So I wonder, how is it that active duty people who already have clearance have to sign an NDA? Many people have said this, but I've never understood that, because even when I was doing crypto, I never had to have an NDA.
okay. They
So,
claim they did, so I don't know what to tell you.
yeah, well, no, I was just kind of curious if you,
Yeah.
because you're an officer, so you would have known.
No, I was enlisted. I was a senior chief. I
Oh,
was
you're senior chief.
from the
I'm
enlisted
sorry.
ranks, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so I was just thinking that because of your level, you might know about
Okay.
this NDA thing, because I find it kind of strange.
yeah.
The whole thing is strange for sure. Yep.
Hmm.
That I will say about it.
Yeah, anyway, that was my question for
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
In your sensor fusion data, did you notice anything anything else that may be relevant to your story?
We have a system on the ship called Identification Friend or Foe, IFF for short. And that's one of our tools for IDing stuff, because aircraft has transponder, and based on the number that's just can make an identification. These objects weren't broadcasting any IFF that we detected. So there was no IFF on these things, no identification friend or foe. Radar data, definitely radar. And I have to say, we had the highest radar track quality attainable the entire time we were tracking these things. It's not like they were spotty. They were very solid tracks.
And I was curious, because I don't know about the optics of the aircraft that took the photo the famous video, right? Did that have hyperspectral capability or not?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I do not know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
thank you very much.
Thanks, Will.
You're
Let me
welcome.
go. Let me go to Harold, and I think we're just about out of time after that.
Yes, I have a question. Referring to Dr. Nuth, in an early presentation, he made a very good case that this UAP operated propulsion with magnetic fields. Now, from all the data available from the pilots and your data on the radar, does all the data available allowed to make an educated interpolation and interpolate what kind of intensity of magnetic field may be the propulsion system for the UAP?
Tim, I didn't understand the question. Could you repeat it for me?
I
have a bad connection, or maybe if Tim heard
the
it.
UAP operate with magnetic field, the propulsion system. Now, does the data that you have in the radar and the pilot allow to make an educated guess about the intensity of the magnetic field that the UAP is producing?
I don't believe we had that capability, no.
All right, thank you. Representation,
Now,
good information. Thank you.
Now, when UAP expeditions, we have magnetometers that we took out with us on our last expedition, and we detected stuff.
But
all of our devices detected stuff.
Okay, from the data
gravitometers,
available,
magnetometers.
from the radar, you cannot, for example, work out with education to make an educated guess by translating the information of the intensity, the radar, the signal, how much magnetic field will produce that signal on your radar or in the pilot's radar in the airplane?
Again, I didn't understand the question.
Oh yeah. Well, Harold, I think what he'd already said was, Yeah, I think what he already said was that the level of data just wasn't there for that, unfortunately, to make predictive guesses. But okay, well, I think we're just out of time for right now. So Kevin, thank you again. I know that you had to overcome several challenges to be with us today. I would love to have you back in the future. I'll follow up with you on that. But so let me do this though. Before you go, let me put it on gallery view, and everyone, please give Mr. Kevin Day an enormous hand.
Thank you, guys.
And Kevin, I truly meant what I said. I mean, yourself and Commander Fravor and everything that you guys are doing, you guys are true American heroes. And I know it has not been easy as well. There's a lot of public stigma. There's a lot of uncertainty.
There's one thing I want to say before we sign off. Jacques Vallée and Eric Davis published a paper called, and I don't remember the exact title, but basically it's human post effects from encounters with these objects. And I want people listening to know that if you see one of these things and you start to change, and everyone around you is wondering, what's going on with Kevin? Well, there is probably a reason why you're changing. Some people get abilities they never had before, myself included, just out of the blue. And encounters with these objects has effects on humans. And so if you're one of those people that happen to see one, just know in advance you're probably going to get changed by it.
Okay.
Not in a bad way.
Yeah.
Not in a bad way. Nope.
Kevin, thank you again. I sincerely appreciate your time
today.
Thank you,
guys. Over and out.
Thanks again. Okay, so I'm going to go to mute all. Oops, and yeah, there we go. So we're a little bit ahead of our larger schedule. So I do want to ask, Gary Stephenson was up next. Gary?
I'd be happy to go a little early if you'd like.
Yes, if you'd like to. I should do my Gary Stephenson intro though. I don't have it queued up though. Well, do you want to just start? You're regular here, so I've done your intro in the past, sir.
Sure. Yeah, I've given a couple of talks here before for Tim's group. We go way back to my Seattle days, and I've always had an interest in advanced propulsion. Most of my time's been spent, in terms of advanced propulsion, studying gravitational effects and field manipulation and things that are way out there. So the paper I want to give today is a much closer in technology, and one I'm frankly a little befuddled doesn't get more attention, and that's magnetohydrodynamics. And so that what's motivating me to give today's paper is, yeah, it's great to look at gravitomagnetics and gravitational manipulation and all this far out stuff. It probably aligns better with what we're seeing with UAPs. But just to get started with the more electrification of aircraft, I think that the magnetohydrodynamics is a much closer in, much more near-term technology, number one. Number two, my day job now is with electrified aircraft. It's with Whisk Aero in Silicon Valley, and we're developing electric eVTOLs. These electric VTOLs are battery-driven. They're fully electric. They use no hydrocarbons whatsoever, but they're very limited. They're very limited in speed. They're very limited in range. And if we could switch out from these pretty old school Tesla motors driving these basically fans, air fans, these lift fans that lift our vehicle up, and then these air fans that push our vehicle forward, we would be a lot better off with more advanced technology. So that's what piqued my interest in this MHD technology. The briefing I'm about to give was first going to be a business plan in 2008. It failed as that. It never got fully developed. And so the bones you'll see to this briefing are along the lines of that business plan. So with that, I would like to share my screen and go jump into the paper. Does that sound all right, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And let's see, the view here is covering up. The icon that I need to click on. Let me shrink this down. There we go.
Okay, perfect. And it looks like it's showing an executive summary also. I'm not.
Yeah, let's see here. Let's see if I can go to just a plain old full screen. Yeah. Well, it might be better if I just displayed it this way, because we don't need to see the next slide.
Sure. You know, if I could ask, do you think that you could maximize the?
Sure. How's that?
Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I think that'll work great. Okay. Well, let me mute myself out. And again, thank you for presenting it. And yeah, this should work great.
Sure. Yeah. So it's titled "The Future of MHD in Aerospace." Of course, I can't predict the future, so this may or may not be the future. It's one potential future. And in this future, in this parallel universe, we are taking advantage of this quite incredible technology for the electrification of aircraft. It was originally based on a business plan. It's going to be presented in 4 steps. There are control surfaces that we may be able to add to aircraft to assist with drag and assist with maneuverability of aircraft that are MHD related. If we wanted to do a half step on the adoption of MHD technology, we could convert just the engines, the lift engines and the forward thrust engines to MHD. We could also look at a more efficient design that incorporates MHD into the actual skin of vehicles called blended wing body. And then finally, if there's time, I wanted to go over an idea that's been kicked around on using MHD bypass for a single stage to orbit vehicle for basically first stage to LEO for space travel. Outline is based on these original business objectives. I'll probably, because it's more of a technical group, downplay the business objectives and the program schedules. These schedules are somewhat aspirational. According to one of my reviewers, at least, they would be a little bit challenging to hit. But I think it's better to have goals than not. And so we could treat these as target goals for now. I first wanted to back up and go over a little bit of background on what is magnetohydrodynamics and how do they work. They work using the ionization of air. So it's got to be an ionization of a fluid. For marine vehicles, it's ionization of water. For air vehicles, it's ionization of air. Once you've ionized the air, then you can use electromagnetic forces to control the airflow. If you don't ionize the air, you can't do that. So all of this MHD technology, including Faraday and Lorentz forces, are being applied to charged air. The charges are what moves the air. So some examples here, I have a diagram, not a very good diagram from Wikipedia, showing that there can be magnetic generators, MHD generators and MHD accelerators. In an MHD generator, you have charged air flowing through a cavity, and that cavity has a winding around it. And that winding then will wind up generating, because of the field generated, because of the flow of charges, will wind up generating a current. So you're using that ionized airflow to generate a current, essentially power generation. You can also take power and apply it to the flow of ions through the same cavity, and that's the accelerator. So you're using power to accelerate your charged ions and your charged airflow instead of the other way around, taking that charged airflow and generating power. So you can use it as a generator or as an accelerator being an engine or a thruster. The strongest of the two forces is the Lorentz force if we're using fairly large electric and magnetic fields. And the Lorentz force, F, is equal to the current density J cross product with the magnetic field B. So, and the cross product is really the key thing, and it makes it, a Lorentz force is very difficult and very non-intuitive in terms of understanding. because a cross product means you're orthogonal to both the other two vectors. So if the J vector is the ion current density flowing through a cavity, let's say on the picture on the right, that we're flying an aircraft with an MHD engine, and there's airflow coming into the engine, and we're using a very large electric field to ionize that airflow as it enters the engine. Then that ion flow through the engine is J, so you can see that vector J. And then perpendicular to that, into the body of the aircraft, we have an extremely strong magnetic field on the order of a couple Tesla. Then the resulting force isn't along J, like it would be with a regular thrusting motor. It's orthogonal to both J and B, and would be a lifting force that lifts straight up. Put another way, the engine's providing the lift, and there's no need of wings, which means you have a lot more flexibility in terms of airframe development, right? You can develop airframes without any need for wings, which should be really handy for flying cars. We already went over the accelerators and decelerators. The accelerator would use applied power to accelerate the ions and create thrust. A decelerator is really a generator, and it's taking the energy from the ion flow and is creating electric power from it. You can slow down air with the decelerator. You can speed up air with an accelerator. You can micro miniaturize these into the skin of the aircraft and use these accelerators and decelerators to number one, reduce drag and turbulence. Number two, act as though they are control surfaces. You can also reduce friction, and you can mitigate sonic booms because the airflow isn't as disturbed around the vehicle. So we touched on this a little bit. I want to introduce the concept of a wall converter, MHD wall converter, also referred to as a parietal accelerator or a linear accelerator. Let me back up here. In this configuration, this is a channel engine. This is MHD channel. It's just an empty channel. And so that's one configuration of an MHD engine. Another configuration of MHD accelerator would be a wall accelerator or a parietal accelerator. And in this configuration, you don't have, there still have to be orthogonal for Lorentz force. But what you're doing in this particular case is you're alternating the direction of the B field and of the ion flow in a way that is alternating back and forth. But you're paying attention to your signs so that the Lorentz forces always line up in the same direction, which typically you would want it to be in the direction of the flow of air. So this ion flow is very small scale flow that's going perpendicular to your main flow of air and your main Lorentz forces, as is the B field being perpendicular to both and typically radiating out. If this is a cylindrical object, the B field would be radiating out. The ion flow would be around the outer perimeter of a cylinder, and then the Lorentz force would be along the flow of the cylinder. And we'll show that cylinder shape, call it a Tic Tac shape if you'd like, in a little bit. But this is a typical wall converter that can also be used for replacing ailerons, rudders, flaps. These control surfaces that are typically mechanically actuated could also be done with the skin of the aircraft. This was all studied in the early 2000s by Air Force Research Lab. They had a multi-year study. It went on for almost 10 years. This was the cover to their interim report, which is very interesting reading. I didn't see the final report, which leads me to believe that the final report may not be publicly released. The interim report was publicly released and is available, and you can look up that document number and just Google it and find this report. So I won't dwell on too much of the detail, just the high levels. You'll see the name Shang and I guess it's called Sarakov. Shang and Sarakov were the principals in these investigations, and you'll see their name on many of the papers that came out of this study. The study resulted in almost 100 academic papers over the 10 years that was running. One of them, one of the better ones, in my opinion, and Shang and Sukharov published together, was mechanisms for plasma actuators. So when I talk about actuators, we're actuating a plasma flow. You have to use ions, right? And it's an ion, it's a weak ion plasma. And they're using them for actuators in situations where you literally cannot have mechanical actuators, for instance, hypersonics. In hypersonic vehicles, the actuators wouldn't hold up, right? I mean, you can't operate mechanical actuators that survive at Mach 5.5. But in these papers, they did exactly that, and they were testing them at Wright Pat near Dayton, Ohio. And you'll see we were combining forces here with the Russians. Russian Academy of Science is where Surovskov is from, and Shang is our guy at Wright State Air Force Research Lab at Wright Pat. They did a lot of really good modeling. It's very difficult. Plasma modeling is black art more than a science. And they started with the Boltzmann equation for weakly ionized gases. They go through all of the approaches here on how they did optimize these simulations for ion flow. But the bottom line was they were pretty close when they compared the data with the computationally computed simulation. The simulation are the lines in the middle in terms of these ion densities. This is ion density plotted as a function of distance along this particular actuator. And they're showing the number of densities, like 10 to the 10th. This is per cubic centimeter. So this would be considered weakly ionized because we're at like less than 10% of the atoms or molecules within the airflow are actually ionized. So you don't need to ionize every single molecule to have an ionized flow. If you can get 1%, 5%, you're going to be able to manipulate that flow. This shows a typical example of not having a Lorentz force versus having a Lorentz force. The top is a ramp, an air ramp that they set up at, I think it was Mach 5 plus, according to the text there. And you get this stagnation area where there's turbulence. And then if you run it with a B field, then suddenly that turbulence goes away. So this is just a typical example. They're pointing out you can get a 7-degree ramp with spending only 350 watts to generate this plasma. So this is a very important experimental result. It tells you you don't need to expend a lot of energy to make these MHD actuators work. The business case, I'm not going to dwell on it in the interest of times. Obviously, there would be some fuel savings according to drag reduction. There's going to be additional weight and power needs by embedding these wall accelerators or actuators in the skin of the aircraft. There is weight and power associated with that. But as you may recall, there's also weight and power associated with these linear actuators that actuate the flaps and the rudders and the ailerons and slats of a typical aircraft. So those don't come for free either. This is just a typical program schedule that you would see on any development program of a new component, or aerospace component, where you would really want to do a survey first, decide whether your industrial research and development funding is justified, find some academic partners, do some internal research and development, and then maybe develop a lab, develop some devices, and then certify those devices for use in an aircraft. This caught my eye when I was looking at this paper of Petit. If you look at figure 20A down there, doesn't that look like an awful lot like a Tic Tac? I'm not saying it is, because Tic Tacs move at like 800 G sometimes. So, but it was striking to me how similar it looks. This was a drawing by Petit. He's a French aerodynamicist. He's published extensively on this since the 1970s. So unlike in the US, where we're kind of on again, off again, I think the French have had a very long and consistent development program and research program in this area. And they're not afraid of the topic, and they publish routinely on the topic. So when we get really interested in something, we'll really hit it hard with a hammer, as in the AFRL study. And then we kind of forget about it for a while. And so it's been very on and off again here with MHD in the States. MHD engines work by creating these Lorentz forces. It's important to remember the Lorentz forces that created by these engines are far in excess of the inertial forward forces that will be represented from the fluid mass displacement along the skin of these motors. So if we have these tic-tac shaped motors that are attached to wings of an aircraft, say for instance, and we're developing a linear force, that linear force is not from the flow of that air. That linear force is from the Lorentz force developed by ions encircling in cross-section, encircling that tube, and the B field that's being radially radiated out of that tube. That's what's creating that linear force of the Lorentz force along the flow of the air. And because it aligns with the flow of the air, it does control the shape of the flow, which reduces drag. So if we were to retrofit conventional aircraft with MHD devices, that it very likely would be the shape of an MHD device that provides thrust, forward thrust, because that is the shape you would need for a linear backward-facing force that you would normally see from a regular either propeller or jet engine. Conversely, you also could have discs that are like lift fans. My vehicles at work have lift fans during the takeoff and during landing that either lift them up off the ground or slowly buffer their landing so they don't come down too fast. And these lift fans are propeller driven right now, but if we wanted to retrofit, we could get these biconvex shapes. They're called biconvex aerodyne because it sounds more scientific, I guess, than flying saucer. These biconvex aerodynes are very, very counterintuitive as well, because the airflow is coming off the top and then sliding along the bottom. And that airflow is manipulated by the Lorentz forces being developed within that shape. So I don't want to delve into detail, but I will show the diagram E, if you can see on the bottom, shows what would typically happen without Lorentz forces. And then with Lorentz forces, this thing is really pulling a lot of air along around the edges of it, and the Lorentz forces are being pointed straight down. And so that those two things, the drag reduction along with the resultant Lorentz forces, mean it's a very effective and efficient lifter. Obviously, these are electrically powered. So if you had hydrogen fuel cells or some other clean electrical source, you're not burning hydrocarbons. So that makes a very strong green business case. There's very little technical research done on this because in the past, the Air Force has been interested in MHD for very high speed vehicles. This is the way you electrify fighter jets or single stage to orbit or hypersonics. So their interest has been more in the hypersonics, not in subsonic. Subsonic's not that hard, we know how to do it. And so we haven't really looked at how well these devices operate in subsonic. So there would be a big challenge here in terms of developing these. So I think I show that here, that there's a much longer timeline in terms of developing a lab, the risk reduction needed for engine development, and so on. This lower diagram here isn't the wall converter, it's your traditional MHD channel engine. And there was a paper by Lee and Sykes, I think it's Paul Sykes, who I've seen at advanced propulsion conferences over the years, trying to calculate what is the weight of this thing. But I think this paper was from the 1980s, and this was before, people like William Ryken started developing superconducting nanowires that dramatically shrank the size and weight of the magnetic windings you would need to create a couple Tesla. And so we would really want to revisit these mass estimates in light of this very advanced wire superconducting technology. Finally, I wanted to get to the blended wing body concept, where the body itself is part of the aerodyne. This is the MHD aerodyne shape that Petit, French aerodynamicist, first proposed. And it's very much like the lifter design I was talking about a couple slides ago, except that it's the entire vehicle. So everything and everyone that you want to put in the vehicle is on the inside. And this diconvex or biconvex aerodyne is essentially the skin of the aircraft, is what's creating the Lorentz force and providing propulsion. I will get to a different version of this give my acknowledgements, because there was another version of this I wasn't aware of. This is the French version. There's another inventor that had a very similar version, but that used a laser to help pre-ionize the air so that you wouldn't want to necessarily depend upon just skin ionization. Obviously, this is going to be a very long development timeline too. We don't even have blended wing bodies right now with traditional engines, so this would be quite a stretch and a very different paradigm in terms of developing air vehicles if we wanted to go this route. It's also not going to be airworthy. You can't glide down onto the Hudson if it loses power, right? Because there's no wings. So there's no glider capability with this thing. So you would need safety parachutes, as our current vehicle does. Our eVTOL vehicle has a safety parachute should we lose power. Aspirational again, but assuming we already had the control surfaces, that technology, and MHD engine technology behind us, then leading up to this, that being a given, we could then continue one step further and go on with the blended wing body development. This is what the whole thing looks like, putting it all together. Proposing like 4 years of IRAD in this area. The control surface development should come first, but can overlap with engine development. And then the engine development can overlap with the blended wing body aerodyne development. So this is one potential future for MHD adoption. And it is a little bit aggressive, I'll admit. But yeah, it's better to start somewhere and start down this path and see what kind of progress we can make with these devices. Before I get off the stage, I wanted to bring out, because this gets a lot more press than the traditional MHD for regular aircraft, as this notion of a single stage to orbit MHD bypass concept. So what's an MHD bypass? MHD bypass uses a generator to slow down hypersonic flow, and then an accelerator to add the energy back in. So say for instance, this is a vehicle that was proposed in by Sazam, a Frenchman in the early 2000s, after some discussions with the Russians on a vehicle that I believe we have dubbed Ajax. And this would be either a almost to orbit skimmer, atmospheric skimmer, or a single stage to orbit type vehicle. And our guess as to the internal workings is that the MHD generator would slow down and tap the energy off of the incoming hypersonic flow and would bypass, that energy would bypass a SCRAM engine, Super Cruise or ram air engine, and then it would add that energy back in on an MHD accelerator at the end. So that way, even though your SCRAM engine might be limited to Mach 5.5, you could go to higher Machs outside, tap that energy off on the MHD generator, which would slow it down to Mach 5.5, where that SCRAM jet is still functioning, and then add it back in on the back. That's the concept, and I don't know to what extent the Air Force has tested this concept. And I don't really have a clear vision for why we would do this in 2 stages. This particular vehicle had 2 sets of inlets. We don't quite know why. One might be a 2-stage motor, one that's operating slower, one that's operating more at a higher Mach, or this could be just a rocket engine that doesn't need a generator or accelerator at all. It's just a straight rocket engine. And when you get to a certain point and you run out of atmosphere, and say you're at 10 or 15, Mach 10 or 15, you need to get to Mach 30 to get to orbit. It just takes over as a traditional rocket and flies you the rest of the way to orbit. So that is an interesting concept, and Seiss and Lee have published on that in the 80s and 90s. Obviously, this would dramatically reduce the cost to orbit because this is a fully reusable vehicle. So very much more inexpensive way to go to LEO. It probably, because you run out of air, and that's one of your propellants is this external ionized air. you're not going to be able to get very far beyond LEO given just this vehicle. But at least you get to LEO, and that's half the battle. Technical challenges is has been tested at very high Mach, and even just regular scramjets at Mach 5, you know, is right now pushing state of the art, and we've had limited success with this. We've heard the Russians and the Chinese are doing a little bit better, but it's a area of active research just getting scramjets to work, let alone with bypass mode. Post development, obviously, sky's the limit on these LEO launches, and you can get to GEO with an inertial upper stage. Here's a bit of a timeline. I'm presuming this would start after we've already done blended wing body, but you know, not necessarily. There's no reason why we would want to wait that long. Once we've gotten the technology down for control surfaces or MHD engines, this is just one more glorified MHD engine, albeit at a much higher Mach number. This is called the Wave Rider configuration. It's another vision by Petit, how you could combine some of these wall converters, and you could use that as your generator and accelerators built right into the skin of the vehicle, where you don't have to do it on the air inlet, you're doing it on the skin itself. And with the Wave Rider concept, you can kind of skip around the globe where you're sucking up a little atmosphere and jumping out, sucking a little atmosphere and jumping out, and you're kind of porpoising around. So this would be a very high-speed way to get around the globe without truly getting all the way to LEO. All right, my wife points out greenhouse gases are zero with these electric propulsion schemes. Conclusions, I don't really have any other than it would be fun to try this. It would be, I think, good for the environment to try this, to fully electrify, not just these putt-putt vehicles like what I'm working on, that we're lucky to get to 120 knots with a stiff tailwind, but to actually get military planes, get commercial jets, get military planes, get very high-speed hypersonic vehicles, either for civilian or military use, and a single stage to orbit, potentially even vehicles, all electrified, would be of tremendous value from the point of view of green energy, from the point of view of climate preservation. So my suggested way forward is to partner with MHD researchers that have done work on this in academia in the past, get going on the device-related physics and fabrication, the wind tunnel testing. There are underutilized wind tunnels all over the United States, all over the world, that we should be kept busy. They should be being kept very busy with this, and it's really a crying shame that we have these incredible wind tunnels, including at NASA Ames here, that sit idle at least 90% of the time. Develop an IRAD program funding these technologies, and no bucks, no Buck Rogers. We'll need the funding, either private, public, or some combination thereof. It doesn't necessarily have to be all the mainframe, regular mainstay Boeings and Airbuses of the world. They could partner with device physics companies, with actuator companies, Collins, United Technologies, make a pretty good trade in the area of billions of dollars on these linear actuators. I would think they would be motivated to become part of this. So it's those second tier suppliers too that we could potentially leverage for this technology. And that would be part of the supplier base if they're willing to help develop these MHD devices on their own IRAD. There would be a lot of incentive in terms of potentially capturing that intellectual property. I wanted to do some acknowledgements before I wrap up. I did have a French aerodynamicist look at this, Cécile Cassie, and I wanted to acknowledge her careful review of this work. It added another couple of figures when she asked about some of this, and it greatly improved the talk. And also William Reichen for introducing me to some of the other aerodynes that are out there, including one by Dr. Mirabeau. These are some of the figures of Mirabeau's design, which includes this laser-induced air breakdown, this air ionization that's laser-induced, that's a precursor to the vehicle that shows you don't necessarily have to ionize just at the skin of the vehicle. You could do some pre-ionization, and there may be some benefit to that. I think that's it for my talk. We can go now off the slideshow in case there are any questions.
Wonderful. Gary, well, thank you. Before we do that, I want to put this on gallery. Everyone, please give Gary Stephenson a giant applause for a wonderful presentation on MHD. And Gary, thank you. That's something actually that I think we've neglected, right? I mean, it's aerodynamic, but it's still alternative propulsion. And what intrigued me was you'd kind of touched on control surfaces for the Tic Tac, you know, and so that interested me. Oh, yeah, Gary, you're muted. Sorry about that. Here, let me.
Okay, I can go off mute now. Yeah, yeah, no, thank you for that. It is intriguing. Clearly, the Tic Tacs are doing G-force maneuvers that no human occupant could ever survive. But it is intriguing that it has such a similar shape. That capsule-shaped aerodyne. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's one of the things that interests me. And before I go to questions, is so presumably they use some kind of field effect propulsion, right? But they still have to operate in a medium. They still have to operate in multiple mediums. And again, one of the things that I feel like a broken record saying this is, for me, that makes this extraterrestrial origin more plausible, because if you're designing a spacecraft, you're going to want it to be able to go into like Jupiter or, you know, Uranus or any of those kind of planets with varying thicknesses of atmospheres. So it's not just going to be moving through air, it'll be moving through stuff that's as thick as the ocean, right?
Multiple mediums, right?
Multiple mediums, yeah. So having solid state control surfaces makes absolute sense if it's field effect propulsion, because you're still going to be moving through these mediums. So, well, let me go to Robert Gordon first, sir.
Mute.
Okay. Nope, you're all set now, Robert.
Okay, thank you. Nice talk, Gary. Thank you. I missed a bit of it because I was busy trying to find this document. Are you familiar with James King? What
was the last name?
He took out a patent back in '67 on magnetic hydrodynamic propulsion. I was just wondering if you're familiar with it. It has to do with the arrangement of a inductor or several inductors with some capacitors in series.
I'm not familiar. And this is one of these areas where I feel like I'm just scratching the surface. I mean, there's tremendous body of work has been done. Very little to show for it in the open world, but I think a tremendous amount of work has been done, and I'm just scratching the surface with this. So I've probably not heard of 90 or 95 or 99% of the researchers in this field, just because there's been such an enormous body of work. Yeah.
I see.
So no, I haven't heard his name before, but I'd love to get the paper.
I can send it to you if you want.
Sure, yeah, seculine@gmail.com.
Could you send me an email or?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll paste it in there. Yeah, so it's seculine@gmail.com. I'll paste that into chat.
Oh,
Tim's got it. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Let me go to, so Robert, thank you. Let me go to Harold Tavares next. Harold?
Thank you. It was a great presentation. And I have two questions. My first question is on the MHD. How much of the thrust contribute, the electric field and the magnetic field? How much each contribute to the total net thrust? Do you have any idea from the theory they have studied?
Yeah, if your question is Lorentz thrust compared with like the thrust of the ions coming out of the engine, it's probably 10 to 1. But the Lorentz thrust is 10 times larger than what the ion thrust is, just because it's being thrusted by an electric field while it's being ionized. That's the minority of the thrust would be from the Faraday type flow. The majority is the Lorentz. That's making certain assumptions about the B field though, and it scales with the B field. So you have to have B fields that are on the order of a Tesla or 2.
Okay.
Which are easier to do, by the way, with those very small wall converters, those wall accelerators, it takes a lot less energy because the scale is so much smaller. What takes the big energy are those big cavity MHD devices.
Oh, okay.
Because you're trying to create a magnetic field across this large, huge volume instead of across a very narrow skin.
Okay, well, thank you. Now, my second question is that 2019, you, Riken, and Bhagavat wrote a paper on the superconductor magnetic storage device. In figure one,
Yes.
you discussed the idea of forward. You remember the paper, the toroid to producing gravity-magnetic.
Forwards idea, the forward lifter. Right. That's a gravity-magnetic device. It works on a different principle.
Yeah, now, using what you discussed, the magnetor effect, the MHD, can that translating where you can use it on the toroid, have a mass flow running around and around, being accelerated with the Lorentz force and with MHD accelerated, have a high density now and extremely high speed to produce the same gravity-magnetic forces for propulsion using MHD. Is that applicable at the state that it is right now?
Yeah, the way I would restate it, I think I understand your question. The way I'd restate it is, if you've got a fluid that you can ionize, the MHD is orders of magnitude, a million times more effective in terms of propulsion. If you've got nothing at all, just empty space, then you gotta use the forward drive, right? You can't manipulate fluids anymore to get any ion thrust.
But the fluid
So
inside
MHD is
the toroid,
MHD is easier to use in the air.
the fluid inside the toroid running around, like Forward described in his paper, would that produce the gravito-magnetic force, let's say high magnitude that would allow propulsion just by having it
As long as
inside the toroid?
as long as it has mass, that fluid that's in the toroid has to have mass. It's the motion of mass that triggers the gravito-magnetic effect is mass flux. So the paper that I wrote along with William Riken, who's on this call, that we got published at Marcel Grossman 15. That paper talks about using electron mass. And so the electron mass is the mass flow that we're using to create the gravito-magnetic effect. And if your electrons don't weigh enough, you can accelerate them to relativistic speed, and then they weigh more in the local frame. So now you got heavier electrons, and you get even better effect. They've also looked at ionizing helium, and you can essentially accelerate ionized helium through helium tubes. And that's another way to get that toroidal mass flow is with helium ions. So that's been looked at too. I think at the end of the day, that's a very unwieldy technology. Accelerating like mercury or accelerating liquid helium, ionized liquid helium, that's a very unwieldy technology compared with accelerating electrons. We know how to accelerate electrons. Stuff that's not electrons, it's harder to accelerate. Working with ions, ionized helium, that's not easy stuff to work with, let alone mercury.
Well, thank you. Well, you answered my third question about the mercury, putting inside the toroid, accelerating inside, so you have a mass, and the mass moving at high speed, especially if you can accelerate it to relativistic speed, close to the speed of light, then you have a high gravito-magnetic field. Thank you, great presentation.
Yes, yeah, and I haven't done the math with mercury vapor, but moving liquid mercury is wildly impractical because the forces having to do with holding that stuff in place get to be really large. So it becomes an issue.
But would it be doable with enough energy? Let's say in theory, let's say, would it be doable?
I don't know on ionized mercury vapor. I don't know. I haven't actually done the math.
All right, thank you.
Maybe.
Thank you, Harold. Okay, so let me go to Will next. And Will, you let me see. You were a contributor on one of these papers, several of these papers. Where's Will at?
I think he's trying to come off mute.
There he is.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, I just wanted to point out that Dr. Yohei Sasagawa in 1996 wrote a book, which is available in PDF online if you do a search.
Hang on, Willie, I'm having a
and-
hard time hearing you. Let me change my settings here.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, Gary, that might be.
Let me.
Oh, how
bring
about
it
now?
off.
Yeah, Will, I can hear you fine. So I think
Okay,
it's
yeah.
Gary's system.
Yep, it's my system. I can hear you now. Go ahead, Will.
Okay, actually, I gotta find my cursor somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so Dr. Yohei Sasagawa in 1996 wrote a book on the Yamato 1, which I
Did you get
was
that?
very fortunate to be part of. And on the Yamato 1 book that he wrote, it has real world data for a superconducting MHD ship going through water. So if you want to know power and all of these other things, that's in his book.
Because that's, yeah.
Yeah, so
Is that the one
someone
that's in the
asked
museum
you
now?
about, yeah, that's one I sent you a few hours ago.
Yeah, let me go back in presentation mode for just a second and show everybody.
Yeah. Will, I appreciate your staying up with us. For folks who don't remember, Will is out of Japan, so it is 8 a.m. Sunday morning for him. That's why he always looks so tired.
So this, Will, this is what you're talking about, right?
Yes, this one here. Yes, this book has a lot of the experimental data for the MHD propulsion that was used in it. And it's one of the first large scale, I think it is the first large scale MHD propulsion of a ship in which real world data is actually given. So if you want to know about superconductors and related MHD and how they work, but also what is the power to magnetic field density and all that, this is really your best source. So yeah, so I just wanted to add that out there for Gary.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And because, for instance, the linear accelerator with the alternating field was done first on the ship in a marine setting before it was ever looked at for aerodynamics.
Yeah. So,
Good point.
Yeah, that's all I have. So.
Okay, well, thank you, Will. Okay, so let me see who else has questions for Gary. And it looks like we're a little light on questions. We'll probably be done here in probably about 10 minutes, if that's okay, Gary. If you can hang with us for about 10 more minutes. There's Ned. Ned, go for it, sir.
Give the talk.
Hi, Gary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
I just wanted to ask really quickly, how does MHD differ from Thomas Townsend's work?
Yeah, that actually was, I got the same question from Cecile, one of my reviewers, because MIT has done a recent ionization aircraft that follows a lot of what Townsend Brown was working on with the lifters. That, by the way, Tim Ventura and I met visiting over some of his lifter work. He had done some remarkable work with these lifters, what 20 years ago now, Tim?
Yeah. And in fact, I was flying, we had a couple where we flew them in your garage. So
yeah, we had some great footage. I think I still got the BBC footage from that when they had the film crew over there. Anyway, it's different because that is pure ion flow. So you're getting thrust from ionized air, and it's the weight of the ionized air giving you that lift. Whereas with the Lorentz force, as I pointed out, it can be 10 or even, depending upon the strength of the B field, 100 times stronger, creating a lens or Lorentz force with ion flow that's going through a magnetic field. So you're leveraging that B field in the Lorentz force that you just don't have with just pure ion flow. And so it's an action reaction with the Townsend Brown lifter that's basically an ion flow lifter. versus a Lorentz force. That's the difference.
You know, Gary, if I could jump in briefly also. Oops, it looks like somebody, okay, it looks like Sean is screen, here, I'll stop his screen sharing for a minute. So one of the things I think also that you get a benefit from is the ability to work with, and I could be wrong about this, but AC currents as opposed to DC currents, right? And so with any kind of ion wind, it's DC, it's a straight or pulsed, it doesn't really matter. But when you're working with Lorentz force, you can basically do ion like polarization. So you don't have to actually have a stream of ions. You can, you can.
In fact, one of the papers that I presented, those disc lifters. Remember the picture of the disc lifters? They had an experiment where they were running those at 2.4 gigahertz. So that's an uncontrolled spectrum. That's the part of the spectrum that's being used by like microwave ovens and Wi-Fi. And so it's kind of a grab bag spectrum. But they were running them there to see, hey, how could they improve the Lorentz force lift? And they were able to get substantial improvement because, like you say, you don't have to have the DC transport of ions that way. The ions are moving back and forth, and you still have that ion flow, but it's back and forth in the AC sense now.
Yeah.
And that improves the efficiency of your wall converters quite substantially as that AC flow. And that's a good point. It's a point I forgot to bring out during the main talk.
Let me go to Jeremy Reese.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted.
Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, Gary. I had a question about the power requirements for an MHD craft versus our current battery technology.
I ran some numbers. This is one of the questions I got from my aerodynamics reviewer. I ran some numbers for her, and it looked like it wasn't quite as efficient as electric fans. Where we're at right now, if I looked at just a cavity MHD device and I scaled my cavity MHD to the exact same size as my lifter. However, those wall converters, as I pointed out, are quite substantially higher efficiency than the cavity MHD engines. So because I'm almost getting there with the cavity engines, I feel like if I ran the numbers for those wall converters and did that that biconvex aerodyne shape, it would be a much more difficult problem geometrically to work out. But I think it'd be worth it to look at because I think my guess is it's substantially more efficient. We're already plowing through like 100 or 200 amps of current at 400 volts when we're running one of our engines. So it just doesn't get much worse in terms of efficiency right now for one of our lifters. And to get the same amount of thrust with just the cavity MHD is about the same, but not quite as good. And the weight is not quite as good if you look at the old weights, not the old superconducting wires, not the William Reichen wires. So I really need to rerun the numbers with more modern superconducting nanowires, number one, and number two, with those wall converters that are going to be more efficient. And I haven't done that. Yeah.
Thank you, Gary.
My sense is there's something there. It's worth looking at.
And that wall converter, is that how do you spell that?
Wall, like a wall. Yeah.
Wall.
And it's skin effect. Yeah. So it's doing the Lorentz force, but on a very thin level, just around the skin. And that thin level Lorentz force then helps that force existing along all the edges of the skin helps leverage the force because that's forcing more air. The Lorentz force is actually pushing more air than you would get normally just out of the Lorentz force itself. So it's a magnifier. It's sort of a force magnifier.
Nice. And you said it's still not as efficient as those electric fans?
I haven't looked at the skin version of it, the wall version, or the linear accelerator version of it. I suspect it's probably more efficient than the fans. The fans, we're getting pretty good efficiency on those motors. We're getting like 90% efficiency on those motors. But where we lose efficiency is on the actual propeller, because the propeller is only scooping so much air, and you have to scoop a lot of air, even at standard temperatures and pressures, to get 400 pounds of thrust out. And you need 400 pounds of thrust if your vehicle weighs 4,000 pounds, you're going to need 12 lifters to get off the ground, which is where we're at right now. So that's a lot of energy use. And we could be leveraging it potentially more efficiently with an MHD lifter than with these fans. Sure.
Awesome. Well, let me go back to Will again. And let me say, I just talked to Mark in chat. He asked me, he said it might be about five minutes after the top of the hour, if that's okay. But Will, go for it, sir.
Okay, well, I don't think I have 5 minutes of anything. One thing I wanted to point out is for Gary is that, you know, you do remember that NASA did test the lifter in a vacuum and it didn't work. So it's obviously an ionic propulsion method.
MHD will not work in a vacuum either. Absolutely not. Because you're dependent upon ions, and there's no ions in a vacuum. There's nothing to ionize.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to point out, well, yeah, because once you get up there, it's actually an MHD rocket engine. So, however, the other thing I wanted to point out was that in Dr. Myrabo's concept, there are two levels of gigahertz in their propulsion mechanisms. One's a high gigahertz, one's a low gigahertz.
Okay.
So as you know, for their, I think the high gigahertz is for rarefied atmosphere.
So you get up a little bit further into the ionosphere. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I just want to point that out as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, up until this morning at 6 a.m., I knew nothing about his work. So I need to look into it a little more clearly. But I appreciate you connecting me with it.
I can help you out on that.
Yeah, well,
you know,
or I just introduce you to Myrabo. So.
Oh, just me. Yeah, let's have us for coffee.
Yeah.
Well, actually, let me go to Ned. Ned, you were asking about MHD. What if it was encased in a resonant cavity? I'm not sure because he doesn't have his hand raised. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have
oh, that's okay.
Family dinner as well while I'm trying to do this. No, I was really curious. You said that MHD wouldn't work in space, and because you wouldn't have any ions. And I find space is actually really conducive to helping with the superconductors due to the low temperature. But I was just curious if you were actually to encase the ions, such as whatever the gas is or anything, in a resonant cavity. And I think there was a patent with Cesar Pais, who tried to propose something similar to that was published.
Yeah. I seem to remember that.
And I was curious to know what you thought about that.
I haven't thought about it. I haven't, but that's an interesting idea because you would think you'd still get a Lorentz force out of it as long as you got the ion flow, and the ion flow might be like around a loop, and the B field's radial through the loop, then you should get a force, Lorentz force right out of the back, right? I don't see a reason why the cross product would suddenly not work just because outside of that device happens to be a vacuum.
Okay.
Right. No, fantastic idea. You said somebody had a patent on it. Could you put that in chat, or do you remember?
Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, I have it on my wall, but yeah, I'll put it in.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of, and then one of the things I wondered about too, when you mentioned space a few minutes ago, is like when you get up into the upper atmosphere, it behaves differently, right? I mean, the air behaves differently. I mean, like you get a heck of a lot more ionization glow, so that'd be part of it. But then I thought, well, I wonder if the dynamics might change and improve propulsion, even though the air is thinner.
That's why the computational modeling for this stuff was so important. There's so many variables with altitude, with the composition of when you get into the stratosphere or into the ionosphere, the composition of what's there. And then when you're going at a various Mach number, it looks completely different when you're going at Mach 10 than when at Mach 5. So if you have the same poor vehicle has to fly through the stratosphere at Mach 5 or 10, and then has to fly through the ionosphere at Mach 30, dang, what does that even look like? And can you operate the same vehicle through those different paradigms?
Yeah.
It's a tough computational modeling program. And that's, I think, why the Air Force spent 10 years brainstorming on this and trying to model that.
Okay, well, I think we're just about set for now. Oh, let me see. Did Will have another question? Will, go for it, sir.
Yeah. Well, actually, I just wanted to point out to Gary that there are MHD rocket engines using gaseous hydrogen, so you can have an SSTO using the atmosphere first, and then as you go up, you'll have to use something like cesium or some salt to help increase your
to replace the ions. Yeah,
exactly, to replace the ions. And then as you get into space, you could add hydrogen for to insert yourself into orbit and to move around. So that's the beauty of the MHD drive, is that if you get that to work, then it can actually work in any environment. And in fact, that's why the Japanese made the ship, was because the salt is already in the sea, so you didn't have to add that.
You don't have to add it because
right there for you.
You can ionize it immediately or without adding anything.
Exactly.
Yep.
So
Works great in salt water.
If your Tic Tac is using this method or some aspect of it, then obviously it's going to go quite quickly through the ocean. So
for sure.
Yeah.
Potentially. Yeah.
Well, so again, I think that just about wraps this one up. So let me do this, Gary. I want to say thank you, and I want everyone to give you a giant hand once again. Thank you for walking us through the MHD. That's tremendous material. Okay, so I'm going to mute everyone out and ask Mark Sokol. We're going to go to Mark Sokol next and see what is going on in his neck of the woods.
Okay, so down here in New Jersey, we have a couple projects that we've been working on. First of all, last weekend, we had 2 people staying over at the lab. Brad, I forgot his last name. He has, he's on Twitter and Instagram as Sonic Gravity, and he was building this contraption. He tried to explain it to me. It's basically a whole bunch of wires on a disc, and it's supposed to spin around inside of this magnetic field and create these magnetic pulses. We hope to have him on at some point to explain exactly what it is, but I was pretty surprised at the level of workmanship that he was able to accomplish, and he was just using the lab for the resources, drills, and we just have a whole bunch of what's-its and whatnots that you probably need while you're in the middle of the project, and like running out to Home Depot half an hour versus you have it on the shelf right over there. So it was a great time saver for him. We also kind of feed off of each other's energy. So when you have people like that at the lab, pull 16-hour days or nights, and yeah, you just work yourself until you're dead. And I was also working on this project that Mike Gamble presented at APEC. He just showed a picture of it. We worked on the gyro a little bit ago, and I just wanted to finish up the project finally. And we were just about done right when we started the conference, and then it turns out the last piece didn't fit properly. But basically, these are 2 3-inch gyros made out of brass. These were all machined on the CNC machine. I got them spinning at up to 15,000 RPM, pretty well balanced. The motors are literally inside it. They're outrunner motors that are stuck inside the brass, and these are 3-phase wires. Motor controllers are like for RC cars. The whole thing, without the battery, weighs less than 3.5 pounds, and according to Mike's calculations, it should make around 1 to 2 pounds of thrust. So that would be very, very impressive if that actually works. We got grease bearings, and the servos are actually what create the thrust. They're supposed to put out 120 kilos per centimeter of torque. So hopefully we'll have this all up and running within the next day or so, and I'll be able to give you a demo of it. The next thing that I'm really excited about is our upcoming anniversary of APEC. And Tim mentioned it in the beginning. We want to do a hybrid conference with some people here in New Jersey in person. There's actually a 5-star restaurant across the street that we're going to have a buffet at. So if anyone wants to come down here, there's going to be a small nominal fee just to cover the food, and we'll probably have a couple experiments and demonstrations to show everyone live as well. I know a couple people are flying in. Aiden Schaefer, Jeremiah, and Sean Logan, I think, are going to be here. Jeremy's probably going to drive in as well. So we'll be sending out an email with more information, and we're just trying to gauge how many people are going to show up so we can know like what to expect. There are a couple hotels in the area if you have to stay overnight, and definitely recommend that. We work at the lab pretty late, so you come down, get your hands dirty, and see what it's about. Bring your own experiments. We can try them out inside the Faraday cage and show you what's going on. So
Mark, if I could jump in real quick, how can people get in touch with you if they want to come on November 13th?
For now, you can just respond to the invite email to APEC that goes straight back to my email. We will be sending out a feeler email for all the attendees through that same system, just to count how many people are going to RSVP. And we expect it to cost about $50 to $100 just to cover the food and some minor expenses, so nothing major. Again, the issue is the time in getting here in New Jersey.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Sorry, I'm just flashing back to the last flight I went. Did I tell you? Last flight I went out, I got stranded in Dallas. So
yeah, you called me in Dallas, super pissed, or right when you got back. I don't remember.
Yeah, no, it was right. I think it was right when I got back. Yeah, it was right when I got stranded in Dallas. So thank you, American Airlines. Little shout out to AA for not being able to manage their schedules there.
Well, if you can make it down to New Jersey, that would be amazing. But I know you mentioned you have other obligations, and for you, it's a pretty long flight too.
Yeah, and then the work schedule and stuff. And I think for a lot of the folks in our audience, that's a challenge, right? Especially this time of the year, it's that post-pandemic recovery, but things are bouncing back.
Hey, don't give them excuses already.
So what? I mean, how are the other projects coming along?
There's a couple projects that are like kind of done, but I'm like afraid to turn them on without some other experts. There's people that I feel understand it better than me next to it, because there's a lot of potential danger, especially with the new power supply we got for the Alzafon experiment. It's kind of hooked up and just needs a couple of wires and some safety measures, but that thing could kill a dozen elephants. So yeah, I really want to make sure that it's done properly and that the measurements are done well. And when Jeremiah comes down here, he's a calibration expert, so he'll be able to help with the calibration. And there's a couple other people that might be able to. I think Todd will be able to help with the transformer. So we need a couple of minds here just to make sure that we're not going to blow shit up before we turn it on, because a lot of these experiments you can just flick a switch and everything just goes shit.
Yeah, to get the impulse current from the klystrons, we're going to use the potential transformer because it has that ability as a potential transformer to supply like basically limitless current within the heat threshold of the transformer, which also comes with the side effect of it having no internal regulations or limits whatsoever. So it's unshunted, which means if you short it on the output, its input is effectively dead shorted too. And so it'll deliver as much power as it can eat from the lines. So there's that.
Well, so yeah, that was one thing I was going to ask. How are you guys getting around the limitations of wall power? I mean, you're on like the 220 circuit? And
this building is an industrial building. It's a 3-phase 208. So yeah, we're not in a garage. We're in it's an actual shop. The building used to be a printing press. So I think we have like 150 kilowatts service to the building. A lot of power here.
That's actually terrifying now that you mention it.
And to answer your question, Tim, using impulse power, in terms of the inductance stored up in these systems are where we're getting the extra current from that's not immediately available from the line.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. Store it in the magnetic field.
But we
then.
still need that continuous kind of CW feed to keep it at its bias.
Yeah, and we're talking about transforming the 208 up to like 12,000 volts at more than an amp for some of these klystrons. So that's a lot of freaking energy. If that shorts out, you know, fireworks. You know.
Yeah. So you have the inertial propulsion then, right? Which you were just showing us, and then you've got
that could be done in a day or two. Yeah.
You've got the Alzapon thing, which is a continuing project, right? You guys keep working on that, and then. What about superconductor stuff? Are you guys still working on that, or?
Well, we don't have any plans on doing anything more with the superconductors, and we did want to do another replication of Podklanov, that impulse thing, but there's a lot of work involved in setting something like that up. You'd have to get vacuum chambers. Like if anyone's like super excited about that project and wants to come down here and help put it together, go for it. But like, we'll help you out. We got all the parts. The thing is just like the time and energy involved. Like even if it works, what are we gonna do with it? Like you can't make a craft off that technology.
Well, I can also add to that too, in terms of what we learned from Poor's papers and Podklanov's writings. What we find is that we do need a very consistent crystalline structure of the superconductors, and the superconductors we can get off eBay or from other resources that are polycrystalline and highly unstructured, cracked, sheared, have all kinds of imperfections. Basically, they're not going to work as adjunction material. Plus, as we found out from Poor, you really need these type 1 and type 2 superconductors sandwiched together, so you get these energy transitions between the Cooper-Pairs states as they jump from one set to the other. And then it's even ideal to send them through a attenuated insulator material, which could be anything using a Josephson junction. Basically, the great thing about superconductors, as we've learned, is that they will transfer their superconductive properties at supercooled temperatures to nearby materials. So say you have a fine sheet of copper, like a copper tape on top of the superconductor, it actually becomes superconductive in the near field of the superconductor, which is one of those strange properties about that near field effect. Cooper-Pairs can tunnel into the copper as well, but all these equal energy transitions, and these energy transitions come with linear momentum. And when they suddenly jump band gaps like this, you get this extra momentum that's expelled out of the system, but we can't do it with the superconductors we have. And we would need some very specialized materials, some very hard to make superconductors requiring a multi-ton or several hundred-ton press that we don't have access to. So that's kind of the limitation. And we've already had several experts on APEC to talk about specifically the nature and importance of the monocrystalline superconductor structure when doing these gravitational experiments. So we kind of have admitted that we are not set up for that, and we're going to concentrate more on technologies that are more readily obtainable and stuff that we can do right now.
Awesome. Well, so I have some questions for you guys too. Let me go to Robert Gordon first.
I haven't really said much. What's the questions about?
I don't know, and then after that we'll go to open discussion. But let me go to Robert. Robert, go for it, sir.
Yeah. Mark?
Yep.
Hi. I'm around your neck of the woods. What part of New Jersey are you in?
We're in Hawthorne, New Jersey, which is near Patterson, like northern New Jersey.
Really?
Yeah, where are you?
Well, I'm personally in Massachusetts, but I've gone to visit family in Long Branch.
Oh, that's south of here. That's it's on the beach, right?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I know. I fly my paramotor down there sometimes.
Well, and I mean, I'm in the Seattle area, right? West Coast is different. So Seattle to even San Francisco is like a long drive, right? Like 14 hours or something like that. But
no, he's talking like 2 hours probably. Like
that's what I'm thinking. Massachusetts to New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy Riss is farther than you. He's in Rhode Island.
Jeremy Pott, is that how I pronounce your name?
Jeremy Riss, that's the YouTuber who's putting us on YouTube, Alien Scientist.
Okay. Jeremy runs the Alien Scientist channel on YouTube. He has, I think right now, about 110,000 subscribers. And then we broadcast an American Anti-Gravity. You know, Mark, I should also mention, for anybody who missed it, I'm re-rendering our footage in 4K. Obviously, it's not true 4K because we're, you know, that's not what our Zoom is. But like right now, the screen that I'm viewing here, where I can see you and I can see all the different people in it. And if somebody puts up a screen share, believe it or not, that kind of adds up to 4K. And so the re-renders are not, they're not perfect, right? They're not going to look like the TV sets you see in Best Buy with the, you know, but they are much nicer than the stuff that we've putting up in the past. And that's all going up on the APEC channel. And I'm going to keep doing it until my MacBook dies. But
Cool.
yeah, those are hefty
You didn't get your new laptop yet?
No, I did get my new laptop, but it's been going 24/7. Those 4K conference files for our conference, believe it or not, I have some that are like 90 gigs. Wow, that's a 90 gig video file. Yeah, so I'm surprised. YouTube hasn't shut me down yet. So, you know. But they also take, just for anybody who ever does 4K, this kind of surprised me. It takes up to 5 days for one of those to render. I mean, not to render, but to convert once you upload it, right? Like with a 1080 file, usually those are ready in a few minutes, but with the 4K, it takes up to 5 days. So the technology is definitely not quite caught up with those files yet. They're massive.
But at least we'll be able to see every pimple on the presenter's face.
Well, they look nicer, right? They look nicer. And then the other thing that I'm doing is putting chapters in those. And I'm, for the time being, going to keep splitting them up because I've noticed that people share our various conference sessions, right? And so like, you know, like with you discussing this, or like, you know, Gary a few minutes ago when he was talking about MHD, people will actually take the YouTube of that, paste it into various places. So I want to keep doing that. But then for more of an archival thing, it's nice to just have the whole chunk there. And that chapters feature that YouTube just rolled out lets us split that up. So
cool. I see there's other two hands raised over here.
yeah,
Carl.
yeah. Sorry, I nerd out on computers.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
No problem, Robert.
I may want to come over and visit your lab someday.
We'd love to have you come down. What do you do, by the way?
I'm an engineer, mechanical engineer.
Oh, perfect.
Ever since the controversial, non-conventional science engineer, I call it, I've been delving into electrical theories and all. So I've got questions for you and maybe Jeremiah Pop.
Oh, okay. We got lots of work for you too.
Oh, wonderful. I can commute from here. It's only 6 hours.
Oh, okay. That end of Massachusetts then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me go to Harold next. Sir?
Yes, my question, Mark. The inertial device that you showed just now, if you test it in the vertical position, do you expect the thrust to be in the vertical, the horizontal, or both? What are you expecting?
I don't know. You should. We'll get back to that in a couple of days when I actually test it.
Okay.
This is Mike. I can answer that question.
Oh, there he is. He's the guy who can answer
it.
Mike, check this out.
Yeah, I know.
I guess horizontal.
You need to send a picture of that to Tom right away.
I want to send a picture when it's done. Like I still have to put the cap on.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. Yeah, I was just gonna ask about
it doesn't.
that. Yeah.
It doesn't fit. The hole was like it's like 1/10 of a millimeter too small. I have to drill it out a little bit more. But this thing is. It's solid. It is really well built.
It looks good.
Look, even I made this center bar in the shape of a hourglass, so it gives space for the gyros just to wonk back and forth.
Yeah.
And everything is like press fit in, and there's screws that are countersunk everywhere. It's really well made.
So you CNC'd this whole thing then?
Yeah.
Pretty much everything on it, including the gyros. And me and Mike went on a Zoom call together, designing the gyros, like air holes here and there, and everything needed to be taken into account because these things want to destroy themselves. So you got to be very careful with over-engineering it.
If you can send me the dimensions of that, I can do a rough calculation on the force output.
Okay. You need the dimensions of the gyro, right? The gyro itself.
Well, the whole kit and caboodle, I need the center to center distances of the gyros, the diameters. You may have to put some lightning holes in that thing because it looks like it's going to be a little on the heavy side. Yeah.
Yeah, we could always do that. It altogether it weighs 3.2 pounds.
Yeah. Looks good from here.
Oh, and when I spun it up, it's like super smooth all the way up to 15,000 RPM. Yeah. And then you shut off the power and it's spinning like 10 minutes later, it's still spinning.
The big ones at Boeing would spin for almost a half a day unless you put the brakes on. You could reverse the winding motors like a slot car and put electronic brakes to slow them down. Otherwise, they'd spin forever. Those are 2-foot wheels.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get there someday. The next size up is going to be the 4-inch.
Yeah.
I think these are like 4.5. So just to give you a size comparison, we're going from that to that.
Yeah.
I'm excited to try these, but I first want to perfect the smaller size. There's a lot of kinks to work out.
Yeah, you may have to put an offset in on those gyros a little bit. That's why I'm looking at the numbers.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, let me go to Carl next. Carl?
I'm sorry. Hey, that was awesome. Hey, hey, Mark, I had messaged a little while ago about the Type 2 superconductor experiment you had done recently. Kind of question for you. Mm-hmm. So, all right. So you've got a circulating magnet, right? It spins. You've got a Type 2 superconductor, super cold. You can quantum lock it. What would happen if you let go of that Type 2 superconductor and you turned on the spin of the magnets?
It would just spin with the magnets.
It would move with the magnets.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't expect that.
It depends. Like if it was quantumly locked with the magnets, then it would spin with them. If it wasn't quantumly locked with the magnets, it was quantumly locked to like regular ambient magnetic fields, it would probably just repel everything and just fly off to the side.
Yeah, I mean, I just keep on thinking about, you know, the virtual particles, Cooper pairs, and yeah, I'm trying to imagine how they would respond if they were thrown. You know, like the thought experiment of like trying to play catch with these things using magnets, and you know, can you actually? Yeah, I didn't expect that it would move with the circuit. I thought it might, like if it's not moving and you push it laterally along a ring of magnets, it would just, you know.
Yeah, that's those are different magnetic field lines. In that setup that I had, it was north south north south north south all the way through, versus so the magnetic field lines are sort of going in like a pie of pizza, and each one is a wedge that catches the superconductor and spins it around. Versus a rail setup, like I have one over here, it's north north and then south in the center, so it acts like a rail that. And the superconductor is locked in. It can't twist. It's locked in this direction, and it turns like that with the rail. So it has its north north, and and south in the center, or the opposite of that. So it'll be north in the center and south on the sides that follow exactly the lines of the magnetic fields.
And so, are you suggesting that if the track was set up differently,
it wouldn't run? Yeah,
it would stay stationary while the magnets spun. Okay, that's interesting because that's what I expected. Is there any detectable lateral movement that you could think would be possible, or it's stuck, it's not going to move at all, or is there a small, subtle possible movement that you could think would happen?
With what? With which setup?
The second setup.
You mean in a rail with south on either side and north in the center?
I think so, yeah.
It would just follow the rail, kind of like a train.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Like, thanks for saying that. Like, I feel like I need to figure some stuff out before I ask you more questions.
Yeah, I mean, a superconductor kind of locks whatever magnetic field lines are present when it goes superconducting into its body. So like if you have a magnet here and the field lines are going like this, kind of like a donut, and you have the superconductor here, it's catching that angle of magnetic field lines. So in some configurations, if you cut it off on the side, it can wobble all the way around back and forth. It has like a weird axis of potential rotation, versus if it's smack in the center where everything is equal on either sides, it can spin around on top of the magnet. This is a single magnet because the magnetic field lines are the same donut shape all around. So it's able to spin around inside that vortex. When you add more magnets to the mix, the shapes start to change and you can get all different geometry. So you could theoretically create a jigsaw puzzle of magnets where you can't see anything in real life, but you can take a superconductor, quantum lock it in a certain spot, and then it would follow a track through the magnets, based on how you programmed it. It's pretty cool stuff that you can do. I've never seen that done, but that's a cool idea.
That is a cool idea. That's a cool idea. I want to talk about this more, but I don't want to take a people time because
come down to the lab. We could do it.
Dude, I want to so much, man. I want to.
Well, let me go to Harold, and then after we go to Harold, let's do open discussion. I think. You want to just do open discussion after that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, my question is for Mark about, I saw the video that you put about the blue bulb experiment, how the magnet blew up completely. Can you describe what was the magnetic setup that you had there, that the magnet came out flying? Can you describe it?
Oh, yeah. So that was I might even have that was pretty dangerous. We had 3 ceramic magnets placed inside of a 3D printed grid, and that had a center axis, and I was just spinning them up. They were all facing, it was all north facing away from the motor, I believe. And I set it up on the pendulum overhead. And I was aware that it might explode, which is why I was staying away from its plane of spin. And yeah, it came apart pretty quickly.
So
there's a hole in the ceiling here.
You say centrifugal force only? What's the reason why it came out like that?
Well, centrifugal force is why it exploded, but before that there was some movement.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, it might have been just aligning with Earth's magnetic field, which in the lab it's facing this direction. So it would want to come out in this angle, which is what it was doing. That was the angle it was at when it exploded.
All right, thank you. That was an interesting experiment.
That was dangerous.
And an experience too. It's true, danger.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the magnets survived it too.
Oh, really?
Ceramic magnets, they didn't break.
Okay.
Well, let's do this then. I want to put it on gallery view. Everybody give Mark a hand. We do not clap enough for Mark.
No, shut up.
Well, no,
we don't clap enough for Tim.
No, I don't.
Yeah, let's give a round of applause for Tim.
Thank you, guys.
Good work.
There we go.
I always feel guilty about that because this time of the day, right? You get to the end of the day and it's like we're all kind of clapped out, and so then Mark comes on. Now, on the bright side, like later in the day, everybody's more mellow and relaxed, and so I think that's good. That's why I like doing lab stuff now, because and then there's less pressure too. It's not like you're always looking at your watch, but. So yeah, let's do open discussion, which is I always say let's go to open discussion. I'm worried that it's a free for all and then nothing changes. But yeah, so just it's open. Whoever wants to talk. And
I missed like 75 messages here.
Okay, Mark. Now the discussion. Talk about your inertial propulsion. What is the motivation behind it? Why do you
that's my gamble. Bring on my gamble.
But you should have some thought about it. There is something behind it. Tell me what it is. Describe.
What it is. Okay. Well, Mike Gamble described this device using gyroscopes to create to go from angular momentum to linear momentum. And if you're able to do that, which if you ever hold a gyroscope that's spinning at 15,000 RPM, you can really feel it. Like it's locked onto space time, or something's going on there. So it makes sense that something can happen. It would also explain where inertial mass comes from, because if you think of inertial mass comes from the core of the atom, that's where all the mass is. In the core of the atom, we have subatomic particles that are basically electromagnetic energy spun in on itself, which is when something's spinning, it's a gyroscope. And they're also spinning incoherently. They're not like all spinning in, one nice axis, all pointed in the same direction, for all eternity. They're actually pretty random and frayed, and there's precesses and all that kind of stuff happening. And if there is a connection to between angular momentum and linear momentum, then when you change your linear momentum, aka your momentum, the angular momentum of all those spins should change. So throwing a baseball changes the subatomic particle spins in the baseball. That's where angular momentum comes from. That's where momentum comes from. And to make that connection and prove it with a pretty simple device that we can machine here at the lab, I think is great. And the potential uses for a device like this are, this can go to into space on a CubeSat and provide, if it can provide 1 pound of thrust, that'll take a CubeSat to Mars pretty easily.
That's kind of related to alsophone physics behind it. The alsophone, you spoke about the
dynamic nuclear orientation.
You have the gyroscope.
All of these experiments that we're working, all these experiments that we're working on are all like connected in some way, because it's all the physical reality that we live in, and you need to get into those really fine details.
Jeremiah wanted to say, Jeremiah, we're in open discussion. Don't put your hand up.
Yeah, that's right. What's up, Jeremiah? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I just realized. Seeing as we have Gamble here, I wanted to ask Mike about the offset of the gyros. I mean, show your gyro again. Just hold it up so everybody can kind of see it. And because you have your gyros basically centered around the precession axes, where they're basically rotating back and forth. And I know Mike had also mentioned it, and we briefly talked about it. I would like to hear Mike's opinions on that design, as far as how much the gyros need to be offset and how much that's going to affect it, or even if it's possible to get any kind of force if they're centered like that on their pivot axes.
Is Mike still here?
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I don't know. Is he?
I think Mike's here. Yeah, I mean, it says
he's here. It says he's logged in.
I don't see him in it.
Hope he can. I guess he's not in front of his computer though right now. So.
Oh yeah.
I guess I'll have to watch that webcam and see when he comes back. I'll save that question for when he comes back.
I'm probably going to have another Zoom call with him for an engineering update.
Mike's been kind of quiet lately too. I think he said he was working on something. I think he's been kind of quiet for the last month or two.
Yeah, I had a call with him, I think it was about a month ago when we first talked about this gyro thing. And then he sent me an email asking for an update. This is the update, but yeah, I'll get back with him and we'll go over some of the stuff. I'm going to try it this way regardless, without any offset, just to see what it does. A lot has to do with programming, how the servos pulse. And you could do that with your thumb with the RC remote control setup. So
yeah, if you can figure out why that decay time, why it likes to accelerate almost instantly, but then it seems to have this built-in ramp down where it doesn't hold its velocity in one direction, it kind of slows down to its set position. If we could figure out how to get around that little issue with those servos, that'd be great. Because then you can really get that kick or that jerk acceleration that's going to be required to produce these kinds of forces.
Yeah, I'll have to play with
it a little more. Hey, Mike's back, by the way.
Hey, Mike.
Just came back. Yeah, Mike, you were off for a minute, but I had a question for you specifically, and it was about Mark's design with the offset of the gyros. They pivot at their axes of precession, so they're not offset from center by any amount. And I wanted your opinion on whether this device could actually produce a force or whether they need to be offset. Could I get your words on that, Mike?
He's muted.
Oh, yeah, and Carl, you don't have to put your hand up either.
Yeah, Mike, you're muted. Mike,
I'm
you're
gonna need to
muted.
get, for open discussion, I'm gonna get like a gone fishing sign.
I'm going to change direction of the topic, but I
Oh,
don't
sorry about
What are we
that.
talking about?
Too many buttons. You can get a little bit more force out of them if you offset the gyros. However, it puts a severe load on the servo motors.
Oh, just a little bit? Are we talking like 5, 10%, 20%?
Well, the test article I made here for Tom, I put a 2-inch offset on there, which is why I had to put the bigger servos on there because the regular ones couldn't handle it.
But how much more thrust are we talking about from the offset?
Well, I would say I probably just about doubled it with 2-inch offset.
Right. Something else that I mentioned earlier, and I think you said this as well, is that the propulsion's not coming from the gyros themselves spinning. It's coming from the servos that twist the gyro. That's actually where, you know, the stronger
it's a vector process. You got 3 orthogonal vectors. One is the torquer motor, and the other is the spin vector of the. So the faster you spin it and the faster you torque it, the more power you get out of it.
Right. But my point is that if let's say the bearings were, you know, completely lossless in the gyro, it would continue spinning. There would be no energy loss in its spin. The energy loss is coming from the servos themselves, right?
Well, you can see. I monitor the voltage and the current on the gyro motors. When you start servoing them, you can see there's a slight loss, you know, where the motors have to bring the gyros back up to speed. So there is some power being lost in the gyros when you servo them. If you just let them sit still, then that loss isn't there outside of bearing loss.
So what you're saying, Mike, if I may ask to clarify, you're saying there's actually a radiated power loss, as in these gyros are losing RPMs, they're somehow losing energy, and it's not frictional, is what you're saying. It is not a frictional effect. This is actually a power loss from the system.
It's being turned into force.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that explains everything. And see, that works very well with Todd's model and with many of the other models that we've looked at, where we have to have a power loss from a system in order to generate a gradient field force. So that would make perfect sense.
Yeah.
But we'll first have to calculate the friction.
There's energy being converted from rotary to linear. You'll like my next pitch.
That's actually the first time I think anybody said it so clearly as to exactly where the source of propulsion force is coming from and where that differential is being supplied. Because I would assume that most everyone dealing with gyros and bearings and frictional systems just assume that it slows down because it must be bearing friction, right? It couldn't certainly be a power loss from the angular momentum of the system with the stored energy, right? It's got to be friction. But no, what you're saying is something very, very fundamental, and we really need to pay attention to specifically that. We are losing power from the stored velocity of
you're not losing it because the motor supplies it. So
you're converting it.
You're converting electrical energy from the gyro motor into forward velocity.
Through the mechanical conversion of angular momentum.
Bingo.
Wow.
Yeah, that's critical, man. That's awesome that you said that. I'm so glad that you clarified that really coherently, because
yeah. Thank you for that. I was under the assumption that it had to do with the servos, but we'll definitely get some data from this.
There is servo power. That's one third of the equation there. So the servos supply. The faster you torque them, the more power you get out of them. So that translates to watts going into the servo motor.
Mike, one question for you. If gravity is the force input that you put into a gyroscope, it will generate a gyroscopic force 90 degrees from the gravity vector. Now, on the I've seen some gyroscope that go up, you know, like the Englishman, somehow as if it was a vertical force produced. Can you explain why is it producing like a vertical force, even though the output force of the gyroscopic force is 90 degrees from the gravity vector?
Well, it's not exactly 90 degrees. It's 90 degrees from the spin vector the output force, it's like electric motor. You got 3 orthogonal vectors.
Uh-huh.
And when you rotate it, spin it, the force vector goes up.
Mhm.
And that's why that 50-pound gyro, the guy just holds it with one hand. But as soon as he stops spinning, he feels the full weight and he has to catch it with 2 hands.
Yeah, in some experiment, I know I saw one in the internet. There was a professor in one of the universities in New York that he took a gyro, spin it, and put it on a weight scale, and he showed that even the weight that is, doing that, that actually there is no change in the weight of the gyroscope, and yet he is able to hold the sunlight, and it kind of like the explanation does not make sense because you measure, the force measure does not change the weight of the gyroscope. And yes, he's able to create,
I would have to argue that just a little bit. There's a video out, I think it's on YouTube, where they have 2 rotating gyros, and soon as it starts rotating, the whole thing lifts up and falls off the assembly, and then it crashes. It was on YouTube. I took a look at it, and it's.
I know what you're asking, Harold, if I may, and what he's referring to is a system that's in a state of already equilibrium. It's precessing, but it's precessing at an equal rate with an equal RPM. It doesn't have any jerk or kick. There's no acceleration event, so consequently, there's no extra force or no radiated energy. You have to have that acceleration event, that asymmetric jerk or the kick in physics, in order to get energy out of that system and radiate it, or even absorb it.
That's what the servo supplies. The servo motor supplies that kick.
Right, and they don't go evenly too. Just an FYI, Harold, they don't move evenly back and forth from one direction to the other. They have very fast acceleration in one direction and a very slow return
in the other. Yes, that's the secret to rectifying.
Okay, if there is a vertical force produced by a gyroscope, can, for example, a gyroscope be used to, let's say, launch an airplane, or a vehicle to go up in the air, to go up some altitude, let's say, straight up in the atmosphere?
I don't think the thrust to weight ratio has ever been achieved.
It's very bad. You can't use it like a rocket, but once you get it out into space where your weight goes to nothing, then you have usable force. The test article that I played with at Boeing weighed about 1,500 pounds, generated about 400 pounds of thrust. So if you put that in space, you could, the 1,500 pounds goes away, so you have usable 400-pound force generator. But 400 pounds is not going to lift 1,500 pounds off the Earth.
But are they using a spaceship way out into space that is propelled 100% by the gyroscope to give it the thrust to drive it out into space?
Well, right now the space station has 4 gyros on it that it uses for station keeping. That's what they're primarily made for. All your geosync satellites out there have the same thing for station keeping.
Well, what about for propulsion? I mean, can you use to accelerate the spaceship? Let's say a satellite, let's say you want to take it from geostationary and you want to go to the moon, and use a gyroscopic force to drive it all the way to the moon?
Well, it might not be very good, but for small corrections, they work very well. It's called station keeping. If you got to change it a few degrees or a few feet left, right, up, down, gyros work very well. But if you want to change the complete orbit, that might be pushing it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the explanation.
Can I ask Gary a question? Gary, are you still there?
Still here? What's up?
Hey, I wonder if you happen to see the video of a craft coming out of a Lockheed Martin hangar. It looked a lot like one of your MHD.
Yeah, I haven't.
crafts.
I saw the link. Someone sent a Twitter link. I saw it, but because I wanted to listen to the discussion, I haven't watched it yet.
No, I saw that. I saw that too. There was an image there. Yeah, that was it. The Daily Mail story that looked like a drone too. It didn't look like it had enough cockpit for a pilot. But I might have
Might be
It
a
had
man.
the same swoop feature in one of
Yeah,
your designs, that your slides that I noticed, and we sort of
Mhm.
started talking about it in the chat. And I was just interested in your take on that design.
Yeah, I'll look more closely at it. I have looked at their designs in the past, and some of them look, like they're intended for suborbital, some hypersonic. I'd have to really study it in more detail. But I think the Wave Rider design that the French were focused on was patterned after something they had seen over here. So I'm like getting it third hand because they're getting it second hand and I'm getting it from them. So it's like it's going among our people, and then part of it is getting released, and then the French have a take on it, and I'm looking at their take. I can't look like directly at the Lockheed Martin one until this link that got sent. So let me check it out right now. Hang on. Is that just a static or is it a video?
It should be a video from this guy's Twitter.
Yeah. Okay, it's like 7 seconds of video. I'm surprised they let that out of the door without any cover at all.
You and me both. But it's an interesting design that.
Yeah.
Unless they meant to, maybe they wanted people to see it, right?
I don't see an intake. I mean, do you spawn an intake there?
Because think about it, they're like, "Hey Bob, our stock price is kind of low. How can you fix that?"
Yeah.
Hey, I got. And then he's like, "Hold my beer."
Wow. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, it might use skin effects. That's very interesting.
Yeah, you like
For all what we can derive from a 7-second clip, right?
Right.
At a
7
single
seconds.
viewing angle. There's not a whole lot to get out of it, but it certainly doesn't seem to be conventional. If it's even a real clip, that is.
Yeah, it doesn't look conventional. That's right. Interesting. That's a great clip.
Thanks.
Just a little comment on the gyroscopes. I know the gyroscopes got a torque. It rotates around and stuff like that. But if you make them counter rotating, then the torque is going to cancel out, and you're going to end up with the vertical vector.
Yeah, that's the idea here. They're going to be both spinning in opposite directions.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, counter rotating, and then they're torqued back and forth along their second axes.
Okay, all right.
And there's a pulse to the torquing as well. So it's a strong pulse and then a slow return, sort of like they call it a ramp signal.
Hey, Mark, could I ask you a quick favor? Could you hold up that gyro again and show me in which direction it's supposed to torque, just so everybody can kind of be on the same page? I think a lot of people are confused about which direction it's supposed to produce its force, and I'd kind of like to hear your explanation of that too. Or which direction we would suppose a weight loss, or perhaps something else.
Well, they're going to torque left and right. I haven't really configured it much yet. I mean, I don't even know where these servos are set up to be. I was literally finishing it up as the conference was going on. I think the force is supposed to move like in this direction. So it would be along this axis, I believe.
Well, the thing I would mention, and maybe you'd want to test because you've already got kind of an ideal test set up in the Faraday cages. When you're processing these things back and forth, you're going to have a higher amount of stress energy because of the angular velocity contained in those disks. So that higher energy being processed is going to create a slight decoupling from the local coherency of gravitational fields from Earth. And I don't know if it'll be enough for you to detect, but you might not receive any kind of force directionally from that thing whatsoever. But what you might actually receive is a small change in its gravitational weight. So try to measure that if possible. Because being that it's not offset, it's not technically going to produce a linear force in any direction, because all forces are equivalently countered in their opposite direction from that movement. But there's still a stress energy tensor there that's going to be affected, and you could potentially measure a weight change.
Yeah, we'll measure for some weight changes. I mean, the thing weighs a lot, and it weighs 3 pounds. And it's going to be shaking a lot. When I powered up one of these gyros earlier, the amount of torque that was on it was like insane. Like it can stand up on the desk and
Yeah, but when you get two rotating in opposite directions, they're going to act quite a bit differently. In fact, if they're perfectly balanced, you'll not really notice anything at all in terms of its strange behavior. It'll act very much like a conventional mass. The only difference being it has a tremendous amount of angular momentum that can be possessed. So even though if they move perfectly, counterclockwise, clockwise on opposite sides and back in the other direction, they always move at the same speed and they're lined up. You're not going to really notice any kind of torquing or force like you've seen with a single gyro on that thing. But again, you still have that stress energy tensor to take down. So
yeah, I got to finish machining off the top cap over here. These holes are just like 1/10 of a millimeter too small to fit. So as soon as I get that done, I'll be able to put the cap on and power it up.
heck yeah, man. I'll definitely be on video call for that one.
Okay, so who else is coming down to the lab for the anniversary? I know we got Robert Garden. Jeremy Reese has his hands up. Carl wants to come.
Dude, I'm gonna come if I can. I've got something that on the East Coast coming up in the future that might bring me out business-wise. And so if the exhibit is gonna go up at the same time, I'll come out.
It's October 13th, so it's in 3
Is it
weeks.
November or October?
Oh, no, November 13th. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stuck here for work. I'm always stuck here for work, but that's because I'm working like 3 jobs. So
Sorry, Mark, I'm stuck here too. I can tell you the details later.
Sorry, I wish I'm not too far away, but there's a border I cannot cross because of the COVID vaccine passport thing. So I'll see I'll see what I can do. But anyway, I'll be there. And are you going to be virtual or?
Oh yeah, we're going to be hybrid, virtual and in person.
All right, cool.
Robert, you can come catch a ride with me if you make it to Rhode Island.
I might as well go all the way. Sorry.
It's all right.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was thinking.
I take a cab.
I'll have to loan Phil one of my vaccine passports. I'm on the other end of the spectrum, man. I had Johnson & Johnson, and that sucks. And so then I went and got Moderna. And my wife was like, "You probably shouldn't have that many." And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to run them up both arms. Just be down, up one. I'm never getting sick.
Now you just need to try Pfizer.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I got to find another place that does that. They don't check each other. You know what it was, to be completely, I got Johnson & Johnson, and then they had that whole series of articles that came out and said, like, it's not effective, you're going to die, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, fine. And so I went to get a booster for it, and they're like, you can't get a booster. I'm like, well, the government said I should be able to. And they said, well, we don't offer them yet unless you're 65. So I went to the city next door, and I just said, I need a shot. I haven't gotten mine yet. They're like, okay. Yeah. So yeah, maybe I'll do Pfizer now.
No, you're a man. You can do boosters. You can do mix and match, especially if you have J&J. You can get the mRNA vaccine booster. So
yeah, I'll do that.
It's no big deal.
I'll do that. I'll get a Pfizer booster. Let me see. I got Moderna last month, so
I think you need to wait, buddy. Just hold on. You're enthusiastic. I get it. I don't think it's the right way to do it.
Dude, you don't know that maybe this is how people get superpowers, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Apparently, you got to come in contact with the craft, because if you come in contact with the craft, it does affect you, and that's how people get superpowers.
Oh, okay. I thought it was loading up on untested FDA unapproved COVID boosters. Yeah. So I respect, you know what, and what's interesting is I know a lot of people that have not gotten the vaccine. So Phil, I'm not picking on you in any way, because I know a ton of people, like I know lots of people who have not gotten the vaccine. But
yeah, I'm gonna try not to take it if I can, but if I have no other choice, I will. But in my case, I can work from home, so I don't have the problem of interacting with people and stuff like that?
Herd immunity happens a number of different ways. You get to herd immunity through vaccination. You get to herd immunity through people getting the virus and developing natural immunity. Herd immunity will happen because of it in either direction. Everyone will develop some immune response through either course of action, and I think everyone should just feel a little bit confident about that.
We're
no matter your choice. No matter your choice, we'll get there eventually.
I think we're in a strange, brave new world of the pandemic, right? Because it's kind of, in a weird way, it's still going on, but I think that we're emotionally all burned out on it. And, I mean, yeah, and that's the part that's changed, is emotional burnout. It's still, I don't know if that much has really changed. It's more like, I'm tired of it. I'm not going to deal with it anymore, so. I don't know. That's what makes it interesting now. It seems like it's slowed down, but
it does. I think it has, and I think it's because, I think it's all very local too. I mean, depends on where you're at. Has it slowed down? Maybe, but I think that the facts are that it's either going to change and people have to get boosters if that's the route you took, or if you get reinfected and you develop an immunity against the new strain, then you'll get to herd immunity either way. Yeah. So I just think that that's the most important thing for people to think about right now, is that herd immunity is going to happen. We'll get there. Happened in 1917 with the first H1N1 flu. We got there. It took 3 years, and we're unfortunately 2/3 of the way through, almost there. So,
and this would just be one really weird story that no one will be able to tell their kids, right?
Yeah.
Grandpa, what happened during the pandemic? And you're like, well, it'll be like the 60s, right? When I was a kid growing up, they're like, you won't understand the 60s unless you were there. Well, that would be the pandemic. We've learned some valuable things about human nature.
About it. I don't think it'll be like when I was a kid, we used to do duck and cover, where we'd have to go sit under our desks and think about the nukes being dropped. I mean, that's like that like traumatized me a lot when I was a kid, but we don't talk about that.
No, my mom did duck and cover when she was, yeah.
So, I mean, that's what'll happen. People won't talk about it. It's how we deal with trauma. We don't talk about it. And that's a problem.
You'll have those little habits, like Grandpa, why do you have so much toilet paper always in the shed? Boxes and boxes of toilet paper.
Why do you always wash your hands? Grandma always washes her hands. Why does Grandma always wash her hands? Well, it's a learned behavior that we've all picked up, and we'll keep doing that. And it's, these are valuable things that will become idiosyncrasies in a decade or two. So
I think the toilet paper thing was interesting, though. That was an unexpected. I think that was an unexpected revelation about human nature. That was think of any zombie movie that you've ever seen, right? Like The Walking Dead or any of those. The apocalypse happens, you see people running and screaming. That's how it's supposed to happen. But in real life, they all go to Costco to buy toilet paper.
Actually, what happened to me was kind of the opposite. I took the pandemic seriously back in January. Went to Home Depot and bought out a couple face masks and stuff. And then when the pandemic finally hit, I couldn't find paper towels anywhere. So I went to like a local supplier and ordered paper towels, and they just threw it in my truck with their masks on and everything. And when I got home, I noticed it was toilet paper. I called them up trying to get to replace it for paper towels.
There you go. Well, no, you know what you need to do? You split it up and sell it on the black market. You should sell it on eBay. One roll, $20 a roll on eBay. People would be like,
so what have we learned? During a mass pandemic, the most important thing for human need is wiping your behind. That's number one on the hierarchy of things that we obviously have to have as a society.
But that's only in the United States, because we use the most TP in the world, because other parts of the world, they don't have toilet paper. They have toilets with they have bidets, yeah.
Yeah, it's
So-
a controversial topic. Like,
So
who are you as a person?
It's a U.S.
toilet paper,
thing.
or you can go for a bidet. 'Cause
Well,
a bidet
yeah.
is a-
Those are a lot more
Corn
effective.
cobs.
I don't know if anybody's ever had a chance to use them. They are a lot more effective. They are. And no hard materials to have to be broken down by the leftover bacteria within the sewage lines. I mean, our local city here, we have a big city that's pretty population dense. So there have been newsletters put out. The city asks people to put still biodegradable food down their garbage disposal to enter it into the plumbing system so the bacteria has something to break down over toilet paper. It's one of those interesting phenomena where we now have this compound problem because there's just too many easily biologically breakdownable mass.
My plumber friend would disagree with you. Those garbage disposals are not for putting garbage in. You should never put anything in your garbage disposal. It's only for little crumbs.
Well, like I said, it was actually a newsletter set out by our city that asked people to specifically put biodegradable food into the sewage system so that it could help negate some of the problems with, I guess now the main problem is flushable wipes. That's becoming a serious issue, and they need active bacterial samples to be present in the sewage lines to break those things down before they ever enter the filtering facility. Otherwise, they'll clog up the filter grates. But
I don't think you're supposed to flush. I thought those went in the garbage. We put those in the garbage.
No, there's flushable.
he's a
ones
little bit
now,
behind the
and
times.
Oh, I am behind the times.
Milwaukee is
issue-
behind the times. You're
issue
probably
is-
wherever you are is
okay,
probably
there's
far better.
There's three state. I used to be a sewer district director. So there's like 3 stages. Primary treatment is where they have this like big rake thing that goes around in a pond and takes all the TP and stuff and captures it and separates it out from the other stuff, the liquid stuff. And then it goes into this big tank called a digester. And it has all these bacteria like you're talking about, Jeremiah. And it's like simulates your gut. It's actually the same bacteria that's in your gut is in this thing called the digester. And then it goes to the tertiary treatment, which is basically a big charcoal filter. Okay, and actually, if you get tertiary treated, that's reclaimed water, and you can theoretically drink it, and it's cleaner than the water you get from your river, for example.
Oh yeah, I wish I could say that about this city, but this city has been sued so many times in its industry for polluting the natural fresh water sources that we're connected to, Lake Michigan specifically. Because of the poor filtration. In fact, if it ever gets over capacity, they just stop filtering and start dumping it into the fresh water sources. I'm not kidding.
I don't know much
It's a
about
crime against all people who
what I do know a little bit about is my ex-wife's father worked at a chopper pump factory, and those are interesting. Those are sewage pumps. I don't know. Michael, I don't know if you probably only would have heard of those if they were replacing them.
Jeremiah, I actually met somebody at the past 2 conferences who works at a waste treatment plant in your area. She's actually suing the EPA in order to remove fluoride from the water. And she went to work for the wastewater treatment plant. It's not in Milwaukee, it's in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
So a lot of places, what they do is they take the secondary treated water and they discharge it. And before they discharge it, they have to disinfect it. So the most common ways they use chlorine, anhydrous chlorine, to disinfect it. And then they dump it somewhere, like in the fresh water or estuary or salt water is what they do in California. And but the other way that you can treat it without using any chemicals is with ultraviolet light. And they'll actually put it in, expose it to ultraviolet light for a certain amount of time, and that'll kill all the bacteria. That'll kill all the bad bacteria, or the coliforms, as they're called.
This is the last thing I have to ask off topic, Michael, because we should probably get back onto the alternative propulsion. But because you're an expert in this topic, what about the new findings with ozonation treatment and being able to break down bioorganic matter, because we know ozone is particularly caustic material for all bioorganics, and it can even break down solids like toilet paper if it's implemented in high volumes, bubbled through the fluid and circulated. So I wanted to know, have you heard anything about the advancement of ozone technology in sewage treatment?
No, and I'd be
yeah, it's used.
I would be concerned about leakage because we don't want leakage of ozone into the atmosphere, obviously.
Oh,
well, no, I mean they're contained vessels, but
Josh,
you do want ozone going into the atmosphere. I asked her that same question. They use ozone. They have very large ozone systems, and lots of oxygen. There's these little microbes that do most of the work. So they're pumping oxygen into these tanks in order to feed them, to keep them eating all the raw material, and then all the leftover poop is then turned to fertilizer and spread on our fields, and that turns then into the McDonald's that we eat, and the process repeats.
Yeah, and there's issues with that too, with the solids that are left over, because some things you can't get rid of, like you ever heard of a prion?
Yeah.
A prion, that's what causes Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease or mad cow diseases.
Yeah, and to get rid of prions, you actually have to heat meat. I read about this. In fact, Carl probably knows about this stuff. You have to heat the meat to the point where to denature the prion proteins, it's like 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically, you have to charcoal meat to get rid of prions. So.
Right, and so the problem is that this they use this, and then they have like reclaimed water. They're using reclaimed water, and the people would be like running on the field track, and then they'd get this flesh-eating bacteria. So there's definitely some issues with human contact with that kind of stuff. I mean, it's good. It's better than just dumping it in the ocean or into the estuary or the freshwater pond, the secondary treated. In where I live, we have a problem with seawater intrusion. And so what they do is they take that tertiary treated water and they inject it into the ground, into the abandoned wells where they used to draw water before the saltwater intrusion. So theoretically, our goal long term is to have what's called a zero discharge during a drought. So you wouldn't be dumping anything in the ocean anymore. We just inject it in the ground. So, but it's a cool subject. I know it's a little off topic. I apologize.
Yeah, I was like, how did we end up here? Well, let me see. Where was it at? Josh was asking about the Vimana. Josh? Where's Josh?
Yeah.
At?
Hi.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yep. So I just have a couple of still images so this is related to what they were talking about today with some of the temples that nobody really knows how they're made. So here's a pillar that has these kind of concentric grooves in it. You can kind of see a couple of other examples, like this one. They're made out of different colors of stone. And then if we go to this one, this is actually a carving that's in one of the temples. And it has a gear ratio of 2:1, so it sort of resembles a gear. And if we go to, I already had that one up. Here we see this presenter here on YouTube examining the stone. And here's a close-up of the stone where you see these concentric rings. And then so here's the stone, and then here's the pillars, and then here's the platform that was sort of maybe moved off to the side. And then here he's superimposed parts for a lathe. So maybe they had some kind of a lathe that they were using to spin the stone. They were spinning the stone and then actually lathing some of the stones for, back here at the various pillars. So I think the idea that ancient India had some of these technologies that were sort of lost over time kind of hold some water, and I was already kind of aware of some of this stuff, so I was really interested to see what they had to say today.
That is
I'll
cool.
be interested to see them again.
Yeah, and so I will definitely have them back. I did not know, and they weren't clear about their team. Srihari, yeah, okay, yeah.
Mr. Swahari, well, I guess we'll come back and speak.
It would be great to hear a discussion from their perspective about the use of Mercury in the literature, and because there's so much conversation in modern times that could possibly connect, and it would be I would, as a listener, I would love to hear their expertise sort of come together with other people like Gary was talking about earlier, ionizing mercury and the potential of what that could be. I would love to hear those people come together.
Yeah, I'm also interested in the cultural aspect of it. That to me, it's just intriguing. It's just intriguing to see how different cultures approach and view these things, and so.
I thought it was really
how much
interesting.
we have in common.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting how they were talking about the linguistics and how the interpretations of these different phrases can be interpreted completely different ways. And in some ways, if you interpret it in the number 1 or number 2, it's about Lord Vishnu and his abilities. And if you go all the way out to the last one, where it was the materialistic interpretation, that it was actually a series of steps that you could perform in order to do something. And I had never heard of that before, so I'm really interested to kind of hear more about that.
That's actually a lot of what mystics, ancient mystics schools utilized in their rituals. It was basically like, a scientific process that was encoded in ritual.
Right. It almost. I double majored in college. I have a degree in French. So I thought it was really interesting that it almost seems like this language that they're talking about, the Sanskrit, it was constructed around the idea so that they could specifically do that. Like it almost like it wasn't like they did it by accident and that they found these formulas based on looking at these things in some sort of mystical way. It's almost like they did it intentionally, where they had this series of steps and then they created a language so that they could reverse it back to Lord Vishnu.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's my take as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then somebody had asked about, how did China influence that? And he didn't really answer it, but I think part of that's because you're talking about like a cultural exchange that probably happened thousands and thousands of years ago, right? But that's interesting also. Again, I don't know. That whole, what would you call it, the rise of humankind has intrigued me. And there's so much happening right now in evolutionary genetics, right? Where archaeological genetics? I keep reading these articles about, being able to trace human migration patterns, right? Like out of Africa, and when different waves came out of Africa. And there's just this explosion of research that's happening there. So
I wanted to ask if they had talked about horses in the ancient Vedic text. Maybe that sounds like a weird idea to ask about, but we can actually chart the use of horses in terms of history, and we know where horse husbandry, or whatever that animal husbandry came from, which was Siberia. And so if I'm always about finding those relations between things that we know in terms of genetics and then the documentation of those animals or whatever that gene may be in a historical context. So I almost wanted to ask about that, but I felt it was too off topic and my own personal interest. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot there, and yeah, the other thing that I was reading about, what was the other ones? Racial and genetic clines. That kind of goes to maybe what you were saying about how things migrate, but like, we tend to view things as like, well, like we would say this person is Asian, this person is Caucasian, this person is African American, right? But then another emerging area is this idea of clines, where it's not, those boundaries that we create are totally artificial, right? And so as you cross like any landmass, you get, genetic, cultural, racial, you name it, it blurs, and that's always intrigued me too. It's that gradual transition from one group of people to another.
Hey, I jumped in with something. I just want to throw something at people. I like doing that. That's what I do for a living. This week I've had a crazy idea that a couple of million years ago or so, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
Oh, okay. We discovered fire, and it was the hottest thing that we've ever discovered. And it seems to me that ever since then, every single invention of propulsion has been based on fire, because we tend to get off on tangents and we focus only on what we know, and we develop that we know. And it's very rare that people actually think outside the box. So they just want a better fire.
I would disagree. I would think that the first thing we did for propulsion or anti-gravity was a balloon.
No, propulsion would be a seafaring craft.
Oh yeah, it
And we actually
could be a boat.
And we actually know that the Denisovan species, the subspecies, they actually conquered the ocean more than 300,000 years ago. We know this because they migrated from Asia through Indonesia down to Australia. They conquered the ocean as a species. That is mind-blowing to think that they did that so long before humans ever invented. They conquered the ocean. It's amazing. It blows me away every time I think about it.
Who are you talking about? The Devonians? Is that
The Denisovans.
Denisovans.
Okay.
It's like Neanderthals is one subclass, Denisovan is another. And it's actually believed that Denisovan could possibly be originators for some megalithic culture, ancient drilling technologies. They found intricately carved jewelry in the Denisova cave in Siberia in Russia that the drill marks for it is a high precision drill. But it goes so far back in history, we weren't doing this. Neanderthals may have been doing it, but the culture that we found was the Denisovan people. They actually were also responsible for, I think animal husbandry with horses and breeding horses and utilizing horses, ancient horses, but they figured that stuff out. And so I love ancient history, and that's kind of how I found all of the UFOlogy aspects of it. And
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think there's. I would say that that's the story of us, right? It's the story of all of us. And the thing that intrigues me is there's so much happening, right? Like the Denisovans, I think, what is that, 20 years? We didn't even know they existed 20 years ago.
Yeah.
This whole nother species of humans,
They might be giants. They might have been the species that was a giant. Their molars were so much larger than Neanderthals or human molars that, like, what kind of skull do those teeth fit into? Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't know. We don't have a skeleton yet. We don't know how big they were, but like, there's the biblical and historical accounts of really large humanoid people, and they're found all over the world.
I thought that they were the ones they called the hobbits. Not
so it's a slew. It's a slew of possible,
In California, in Americas, they used to think that the native people came over the Bering Straits, but it turns out there wasn't any period where there was an area that was habitable to come over that would have sustained people trying to immigrate across the Bering Straits. And
so
what they
I think
found is that instead, what they did is they used boats, and basically Samoan culture. And,
for sure.
And what they did is they went up, they have what now they call it the kelp superhighway. And what they did is they followed the kelp beds all around the Pacific Rim, because there's kelp everywhere, all the way up to the northern latitudes and on down to the southern latitudes. And so basically there is a habitable zone along the rim of the Pacific that was able to sustain the transport of the human populations that populated the Americas. And they they found archaeological evidence as far back as 30,000 years now.
Yep,
So we
100%
don't
right.
know. It could go back hundreds of thousands of years.
It could go back so much farther than anybody's really conceptualized in terms of photos.
And one of the problems was that during the ice age, the water level was a lot lower than it is now. And then after all the ice melted, it raised the sea level, and a lot of the areas that were habitable are now underwater.
Or easily traversable by boat from one island to another to get from Siberia to South America, whatever that transit might have been. Hugging the coastline with boats, it sounds like the smartest way to have done it, for sure. I totally agree with you about that for sure.
Then the other thing that I've been really interested in, and I think this is kind of known, I think it's still emerging, is the coevolution of humans and dogs. And because I think that's like a perceptual, right? It's us and dogs, and we're different species, but we've been co-evolving for so long that we've kind of evolved together. And so I think that there's this perceptual change. I think maybe it's difficult for us to admit that they're more a part of us than we traditionally thought.
Well, the other thing that's interesting about that, Tim, is if you think about all the different, basically in genetics, the way the thing looks is called phenotypical expression, or the phenotype. Okay?
Yeah.
So, but the genotype, basically all the dogs in the same species are dog species have the same genetic formula, basically the same what would you call it, recipe. Okay, it's how the recipe is expressed is so different. And then to think of that in the context of our discussions, or the whole idea of race. Okay, human, different races, so-called races among humans. And think of how much diversity there is among the dog species compared to the humans. And we have this problem with people looking different from us. But dogs don't seem to have that problem, do they?
It's trauma. But traumatized dog will cause more trauma on other dogs and humans. A traumatized human will cause more trauma on humans and dogs. And what is dog spelt backwards but us cleaning up their poop and them dragging us around everywhere, right?
Well, that's my cat. You're getting that confused with my cat. My cat thinks they own me.
There is the Native American tradition of assuming or believing that dogs had the knowledge of God going back 100,000 years.
Well, they do have excellent blackmail. We'll put it that way.
A dog has terrible instincts. I hope not.
Because they're quiet, they're around, they see things that happen, but they're not like cats. Cats would use it for blackmail. Dogs wouldn't do that.
Well, so what's interesting is the visual light spectrum mixed with their extrasensorial sound and smell, and that do they act like dogs have these quote unquote sixth sense that it's like they can almost see paranormal, or is it that they can see, hear, and calculate energies that are in different wavelength spectrums that we cannot, that other potential conscious entities might exist in?
I would agree they have a better mass spectrometer than we do.
Well,
because that's what your smell is basically a mass spec. And I work with dogs, forensic dogs. You ever heard of them? So what they do when they're looking for burials is they bring in these forensic dogs, and they can smell someone that died a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, and they I think the nose is 1,000 to 10,000 times more sensitive. Their night vision is around 8 times better night vision. Their day vision is not as good as ours.
But even exponentially more, I'm thinking like from the perspective of like whales or bats or birds, and like they say how like the birds follow the magnetic lines. Are they actually able to see the magnetic energy spectrum in a different, that we are completely blind to and oblivious to. And does that turn into like a whole higher dimensional like reality or perspective for them, like almost like they're plugged into like a military sonar sort of thing into their brain? Like what would that perspective essentially be? Same with like
I don't know that one because I don't have a dog, I have a cat. So
You know, no, I think I follow what Bernie's saying. So Bernie, I believe, okay, and I could be wrong about this, but I believe when you have what do they call that? The cornea surgery. Elderly people get it all the time, and they remove, you know, they remove cataract surgery. Yeah, so when they remove those to grind them down, you can actually, if I remember right, you can actually see UV. The human eye can see UV. It's the cornea that stops it. So if the corneas were different, like quartz or something like that, right, then your eye could see UV. Now, I'm not sure what would happen. It would probably kill the cells in your eye, right?
Yeah, I would think it would fry your
does their brains perceive sound as like a light or a reality, essentially, like with the sonar, like of bats pinging dolphins, whales, stuff like that, even the elephants and their low range traveling sound waves.
Do they perceive it? Yeah.
Like would their brain perceive it essentially in like a 3rd or 4th dimensional understanding, almost like a supercomputer, where they're able to pick up through the sound waves, pick up the magnetic energy spectrum waves?
No, I don't think they would do magnetic. I think it would be
sound
but I would say that
think that's like more like a bird or something like that. That uses magnetics for guidance, for example, for like you know, they're gonna migrate from one area to the other. They use their internal navigation. They use magnetic cells essentially.
And I didn't even read it, but something new just came out with that too. Birds and magnetism. Cool. Some new, just like in the last week, I just saw that in the news.
Right. Well, I guess by the whole point in question, I guess I was like trying to perceive is that, do certain animals receive sound or magnetism in the same way that we see light potentially? And would that open them up to a whole new wavelength and like information or reality or existence, essentially? And would that be how the birds and different animals are able to be in tune with the magnetic waves and frequencies and patterns?
Well,
Actually, Carl and I were talking about this too the other
electromagnetic
day.
fields
So
can
he may have something
adversely
to say on
affect
this.
bees, for example. Insects can be affected by the electromagnetic fields because of their structure. You know, they don't. They're exoskeleton essentially.
You know, and so in terms of like how they might respond differently, like there's different organelle in animals that will help them balance and orient themselves accordingly. I think it might actually have to do with metal ions, but don't hold me to that. Yeah, but you know, they certainly do experience the world differently than we do because of their, you know, just their atomic, you know, structure for sure. Birds navigate through other means that, you know, aren't visual or scent or otherwise. So,
does anyone know how whales navigate?
Sonar, don't they use sonar?
Through sound, right? That's getting back to my point of the bats, the whales, the dolphins, through the sonar, through that sound, that they're navigating through that. So they must be able to internally compute and visualize all of that sound data as we see light. They must be able to also interpret that sound.
You're probably right, Bernie.
But some of their migratory paths are over 3,000 miles long. That sound doesn't carry 3,000 miles. They would have to have
magnetism.
They have to have a memory of mapping.
I'm saying that the sound spectrum is essentially on the same property or wavelength or energy as magnetism. So that light is electricity, sound is magnetism.
Yeah, well, I
Well,
think
like,
of
so
sound
is-
as phonons, and I think of light as electrons. Really, phonons are what sound is. So I think more of light being something that goes in a straight line, but phonons are more like it's vibrating, it's shaking, it's moving in a rhythm. So it's a rhythm of space, time, and
So it's not just a sine wave, it's
a compression wave. Phonons
it's
are
a compression wave,
waves.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you're gonna think
that's
me
the
an
whole
idiot, but there are no
geometry.
magnetic waves underwater.
That's because they're both two-dimensional. Water, liquid is the second dimension matter.
No, you're thinking of phases. Why do you say there are no magnetic waves underwater?
Well, that's where sound and magnetism take shape in liquid, in your second dimensional state. And that's why you have your cymatic waves, your sound waves actually taking form in your second dimension, your liquid state matter, where light takes form in your gaseous matter. And that's how light is then able to move through your solid and your liquid, depending on I can't properly explain it right now, but it's a proportional, scalable, geometric, unified theory that I've started working out, but that they are all related and interconnected.
And Bernie, I was going to bug you for some art for the conference too. We need to get some conference art.
Hold on, I will pull up
know-
the Martian drawings for you to check out.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should get some Bernie T-shirt,
Give me 5
Martian
minutes on
T-shirt.
that. Another thing I would like to discuss with all you lovely electrical engineers and great-minded people is how much you're aware of Tesla's cold electricity and the difference between cold electricity and hot electricity, and how hot electricity is including your amperage. That's what your resistance, the mass amount of heat, and your infrared energy is being included in that electrical, where your cold electricity is just the spectrum of the ultraviolet, and thus we waste so much more energy through our current hot electrical systems that are putting exponentially more energy of both the cold and the hot, the full energy spectrum through that, as opposed to just the cold and then stepping it up once you get to the use of your resistance and your load. And that's why your like LED lights have so little usage, so little inefficiency, is because they are put onto just the cold electricity and not having to put the large full spectrum energy through that electrical resonance. And it has to do with like Tesla's hertz. Your frequency of your circuit is being the cold, and the voltage and what your overall electricity or load is using, or your circuit's running off of, but that it's
So could I repeat that, Bernie? Basically what I'm hearing you say is that hot electricity, for example, hot electricity,
1 million volts and survive when there's no amperage going through it, but just a small amount of amperage, which is that hot energy, that mass amount more going through. And it's how you're able, or Tesla was able to travel or send electricity wirelessly through large portions of space without getting the loss, because he was transforming and only sending the cold electricity part of the wave or the circuit that it resonates or operates on, as opposed to our current systems that have the full spectrum that we are both generating, then pushing through the grid, and then also using through all of our load circuits.
So like you use the example of an LED using cold electricity. So an LED is basically opposite of a laser. Okay.
Well,
the way a laser works,
of your
it
incandescent
uses a
light.
narrow.
No,
It uses a narrow frequency band.
Yes.
It has a gap. It's called a band gap. Okay. While taking a bunch of power and dumping it in a resistor, it's gonna heat the resistor, and most of the power is going to be put out as in the form of heat in a broad continuum of energy over a broad spectrum. So cold energy is a narrow band energy.
Yes.
And then hot energy is a broadband energy. Correct?
You got it. And then the cold is on the UV spectrum of it. The hot is on the infrared spectrum of it. And that the way we're using and designing the system right now, it's the entire of it going through everything needing to be generated, and also like being wasted through all of it, where if it was just needed to be, if it was stepped down properly into the small spectrums to be transferred, to be generated, and then only stepped up into the hot amounts when you're at your home or at your place using it. Thus, you would be eliminating 80 or 90, if not higher, % of the overall energy needed to be produced, needing to be, and that would be lost to it all and everything like that, and thus reduce 90% of the fuel you have to get that electricity.
Bernie, I'm rusty on this, but I do recall cold current. Actually, I talked to Tom Bearden about that, and I've completely forgotten what he told me. If I meditated on it, I remember part of it. But there was what you would want to Google, and I think Tesla Tech, right? Which we went to their conference. Tesla Tech would have some stuff on this. I believe what they call it is cold current. I just Googled it and it brought up ocean currents, so it takes some digging. But if I remember right, one of the ideas behind it was the potential is below background level potential for the energy, and so there was, and I'm trying to remember what he had told me. The idea was you condition the electricity somehow. One of the reasons they call it that is when you run it through, supposedly, right? When you run it through electrical equipment, the equipment will work, but instead of heating resistance points, it actually cools at the resistance points. And that's because when it hits a resistance point, because the electrons have less energy than normal,
and
when they
then
pass through a
literally
resistance, they
bringing
pick up heat from that
energy
joint.
and other spectrum energies from your environment, and it's stepping it and adding it into the circuit, and that's how you're getting these over unity on your pulse systems, on your Joule thief systems and whatnot. It's that you get your load circuit in harmony with itself, running on this one single lower spectrum, and then you're just tapping that resonance in from the hot source or the bigger source.
Now one of the other things
last thing is the hot is your amps, your cold is your volts.
Yeah, and so one of the other things that you touched on, and this goes to the Tesla part of it, and this is pretty well known, is so when you're pushing electrons through a wire, right, you get heating from resistance. And so one of the things that Tesla was doing was using very, very super high frequencies. So you're pushing the E field instead of pushing the electron itself. So the electrons are wiggling, but they're not actually moving. And so you've got less resistance. And of course, the higher your frequency, the less of those. And in Navy ships, I believe that's an example of it. Anybody who's been in the Navy would probably know this. They, for a few different reasons, they use high frequency inductors. And so I have heard on ships or subs or something like that, instead of using 60 hertz, they use something like 20 kilohertz. And one of the reasons is because the inductors are smaller, so it saves weight, right? But but supposedly with higher frequency stuff like that, if it's tuned correctly, you also have lower losses because you're not actually pushing stuff through the wire. You're just wiggling it inside of the wire, and the field is doing the work. Yeah. So there's a couple of different concepts there, but the cold current, when you were using that term, that was actually, and there's a group of people out there. I wouldn't say it's definitely not mainstream. It would not be scientifically proven, but there's a group of people out there who believe that yeah, you can basically extract energy from an electron, almost like Randall Mills hydrinos, right? Where you're taking a proton below its background level. And so with that cold current idea, one of the things that I do remember about it is supposedly you could run that through a circuit, you could put it into a TV, and the parts that are normally hot would be cold because it's picking up energy from the resistance elements. So
interesting.
Yeah, if you do a little Googling, you can find it. It's out there.
You'll have, the key is to set up that circuit that is in unity or in resonance with itself on that one little wavelength, band length of electricity or of hertz or whatnot. And then when it's in that resonance, in that unity, there's zero loss. And then you're able to actually get resonant energy from around your environment going into, especially through spark gaps and a double spark gap. It will suck the heat energy, your light, your sound, your all these just I can't think of, just your environmental energies that are everywhere, and turn it into that same frequency through that plasma spark gap and add electricity into your pulsed or your unity circuit.
Yeah, that I'm not sure about. One of the things I did play with, you mentioned spark gaps. One of the cool toys I played with was something called a nitrogen laser, a TEA laser, transverse electrical. I forgot the last one. It's been a while. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of those?
No, Tim, I'm going to shut down the live stream now. I'd like to thank all the panelists for participating. We can continue the open discussion, but I'm just going to end the broadcast because it's pushing almost 6 hours, and I don't want to.
Yeah, we'll probably go a few more minutes on our end too, but then maybe around 6 we'll shut things down.
Thank you, everyone watching.
Good seeing Jeremy.